And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you're there. I was wiping the sweat off my brows, by the way. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you're there. The session commences and your company is required. That thing that we do exactly at this time is being done right now. So if you are available, avail yourself of the session. The usual protocols. As you're coming in, click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then do the right thing. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, you don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Bobby master kekere elemure o. Chief Latif kekere elemure o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwa Agweshe, that powerful prayer by the care guide. So there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwa Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. 2023, United States-based Professor Jehu Nanji joins ENUGU governorship race. So in normal circumstances, you dismiss this as a nondescript sort of a storyline and you would not really want to pay too much attention to it. But really, the quality of persons that are now either occupying or agitating to occupy the state houses in the East, they are of a certain quality now. They are moving away from the traditional, guns and roses, these are thugs and dollar type politicians, to really pick out the very best that their society has to offer. So Charles SOLUDO sets the example, and this chap now seeks to follow through. So the SOLUDO phenomenon starting really to gain a very good currency within the Eastern space. 2023, United States-based Professor Jehu Nanji joins ENUGU governorship race. So quite who he is and what he has to offer, all of that, we'll just find out in the shortest possible time. So we find that out fairly short. We find that out fairly shortly, as we find this out shortly too. Don't tamper with our allocation over $418 million Paris Club loan. 36 states won Buhari regime. So we all know, of course, that the final theft that Abubakar MALAMI wants to perpetrate against the Nigerian state was in connivance with the husband of Regina Daniels, Nedunwoku, conspire to loot $500 million from the Nigerian state. But this looting is going to actually steal from all 36 states, and the states are fighting back. Don't tamper with our allocations over $418 million Paris Club loan, a headline attributed to the totality 36 states one Buhari regime. So quite what is in play there, or the latest development, we know what is in play, but the latest development we'll find out just shortly. This to be found out shortly too. Nigerians have short memory. I knew Buhari would be an error. Bishop OYEDEPO having prophecy in reverse. So he's now prophesying to what has long gone past. Bear with me one moment. Let me just come off the screen for a moment and play you a song. I just need to attend to a call. Sorry, I think that was mistaken. So let's carry on. So that says that David OYEDEPO then essentially having prophecy in reverse. So their prophecies, usually these 419 pastors, is to predict to the future, but his prediction is to the past. Nigerians have short memory. I knew Buhari would be an error, a headline attributed to the squeaky-voiced prophet, allegedly, according to him, OYEDEPO. So this now, a turn up for the books. A turn up for the books. It is heartbreaking, embarrassing, and a shame. Zara Buhari's sister-in-law, Fatima Ndimi, writes on kidnapped Kaduna train passengers. So from the Buhari family now, the criticism coming thick and fast. I think in the headline, I actually advertised this as Buhari's daughter. So that must have been a misread, but as close enough as makes no difference. This is the daughter, apparently, of the person that his daughter is married to. So still within the family, so not too far an error. So the headline again, it's heartbreaking, embarrassing, and a shame. Zara Buhari's sister-in-law, Fatima Ndimi, writes on kidnapped Kaduna train passengers. So that is the menu. There was one other story, but it seems to have disappeared off my screen for whatever reason. If I can find it in the course, then I'll bring it to you just shortly. But one thing that I will bring to you is a short video clip of a senior journalist within the Nigerian space inviting Yemi Osinbajo to step out of the presidential race for reasons that it doesn't have enough of antecedents in achievements. Anyway, you listen to him. It's just about a 4 or 5 minute video clip. So I'll play you that after the readout as I go in search of this now missing. I think I was trying to close something and I may well have closed that in error. But as I go about doing all of that, lean back, kick back, take it easy. But before you do any of those, make sure you have clicked on the like button. You know just how so important it is. And we are pushing that aggressively. So do that for the platform. And if you are not subscribed already, make sure you're subscribed as well. So we ease ourselves in now via the East as we play the Holy song.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimego Jugu. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimego Jugu. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. It's an honor having you on board. When I'm Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimego Jugu. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimego Jugu. Another Savior.
Well, this is MOBN. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumego Jugu is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumego Jugu is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumego Jugu is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In Yamadika, Yabika Kokwanam Noa. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
And pardon me, and there it is. Holy, holy are the voices of the East. So holy, holy, their other savior, they continue to insist. So still staying with the East, guys, I bring you this. 2023, US-based Professor Yehu Nanji, Naji, joins ENUGU governorship race. A professor of international relations and global politics, Yehu Nanji, has declared his intention to contest for the Enugu state governorship seat in 2023. Mr. Nanji made his intentions known on Monday in Enugu whilst interacting with journalists. The professor said he was responding to calls by youths and women in the state for him to throw his heart into the ring and vie for the Enugu #1 seat. The governorship hopeful pointed out that his wealth of experience, especially as a lecturer in the United States, had prepared him adequately to undertake the task of governing the state effectively. He said that under him, Enugu would witness unimaginable transformation and visionary leadership, which would be championed by a team of technocrats. According to him, his administration will focus on developing critical sectors of the state's economy with more attention on industrial development. If elected, he said he will focus on women empowerment, quality education, proper agriculture, adequate food security, good governance, water, and quality health care, and quality health care delivery for the residents of the state. He expressed belief that he had what it takes to win the People's Democratic Party PDP governorship ticket during the primaries to enable him move the state to another round of development. He appealed to those who had not gotten their permanent voters cards to do so, to enable them vote in the 2023 elections. So there it is right there. You would naturally think that this is just an obscure story that we don't usually treat, but really it's just to announce the landing of this fella, Professor Yehu Nanji, who joins the Anambra governorship race. So now he's gone straight to a party with the potential to deliver him his ambition. So that tells you then the seriousness of his intentions, because if he had gone to some dog and dog party, then you'd have thought this was just yet another silliness. But he's gone to the PDP to fight it out there and take his chances. And of course, the governor of Enugu State is either going to be the PDP, the APC, or the APGA candidate. So he gives himself a 1 in 3 chance if he secures that ticket to become the governor of that state. But really, to the quality of persons now that are looking to occupy state houses or are occupying state houses in the East. First, we have Professor Charles Soludo, who, of course, his antecedents is there for everybody to be impressed by. So now we have this other professor wanting, seeing the example of Soludo, wanting to match that in Enugu State, and Abia State, of course, to keep that space honest, Senator Enyinaya Abaribe also signaling an intention towards that space. So the quality of persons now either occupying or seeking to occupy state houses in the East is something only to be marveled, is something only to be admired and marveled at. So that is it right there. Don't tamper with our allocation over $418 million Paris Club loan. 36 states, one Buhari regime. Amid the row over the payment of the Paris Club loan refund to consultants, the 36 states of the Federation have warned the federal government not to tamper with funds accruing to them and the 774 local government councils. The states, through their respective attorney generals, said they were not parties to any suit on the London/Paris Club refund, and as such were not liable to any person or entity in any judgment debt being relied on by the federal government, our correspondent report. They also warned that should the federal government proceed to make any such deductions to pay up the $418 million loan, it would be acting illegally and in contempt of their appeal challenging the judgment. The warning was contained in an April the 4th letter as part of their response to a November 11, 2021 letter from the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, advertising the commencement of the deduction for the liquidation of the alleged judgment debt. The reply of the states was signed by the body of Attorney Generals of the Federation Interim Chairman, Moyosori Onigbanjo SAN of Lagos State, and Interim Secretary Abdul Karim Abubakar Kana of Nasarawa State, as well as the Attorney Generals of Rivers, Abia, Taraba, Benue, and Zamfara states, for and on behalf of all the state Attorney Generals. It reads in part: Their Excellencies have drawn our attention to your letter referenced above, which the various states of the Federation received at about the end of March 2022. The letter notifies the states of your intention to commence deduction from allocations due to the state from the Federation account for the liquidation of the London/Paris Club loan refund-related judgment debt on behalf of the 36 states of the Federation and the 774 local government councils. Please note that the states of the Federation were not parties to any contract or suit concerning the London/Paris Club refund from which the said judgment debt arose. Consequently, the 36 states of the Federation are not liable to any person or entity in any judgment debt. According to the letter, the deduction of the allocations due to the 36 states of the Federation from the Federation account to liquidate the London/Paris Club loan refund related judgment debts is the subject of an appeal filed by the 36 states at the Court of Appeal, Abuja. It explained that the appeal challenges the Federal High Court per Honorable Justice Ayangeku judgment delivered on the 25th of March 2022 between AG Abia State versus President Federal Republic of Nigeria and 42 others, and therefore the issue is sub judice. In addition, it noted that the states have also filed a motion on notice for an order of injunction pending the appeal. The letter added that the body's legal representatives had published a public caveat in national dailies notifying the public of the pending appeal, which also advised concerned parties to desist from dealing with the subject matter thereof, pending the hearing and determination of the appeal and the application for injunction pending appeal. It said that given the above, the law requires you to refrain from taking any steps whatsoever that is capable of interfering with the rest of the suit, which is now a subject of appeal. Accordingly, Nigerian case law enjoins you to refrain from effecting any deductions whatsoever from the allocations due to the 36 states from the Federation account for the liquidation of the London/Paris Club loan refund related judgment debts purportedly on behalf of the 36 states of the Federation and the 774 local government councils, pending the hearing and determination of the appeal by the states of the Federation. Doing otherwise in the face of the pending appeal and motion on notice for injunction pending appeal shall be at your peril. So there it is right there. So Malami now is zeal to steal is now led him to take on now all 36 attorney generals of the Federation. Uthman Danfodio University versus educated people. But then, of course, he has guns. That is their go-to. He will start to go and remember what he did to Justice Odili. So he start to go and throw EFCC at them to go and shoot them up in their homes. This is what he'll do because he needs that money fast. He only has 10 months now to loot that $500 million. On to the next. Nigerians have short memory. I knew Buhari would be an error. The squeaky-voiced alleged Bishop Oyedepo, the president of the Living Faith Church, also known as Winners Chapel Worldwide, Bishop David Oyedepo, has again slammed President Muhammad Buhari over the failure of his administration. Oyedepo, during the Easter service in his church, said he always knew Nigeria was heading for a Waterloo under the Buhari administration because God confided in him. The cleric, who is a staunch critic of the current regime, had once described Buhari as an error Nigeria made in 2015. He further described Nigerians as a people with a short memory as candidates begin to express their interest in running for the presidency in 2023. There are people God confides himself in, not because of their experience or age, but because of their heart for him. I knew Nigeria was heading for a Waterloo, he confided in me. They are under torture. Somebody commented recently, you know why Oyedepo stopped? He shouted and shouted, but they did not hear. What will I ever get from it? What will I get elected what will I ever get from it? Will I get elected from it? I knew that in 1984, there is no position on this earth that I will fight for. I have taken a strong position in Christ. Now they are going again, deceiving you. What a people with a short memory. So I'm not quite sure what claim he is making there, that he prophesied maybe that Buhari was going to be as he has turned out to be. But then that would be no prophecy, because anybody with half a brain knew that Buhari was going to be exactly as he has turned out to be. So there's no prophecy there, just empty noise from the squeaky-voiced man. So I did not advertise this story, but let me bring it to you anyway, because it caught my eye, and it caught my eye and takes my fancy. 2023, keep praying to be president. Yoruba monarch Oni advises Amechi. The Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, has prayed for the Minister of Transportation, Chibuike Amechi's presidential ambition to come to fruition in 2023. Amechi, in his ongoing tour of royal blessings, visited the Oni's palace on Monday. According to Ogunwusi, the minister should keep praying because power belongs to God. The monarch also asked the APC presidential aspirant to be selfless and to give his best, even if it is going to cost him everything he is. Power belongs to God. It is not by your might. It is not by your power, nor by your doing. In terms of leadership, it is God that gives power, the monarch said. I know you are a fervent and hard believer of God Almighty. Anything you do, you pray to God. Don't relent. Do not relent. Keep praying to God. Leadership is a stewardship. You have been to different leadership positions from different strata. In terms of governance, you have seen it all. But the one that you are trying to aspire to now, by the very special grace of God, it is God that will take you there. We are praying for you from the throne of Odudua. On this throne of our ancestors, God will continue to guide you. God will continue to see you through. God will continue to favor you, honor you, and put you through in everything you do. So that is a qualified get out of here, isn't it? I made sure to read every single word, and no single word of that was anything that he could hang his hat on. But he will go on Twitter, of course, on Facebook, and tell us that he has been endorsed by Johnny. It is heartbreaking, embarrassing, and a shame. Zara Buhari's sister-in-law, Fatima Indemi, writes on kidnapped Kaduna train passengers. Fatima Amam Indimi, daughter of Maiduguri billionaire, and by the way, Maiduguri in Borno State, this guy became a billionaire from oil. There is no oil in Borno State, only sand and snakes. But then, of course, he's the biggest oil baron in Nigeria. What makes him so? Well, it's Buhari's in-law. Fatima Amam Indimi, daughter of Maiduguri billionaire Alhaji Mohammed Indimi, has called on the government to secure the north and rescue kidnapped Kaduna train passengers. Taken to Instagram on Monday, April the 18th, the entrepreneur, whose brother is married to President Buhari's daughter Zara, described the train attack, which claimed more than 8 lives and left 26 other travelers injured, as heartbreaking, embarrassing, and barbaric. I am scared of opening this app. Terror after terror. The fact that I tried to stay away from Instagram for the purpose of cleansing and bettering myself this Ramadan, and found myself continuously engaging in mindless scrolling, then to realize that what will keep me away is seeing cruel, inhumane, and barbaric behavior back to back is alarming. It is heartbreaking, disheartening. It is a shame. It is embarrassing. It is saddening. I am shaking. My heart cannot take it. If this is how I feel, I can't begin to fathom. What the families that are deeply affected are going through. It is truly a shame that there is nothing to do but pray, because regardless, prayer was going to be at the foremost, but that seemingly being the only solution is what breaks my heart. So that is a criticism of Buhari right there. There is nothing to do but to pray. Yes, prayer has to be the foremost, but that seemingly the only solution. That is what she said, and she said it on Twitter. So I can show you the screen of it if you want to see it. That is what she said, and she said it on Twitter. But that seemingly being the only solution is what breaks my heart. So how they quite blame PDP for that? I'm sure some idiot will come here now will tell us that it's politically motivated. Lagos APC Advisory Council backs Sanwo-Olu for second term. So all that bag carrying that Tinubu has been doing over the last few weeks and months, it looks as though it has now finally paid dividend. So let's find out exactly what is in play. The Lagos State Governance Council, let me try that one more time. The Lagos State Governance Advisory Council of the All Progressive Congress APC has backed the state governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for a second term in office. The seal of approval came in at a meeting Monday afternoon at the State House Marina. With the APC governorship election primary slated for May the 27th, the speculation on whether Sanwo-Olu would get a second term has become rife amongst the business and political elites in the state, especially members of the APC. Governor Sanwo-Olu has not picked his nomination forms for the election, apparently waiting for the official endorsement of party chieftains. The governor's predecessor, Mr. Akeunmi Ambode, had failed to secure a second term in office because he fell out of favor with the party structure and GAC members, despite popular sentiments that he performed well enough in office to deserve a second term. So it looks as though the endorsement that this guy craves and that he has carried bags for, and it looks as though now that has paid off. So that's the readout. Let me now play you this little video clip, and then I'll bring, I think it's Adanle Kokoanete that we have. So I'll bring the two gentlemen on, and then we'll go through what is in play. So let me play you this. This is Babajide Otitodu, the stalwart of TVC. This is what he has to say about Yemi Osinbajo.
The fact that the current Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, presides over the economic affairs of this country is based on some parameters. And then this is someone who has also positioned himself to run for president next year. So you will now be asking, how do you put your campaign forth to Nigerians? What would you use as the basis or the rationale behind the fact that I want to be president of this country? Is it to right the economy, the wrongs on the economy that we are facing at the moment? Or I don't know how you reason this.
Or to worsen it. It all depends on what he has in mind. If I had my way, I would tell him not to contest. Because the truth is, he has to admit that he's part of the success or successes of this administration, where the administration is deemed to have been successful. Now, if he can own up, if he can appropriate some of the successes of this administration in areas where the administration has been successful, then he should also be ready to admit to being part of the failure of this administration in areas where we can see clearly that the administration has failed. In the area of the economy, the administration has done badly. The administration is going to leave our currency a lot worse than it met it. The administration is going to leave Nigerians worse off in terms of their purchasing power, in terms of prosperity. The administration will leave Nigerians a lot worse. Questions will be asked of Vice President Osinbajo by the time he decides that he wants to contest. They are going to ask him questions. People are not going to say, oh, as a VP, he didn't have so much power. So no, nobody is going to say, oh, the president took all the decisions. No. If you are in charge of the economy and you are not allowed to do your job as somebody mandated to chair the meetings of the Economic Council, if you are encumbered in any way, if you are limited, if you are not allowed to do your work the way you would have loved to do it, the honorable thing is to resign. Now, if you do not resign, you remain there, that means you are happy to be there. That means that you do not see anything wrong in the way the country is being run, or you are also part of the decision makers. You join them in taking those decisions. I will not agree with anyone that the vice president does not have the influence, he doesn't have powers, this and that. Okay. The jobs that have been delegated to him, he has to show us how well he did those jobs.
Delivered. Yeah.
So if the president has failed in the area of the economy, then the president has also joined him in failing. He has joined him in failing. We can't heap all of that blame on the president alone. That will show us to be bloody hypocrites. To heap all the blame on the
Okay, so there it is. So, Ajale Koko, what are you making of that as an argument? What Babajide Otitoju just presented, that you cannot exonerate, no matter how hard you try. He sits as the chair of the Economic Council. He's a co-driver of the nation. The country has fallen into the pit, and he's telling us that he has a rescue plan. So you cannot exonerate, as Babajide argues, Yemi Osinbajo from the Buhari administration.
How you doing, one man and Ife?
I'm good.
Let me first of all greet our viewers around the world. Let me urge them to please like or thumbs up right now. That if you are listening and you are on this show right now, please like and thumbs up. Having said that, Babajide is speaking what I have already spoken here on this platform. The position that Babajide presented is the same position I have maintained here on this platform. I have said it here that Osinbajo cannot be exonerated on anything in this administration. The good and bad of this administration, he has to share his part of it, and you have to take the praises and the blame. So what Babajide is saying is absolute truth. So this Osinbajo of a man, he and Buhari, as a joint ticket that Nigerians voted for to manage the affair of this country, they failed woefully. They failed woefully. So it's a good thing that we can hear some of these political analysts on the national TV saying this thing, and a lot of them need to come out and say it louder. It doesn't mean that when we are saying the truth, we hate him or we don't like him, but we are at a critical stage in the life of that country that we don't need to lie to ourselves. We have to say the truth, and we have to come out clean to each other so that we can rescue this nation out of the present crisis that the nation is going through. So Babajide should be commended. Yeah.
Oshibajo, obviously he knows the state that the country is in, and he, I'm sure, clever enough to know that this question is going to be put to him. So how do you anticipate that he's intending to negotiate this question now that you are putting, and Babajide as well?
Well, the way he's going to defend himself, he will defend himself foolishly. He will be talking on the successes of this administration, particularly in the area of infrastructure, as they have been talking, they have been promoting that they're building infrastructure, they are building road, they are building railway. But hard question will be asked from him, and I believe he will answer in this very foolish way that people like us will not accept it. Some Nigerians that have sent
you see, he has one of two choices, Ajane Koko. He either tries to paint black as white for us and tell us that the country has actually developed, even though people are suffering. He might try to use obscure language to try and fool people, or he might make excuses and say, I tried, but if I get the full charge, I have a plan that will work. So, I mean, it's going to be a tricky one for him to negotiate, but he has to negotiate that space, in order for him to have any realistic chance.
Yes, it's going to be very, very hard for him to tell us, to defend the insecurity, the state of insecurity in the country now under their administration. It's going to be very difficult for him to tell us that the economy of the country has improved better than the way they met it. It's going to be very difficult for him to tell us that they have taken millions of people. They have created jobs more than the way they met it. It's going to be very difficult for him to defend the state of unemployment rate in the country, which has, increased drastically under their administration. A lot of things, a lot of bad things have happened under their administration that is going to be very difficult for him to defend. So, like you said, one man, it's either you be calling black red for us, or not, or just be talking about the sources. The only sources they can talk about is infrastructure, that they build road, and the building of the road, they have bankrupt the country with the so-called infrastructure they are talking about. There's no way in this world where you have to borrow the country to death in an effort to say you want to put infrastructure in place. And all this infrastructure that you put in place are not working effectively as of today. The train they are talking about, we just see what happened to train between Abuja and Kaduna and Abuja. The way the train was attacked, they have no surveillance camera. They have nothing to show. They did not put any safety measure in place. They did not do anything to guarantee the safety of the people flying that road. Even know that route is very, very, that route is very, very dangerous. So that's a failure on them. The one on what do you call it? Ibadan Expressway they're talking about is not completed. Electricity, they promise us that, yes, they're going to put electricity in place within 2 years. It's been blacked out. Recently, all the grid were breaking down. It is worse off. Look at the petroleum, the gas. I mean, what do you call the cost of gas? I mean, diesel now is killing industries. The cost of gas from $200 is 800. I mean, 200 naira is 800 naira now in Nigeria. Industries are calling down. If First Bank, the foremost banking, the number one bank in Nigeria, the financial backbone of Nigerian economy, one of the financial backbone of Nigerian economy, can feel it. That's to tell you that Nigeria is in a big, big crisis. But First Bank has reduced their operational hours across the country. They cannot operate at a full hours the way they used to do. They cut down the numbers of their operation. That's to tell you, if First Bank can do that, we are moving towards economic disaster. So they have failed, and I don't see what Osinbajo, how he's going to defend their failure. And if he try to lie before millions of us, if he try to call red, blue for us, that will make his case worse. And if he admit openly that, oh yes, we failed, and that will worsen his case as well. So I don't know how he's going to negotiate himself out of this problem that he has put himself with.
I just don't see the pathway, and I don't see where the confidence comes from. I think because they have zoned the presidency to the south, and he has looked at the field to say that there's nobody that he cannot take down, and he knows that he has empathy from Buhari, and I think he knows that Buhari does not especially favor Tinubu either. So it's an opportunistic opportunity that he, pardon the pun, but an opportunistic, opening that he has seen, and he just wants to seize. But he's not taking cognizance of all of these things that you are saying, because when people are criticizing the administration, they always go frontally and heap it on Buhari and call it Fulanization, etc. And a lot of people have some sympathy. I think even Sunday Igboho called him a spare tire, that he did it, that is not really an active participant in this administration. But, when they went to the polls in 2015, they said vote Buhari and Osinbajo. Both faces were on the posters. When they came back in 2019, they said vote Buhari and Osinbajo. Both faces were in the posters. He was in the market handing out 10,000 naira to market women. So he cannot exonerate himself for what we have been through. So how is it then the audacity of coming out to say he wants to rule the country?
That is
one man. They didn't only say vote Osinbajo and Buhari. They said vote APC too. How is APC? APC has the gods to come back to sell themselves to us.
Well, a plague on all their houses then. A plague on all their houses, But this Osinbajo, the cheekiness of it, when you think about it, how rude.
I don't agree with you guys.
All right. So
I don't agree with you guys.
You want to be contrarian again? Oh, yeah. But
it's not about being contrarian. I think some of you guys haven't been to Nigeria in probably 10, 20 years. That's why you guys are talking like this.
No, don't worry.
I'm not going to say this government did enough. I won't say that to say I want to praise them, but I don't think it's a total failure like you guys are describing it. I don't agree. For anyone that has been to Nigeria recently, unless you want to be a liar like some people, when you go there, you will see some infrastructure. You see something that was done. So you can't say it's a total failure. They did something.
The infrastructure that is continuous of Jonathan project.
Whether continuous or non-continuous, they did it. That's what matters. There's no something about
if you
no,
go to
but you can't give them the
use
attribution.
infrastructure?
But you can't use the attribution, is what Ete is saying.
They did the job. That's what matters. It doesn't matter if somebody else did part of it or something.
Certainly,
What
certainly,
job
they
did
don't get the
They
credit
did what
for
they are
the.
meant to be doing.
Why would they not get the credit for the work they
Everything
did?
is bad.
What are
They
you
did
talking
not
about,
do
one
it.
man?
They did not do it.
Nothing is
They did the job. One man. I went to Nigeria 2018. Jonathan was gone then. What I saw then when I went 2020, when did I go last year? 2021. I saw a lot of road that was built, a lot of the work
did
done.
Not do
so
it.
Wait. Between that 2018 that I went back and 2021, all the work that I see done, should I give? I should give credit to who? Jonathan that left 2015. Come on now.
We've
But they should
already
be
had
doing
this
it anyway.
They
conversation.
only completed trains. They only completed trains.
It's only completed train. They did a lot of road. Not only in his urban, even the rural area. I drove past how many?
What is in the rural area apart from bandits? What is there?
No. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the infrastructure they did. They did some work. Let's give a little credit for that.
Can you use the trains that they did? Can you use?
Is that my argument? You heard me say when I came on the show, saying I don't think they did enough. Of course, security is bad. Of course, I give that. But what I'm saying is,
one at a time.
We shouldn't be giving them kudos for what they should be doing anyway. So if other things are very, very bad, we should speak out, because anyway, if they are there, they should give us infrastructure, which is part of what they promised. So if they've given us infrastructure and other things are in total shambles, we can't come here and praise them because they've given us infrastructure. They should be doing it anyway.
You are saying exactly what I'm saying.
And more importantly, we should not be giving them credit for what
they did not
do. Hold on.
What they did not. No. The point is
Hold on now.
Okay, finish.
We shouldn't be giving them credit for what they did not do. So not stopping the project from being done is not them doing it. Good luck, Jonathan did. I think we've already established that categorically on this platform. When I brought all of the evidence,
stop talking like this.
Hold on. Good luck, Jonathan built the second Niger bridge.
What?
So yes, he did.
He built.
He did.
That's still being built right now.
Good luck, Jonathan built the second Niger bridge, and I've provided the evidence. So I'm not going to re-provide it. You have to go back and watch that session. A lot of people here know the evidence, and they all
with the idea of something.
The fact that he did not stop them from completing it does not mean he did it. Good luck, Jonathan also built the Lagos-Ibadan Railway, and that brought the evidence as well. So the fact that he did not stop it does not mean he built it.
Okay,
he cannot get attribution for somebody else's work.
Okay. Here's the deal. I don't want you guys to misunderstand me. Whatever they didn't do, let's criticize them. Just like what EOG said, let's criticize them. Whatever they didn't do, let's criticize them. Now, whatever they did, I'm not saying you should praise them because it's their job to do it, but don't say they didn't do it when they did it. That's my opposition.
Yeah, but
we shouldn't come here and just say don't credit them for doing. It's not fair.
But don't credit them for doing what somebody else did.
What?
Yes.
Don't credit them for doing the work during their time.
Don't credit them for doing what somebody else did.
So, okay. Construction that went on during their time.
Yes.
It's not their construction.
Did they commission the contractors?
No, that's not the point here. No.
Did they draw the plans?
Oh my God.
Or they did not stop it?
Don't give them credit for not drawing. Okay, let's say they didn't draw the plan. Okay, I'm not saying give them credit for not drawing the plan.
Did they hire the contractors? Did they get the finance?
Did
you get the finance?
Whatever is done by your administration.
Because you have to go and tell Madam Ngozi that they got the finance.
They could have abandoned it
for you.
Okay. Can you give them credit for
that? That's what I said. The only thing that you credit them for is not stopping it.
Okay, you're giving them credit. Okay, thank you. At least that's what I'm saying. Just give them credit for something.
Is that a credit? That they are not an impediment to development. That's
okay. You give them credit, right, for not abandoning
for not being an impediment. Is that
okay? Yeah, at least you give them credit, and that's all I ask for. That's all I ask for.
This guy, you must be joking.
You give them credit. Thank you.
I give them credit, but let's be fact. And then people keep saying infrastructure, and I'm here scratching my head saying what infrastructure. But
don't mistake me. I'm not here. I'm not a supporter of any the government or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm just a fair person. I just like being fair. You can be, but support them with facts.
That's what I'm saying. I just like being fair. That's what it is, man. I mean, come on. For someone to just come and say it's a complete failure, they didn't do anything. I mean, I'm like, just like Bakula just came in that day and say the Lagos Ibadan Expressway was worse than before. I mean, this kind of, it's not fair.
Lagos Ibadan Expressway also a good Dr. Jonathan.
He said it was worse than Baba Kuriya came here and said it was worse than ever. I mean, that's not a fair statement. No matter I hate somebody, at least don't lie on them.
When Goodluck Jonathan did the groundbreaking of the second Niger bridge,
you guys like doing strong argument. I never argue against Goodluck Jonathan. All
I'm saying is, don't give him Buhari credit for what somebody else did, and him not. Yes.
No, I'm giving credit for what he did. Which is the construction that happened during his administration. That's all. Can I do that?
Well, I don't know that any construction happened under his administration, but
well, because you haven't been to Nigeria in 10 years. That's why. You know?
I was in Nigeria 3 years ago. What are you talking about? Less than 3 years ago.
Well, you haven't gone lately. I told you I was there 2018 and I went 2021 and I saw a lot of stuff done. And I'm like, oh wow, this guy, at least I can give him credit for this, but not everything. Because I mean, there's still a lot of bad things in Nigeria, a lot of failure, no electricity, insecurity is still bad. So I will back him for that one. But a little bit that he did, I won't say he didn't do it. That's not fair. You know, that's what I'm saying. No. I mean, let's be fair with ourselves.
But don't try and credit him for second Niger bridge because we have evidence. Don't try and credit him for
the construction that went under his administration for the second Niger bridge. That's what I'm saying. Whether he didn't draw it or not, I'm not arguing about that.
You can't. Okay, you cannot.
You can't credit the construction that went on under his administration. You can't credit that.
No, you cannot credit the construction that somebody else paid for and commissioned.
Whose money? Is it not Nigeria's money?
Yes, have abandoned it. It was not under. Okay, what marquee project do we know him for? The marquee project we know him for is the Katsina to Maradi Railway, the Fulani Railway. So that is where he put the federal budget. You know.
Don't destroy arguments here. Don't destroy arguments here. We all know throughout Nigerian history. Throughout Nigerian history. Okay, that Lagos Ibadan Express route.
Yes.
It has been commissioned. They have been constantly commissioning since the 70s, and it's never been done. It's always been abandoned, right?
And Goodluck Jonathan started. It was 25% done when Goodluck Jonathan came in. They abandoned. I know
No. When I went in
2018, you know that when Fashola first took over in 2015, he said Goodluck Jonathan had done the most in terms of road. Yes, he did. Do you want me to?
When I went to Nigeria in 2018,
dig it up?
When I went to Nigeria in 2018, they were just leaving Lagos. As I'm exiting Lagos, they were just doing that work with that Lagos. They haven't even gone.
When I went in 2018, it was halfway done.
2021, they already finished all the way to Ibadan.
Don't make up stories now. Don't make up stories.
I'm not making. I don't. You know, why would I be making a story for government?
Well, because you are going against something that I saw with my own eyes.
Woman, man. This all I'm not saying no bad. This all I ask for. Let's be fair, man. Let's be fair, human being.
Let's be fair, but let's not give attributions where it is not due.
What am I giving? Not due? What attribution am I giving?
You are giving him credit for the work that Goodluck Jonathan did.
What? Which work did Goodluck Jonathan
did? The Kaduna Abuja rail. Goodluck Jonathan. Lai Mohammed tried to credit him. I never mentioned that one.
Jonathan,
you are trying to credit him. The second Niger Jonathan, you are trying to credit him. The Lagos Ibadan Expressway, Goodluck Jonathan, you are trying to credit him.
There's no, you see, Roman, man, Nigerians, you know, until we change our ways, man, before God,
we are talking facts now. We are not talking sentiments. We are talking facts.
See, if we change our way, we stop being
easily verifiable.
Being fair with ourselves and being before God will allow us to we don't act fair towards ourselves in Nigeria. That's the problem.
You don't understand what the conversation is. We've provided Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah.
Were you here when I went to dig up all of the trajectory video documents? Hold on, Aola. Were you here when I went to dig up all of the trajectory of Second Niger Bridge? Video, newspaper documents, pronouncements from Madam Ngozi, the finance, everything, and I presented it here. The groundbreaking. When Rotimi Amechi was there, he was governor at that time.
Yes.
At the ceremony to kick that thing off, they were not kicking it off to go and find the money. Everything was perfected. The only thing Buhari did not do was to stop it. So what credit? And then he goes and names the bridge after him that somebody else built. Wait.
Okay. You're saying Goodluck Jonathan came up with the idea, came up with the plan, came up with
He
the
did
funding.
not come up with the idea. When Goodluck Jonathan, hold on. That second Niger bridge had been a talking political point
forever.
For forever until Goodluck Jonathan
and nobody
said,
did the work.
Can you hold on? When Goodluck Jonathan said this ends with my administration, it will be done. And he said famously that an Azikiwe built the first one, which is the first Niger bridge, and an Azikiwe will build the second one, which is the second one. You, of course, know that Azikiwe is part of our Goodluck Jonathan's middle name. And then he went via Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to go and perfect the finances. They commissioned and agreed the plannings and everything. And then a grand ceremony covered by all of the media, the groundbreaking then to set that thing off just at the tail end of his administration.
Okay,
the planning, the contractors hired, the financing, the kicking off of the project, all done under Goodluck Jonathan. The only thing Buhari did not do, the only thing Jonathan didn't do is what? The only thing Buhari did not do, is not to stop it. And the only thing Jonathan didn't do is what? You know the only thing Jonathan didn't do? You know the only thing he didn't do? What did he do? He did all the ceremony, all the funny, all the talking, all the planning, but he didn't build it. That's the only thing Jonathan didn't do. He built it. He did not build it. Who built it? No, Buhari built it. You don't know what you're talking about. Whoever is built under an administration, that administration did it work. Whoever perfects the financing, is it Jonathan's personal money? Is it not Nigerian's money? So Jonathan uses personal money. It's too. Nigerian's money is Nigerian's money. Mike, don't argue. It's a ludicrous thing.
How can we be telling Nigerians that Goodluck did not build? When you know that Goodluck has
presented the evidence here now, I don't even know why this is still a conversation.
The construction started under Buhari. I like Goodluck more than Buhari.
The construction started under Goodluck.
The credit for the grind, whatever all these things, I give it to Jonathan. Whatever Jonathan did, I give him all the credit. Whatever Buhari did, I also give him his credit. That's what I'm saying here. I'm not taking sides.
But don't give him credit for somebody else's job.
I like Jonathan more than I like Buhari.
You like both of them. It was what
no. I wouldn't even say I like Buhari like that. I wouldn't even say. But what I'm saying is, whatever positive it did.
Let's just get back to Ajale Koko. We're too early in the. But I don't argue against facts. So, but because
with facts, man, you're saying, come on, you're being a factual woman. How can you say someone built something when he didn't build it? Come on, man, that's not factual, man. Come on.
All right, okay. Buhari built it. All right, back to Ajale Koko. So there it is. It looks as though it's set to be a wild session. Ajale Koko, back to you.
Mike, why are you just one way traffic? I mean, just listening to others. When they present, when fact is presented before you, I mean, just accept it. It doesn't mean you are not losing anything. Jonathan provided.
Fashola worked very hard. Let's give him credit for his job. Please.
Hold on. Jonathan provided the fund. He provided they awarded the contract, and what else? The only thing, just like one man says, is that they completed it. We have to give them the credit for that they didn't stop it. They didn't chop the money. Because if they wanted to chop the money, they will not. So, but if Jonathan had not started it, maybe
they still inflated it too.
And they inflated it. They inflated it. They inflated it
by 300%. 300%.
They inflated it. So if we look at the infrastructure they are talking about that they build across the country, if we look at the value of that infrastructure compared to how much they borrow, you will know that these people have looted so much of our money. The value of the infrastructure against amount they borrowed, you will know that they did not match at all. So these people, Osinbajo and this administration has performed poorly. I mean, they perform poorly, and they should be held responsible for their failure that have cost that country so much, that has, put us in a debt trap. We are in a debt trap right now, and to get out of it, we don't need people like Osinbajo and APC in particular to continue ruling that country. we need a new set of leadership that can change the course of direction and can, you know, solve the problem. They must start to solve the problem of that country. The problem is huge, and that problem can consume that country. What am I saying? It's not even problem. The crisis is huge, and it can consume that country if we don't have new set of leadership. So Osinbajo failed. Buhari failed. Osinbajo failed. The entire APC failed, and they should be sacked. So Babajide did not include APC, possibly maybe because his father Tinubu is still in the race, and some of the people he likes is still in the race, and that is number one. Number two, he might not want to mention that so that it's not going to show that he's supporting one party against one party. So, but APC as a party should be held responsible, because APC is the party that people voted for to govern the space as in accordance to what they promised the people of the country, but they got to power, they failed to carry out all their promises, and they failed the nation. So APC as well, I'm adding it to what Babajide said, that Osinbajo and APC in entirety must not be exonerated. They should be held responsible, as well as holding Buhari responsible.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let me bring Mike this. So, Mike, I want to bring you this, but I want to bring it to you without interruption. So, let me bring it to you. Just when I speak only two facts. This is December the 9th, 2015. Jonathan constructed more roads than any Nigerian president, a headline attributed to Fashola. Babajide Raji Fashola, Nigeria's Minister of Power, Works and Housing, on Tuesday, whilst unveiling his plan, praised the achievements of former President Goodluck Jonathan. Fashola, during his first news conference, tagged setting the agenda for delivering change, said that Goodluck Jonathan has constructed more roads than any president. Sorry, can everybody mute themselves? I can hear some heavy feedback. Fashola, during his first news conference, tagged setting the agenda for delivering change, said that Goodluck Jonathan has constructed more roads than any president ever in Nigeria. He also acknowledged that the transition in power sector, he also acknowledged that the transformation in the power sector is above 50% and that he will try and build on it. The Minister of State for Works, Adebayo Adeyeye, also said that Jonathan's administration has recorded more success in the provision of motorable roads than any other administration in the history of Nigeria. Adeyeye, who spoke as a guest on Channels Television's Sunrise Daily program on Monday, insisted that Jonathan's administration has made considerable progress in the road sector, more than any of the governments that have ever administered the country. According to him, the administration in 2011 had about 4,500 kilometers of fairly motorable roads, just as he explained that today, the administration, now listen to this, so in 2011, they had 4,500 kilometers of fairly motorable roads, just as he explained that today, the administration has about, you can guess, but you will never guess, 25,000 kilometers of very motorable road. So he came in and met 4,500 kilometers of fairly motorable roads, just as he explained that today the administration has about 25,000 kilometers of very good roads. So this is just the first few weeks of the administration. So that's Fashola speaking. So I'm not quite. Let's not give attributions for Goodluck Jonathan to from Daura.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't know where you are reading. Where you are reading from?
I've posted it in the comment section.
Maybe you downloaded it from Radio Biafra. I don't know.
I've
But
downloaded it.
I don't know.
It's in the comment section.
But the bottom line,
what he's reading is true. What he's reading is true.
Of course, you guys German. Of course, it's gonna be true.
You're a funny guy. That's it in the comment section. No, you can read it yourself.
One man is savior.
But I'm not here to say. I'm not here to be.
One man is another savior. Mike, try go down.
but one man, you have to understand the base of my argument. My argument is not to pin whether Jonathan Buhari is better than Jonathan, or Jonathan is better than Buhari. That's not my whole point here. As far as in fact, I like Jonathan better than Buhari. Everybody knows that.
But
and Jonathan did great things, and I give him credit for everything he did.
Everything that Buhari claims attribution, their Good Luck Jonathan projects has been verified by Babajide Fashola.
First of all, that is not. I've never in the history of Nigeria since APC came in, they've never opposition party never credit the other party. But the way you read that one, it's not for me to believe that somebody.
Do you want me to go and dig it up on Channels Television? Do you want me? Do you want to do the work? I don't want to, but I know it for a fact. I've gone to bring it. I've read it out. I've posted it in the comment section for you to read it yourself. He said it on Channels Television Sunrise.
One man, so forget Mike. Go ahead, forget Mike.
What are you doing, man?
Forget Mike. It's a distraction. This can be. Go ahead, please.
All right, back to you, Ajay Koko.
So we have to hold APC in entirety responsible, and that we disqualify all of them parading themselves around in APC. Tinubu, Oshibajo, Amechi, all of them, they failed the country. We are supposed to be better off, but look at where we are today. They have set us back. Their party administration have set us back 40 years backward economically. We are set back 40 years backward. All the gains that we make as a nation, they vanish it. Everything is gone. And there's no accountability. That is the worst part of it. No accountability. All the reason they gave us that why we have to vote them in and vote Jonathan out, they couldn't fulfill anything. They failed on what do you call this? Anti-corruption. They fail on anti-corruption. They strongly promote, they strongly campaign of Jonathan corrupt administration, and they said they will eliminate corruption. But what have we got from these people? Corruption is booming, and right in our eyes we can see it. Electricity that they said they're going to improve is gone. We don't have electricity. So they are failed, one man. They are failed. So we just have to, we the people just have to be very, very conscious of what we are doing. We don't have to play sentiment this time around. We don't have to play religious sentiment. Some people want to champion Oshibajo because of the religious, because of their religious line that, oh, I'm a Christian, is the term for Christian. What is Christianity got to do with the running of the state? What is Christianity got to do? Christianity doesn't govern the state. Religion doesn't govern the state. Religion, affinity, destroy everything. It doesn't do anything good for every country. And some people want to support Tinubu. They want to champion Tinubu. These are the people. He's the one that participated strongly. He contributed strongly for this administration to come and govern this place. He participated. He aided them. He abetted them. He supported them. He did everything for them to succeed. And he did not criticize once. Look, political party is not bigger than the country. The country is bigger than every one of us. When you have a leadership of the party that is destroying the country, it is the responsibility of the leaders in that party to stand up against that one person and say, no, you cannot destroy our nation. But they all supported Buhari to run the country down, and we should hold all of them responsible. PDP during their day, they demonstrated one thing during the Obasanjo time. Gali Naba stood against Obasanjo when he was trying to be autocratic, when he was trying to bully them, when he was trying to, govern in such a way, in such a militaristic way. They stood up against it in the same party. That is how assembly should work for the people that they are representing. They're representing the nation. They stood firm against Obasanjo. They did very well. So, and the same thing that Saraki did when he was Senate president against this Buhari. They stood firm for the people of the country. Though we cannot exonerate them, we cannot say that they are clean or they are not corrupt, but at least they did their work well, the way we expected them to do. So, but this time around, these people failed, and we should hold them responsible, including their legislators, the Senate, and the National Assembly. I mean, the House of Rep. They turned themselves to rubber stamp to Buhari. Everything that goes to National Assembly, they rubber stamp it and let it go. So I'm recommending that all of them should be sacked. That's my position, woman.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. And Ajanle Koko, today, sorry, there's a heavy feedback from you, Ajanle Koko. To the squeaky voiced bald eagle, Oyedepo, all these 419 pastors. Traditionally, they prophesy to the future. He's now prophesying to the past, saying that he always knew that Buhari was an error. So if he knew Buhari was an error, why didn't he say it? He's trying to alarm to choices to come for 2023 by reversing now. Well, I think maybe it's a time machine that he's using, I don't quite know, claiming to have a prophecy of things that are already in the past. So what are you then making of this 419 guy that continues to befuddle with his wayward ways?
You see, Pastor Oyedepo,
Bishop, he calls himself. Bishop, prophet, whatever. Who even gives them these appellations? They just come up with a title. Who made him a bishop? Bishop of what?
We don't know. Look, Nigerian is a place where everybody just give themselves some title, and people just accept it like that. They are title crazy people in that country. All of them love title. Some people will even have like 5 titles. They will have Alaji, Doctor, Professor, everything. They will put it together, and people will call them like that. So, to his statement.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Someone having spiritual supervision over others, such as an Anglican, Eastern Orthodox, or Roman Catholic clergyman, none of which this guy is, of course, but he sees them wearing all these fancy hats in Europe, and he decides to take the title of a bishop. All these 409 people. Sorry, Ajale Koko. I had to check what a bishop actually is.
So, I believe some of us will not agree with him that he saw anything, particularly like you, woman, and some others that did not believe in Buhari's personality. Some people have, looking at his antecedent, believe that Buhari won't be able to achieve anything for the country before he assumed that position of the president. So, but he has said it. We just have to accept it like that, because Buhari has destroyed the country in the first place. So we just have to let the prophet, what did they call himself, Reverend?
Yes, Bishop.
Bishop. You just let him. We just take it from him that, okay, he said he saw it. Oh, fine, thank you. What is we should ask him, the question we should ask him now, that who is the person? What is it that is ahead of us? He should tell us. Maybe he can help us by telling us what is ahead of us in that country now, so that we can, so that we can hold him responsible in the future. If whatever he says now does not come true in the future, we can now call him that Baba. So we just leave those people alone to say whatever they like. That is the way they operate in Nigeria. They say whatever they like and they get away with it. Who is going to help them hold them responsible? Sometimes when their prediction or their, what do they call it? Is it prediction or prophecy does not come true? They will change the story. They will say, oh, I pray to God that that should not happen. That is why God overturned it. And, so we should just leave Pastor alone or Bishop and let him have his good day. We shouldn't believe in them.
Ajanigo, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
You see, one thing about Bishop OYEDEPO is this: you should look at his record and the likes of Buhari. One thing is this: the personality like him and the like of Buhari, they've never been in agreement right from time. So, if we were to be a lawyer, you will find him around that category of people like Gani Fawemi, like this. That's, when you're talking of people like Buhari, their personality is not a personality that he won't respect for a moment. So, is it true that he has been speaking against Buhari on those things? I think so. Well, whether vision or not, that's what I cannot say. But when you look at his record against Buhari, I think it's going to be very difficult to argue what he's saying around that. Is what. So the only thing is that whether
is medicine after death, though, isn't it? It's prophesying to the past. It's just all these chances, all these chances.
OYEDEPO has witnessed a lot of religious crises against churches. I think he used to be in Kaduna before all those stuff. So it won't be a surprise to me. You understand? Even when he started saying anything against Buhari, I will understand where it's coming from. So
yeah, it's popular to be critical of Buhari, of course. So every man and his dog, even Edumelu is criticizing Buhari. Bishop, what is it? That the GO of our redeem. It's fashionable to do it, isn't it? So it's just a bandwagon, isn't it?
But that the GO is gentle now. So, but as for OYEDEPO, to be honest, in my opinion, to be honest, I think he has always been like that against Buhari. I don't think it's just that. That's just my own observation about him. I could be wrong, but that's what I think I know about him.
Yeah,
so what you are saying now is that he is an anti-Buhari from time to time. So
that's
all this pastor prophet Elabe.
You see one thing that you can't know Buhari. You can't know Buhari between 1983 and 1985 if you really know Buhari very well. And Buhari has shown you the other side of life, even within that period. Honestly, it would just be a surprise for me to agree with Buhari in 2015. That's why I'm still worried, I'm concerned. I didn't know how we managed to repackage Buhari. You understand? Something that never happened in that country before. Destroy middle class, use Koboko to wipe people on the street. If you talk, it was an offense. And all of a sudden, what Buhari represented, people started changing it, that they were lying against him, all those stories, and you repackage the devil that, oh, he's better than an angel, and you put it. So that I was surprised to see Nigeria, even those learned, those people that were affected, to started using good name to qualify this guy. And this guy came now that what you didn't suffer between 1983 and 1985, he now double it up for you. So between 2015 and 2019, it was okay. Let's assume some people made mistake genuinely. But when they started saying next level, people were fighting the same on the street, you were saying it was Sharaki and Co that didn't let the guy perform, and we've seen it now, right? So to me, the like of OYEDEPO and some people, they be critical of Buhari. So I will understand that.
No,
but the area of
it's nothing unique that is critical of Buhari, because what I was just saying is, I think we've even done just about a few days ago, the lead of our Redeem, he was critical of Buhari, never ever criticized politics before, stays completely out of politics. Everybody criticizes Buhari just because of the situation of the country. So it's not any act of bravery or any foresight or any, uniqueness or anything peculiar to him. Everybody criticizes Buhari now. So he is one of 1,000 voices doing exactly the same thing.
Exactly. I know. That's why I'm saying that I don't know where the area of prophecy came in, because even me, I am not a prophet, for example. You understand? I can tell people that, okay, Shebi, I warn you. Shebi Jonah warn Nigeria, right? That all these things we are able to talk now about. Later when I go, you will understand. You won't be able to talk like when you talk to me. So everyone that knew, that have known Buhari will tell you this thing. So there's no magic in saying Buhari government will become a disaster. So it's a thing that even a child of 8 years that is ready to listen to elders, we tell you that, but we've warned you now that this is what Buhari will turn to. So there's nothing magical about what is happening to Buhari. It's one Nigerian, no, very well, but we've decided to live in denial. When we think, oh, don't worry, it's not a Democrat, because those are the dangerous things when you see someone that commit crime and you are now putting in a sensitive position, just like you are recruiting Boko Haram into our military today. You are saying you are declaring them. That is exactly what Buhari represented. This is a criminal, a coup plotter.
All right.
Committed this thing against the country, and people are saying, oh, he's the best to lead. It's unfortunate. And the consequence is what we are seeing now. So,
all right. All right. Thank you, Ola. So, thank you, Ola, for that. But let's take a moment just to celebrate one of our own, the elegant Celibes, who you can see on your screen. She turns 18 today. So happy birthday, Sally. So Sally is today's Celibes birthday, and 18, just barely 18. Is it even 16? So she's 16 or 18, thereabouts. So there it is, that glamorous young lady on your screen. That's the person we're celebrating. So happy birthday to Celibes. So from Celibes, let's go back to the politics of it. Ajan Lekoko, Buhari's in-law now comes to alarm. It is heartbreaking, embarrassing, and a shame. Zara, Buhari's sister-in-law, Fatima Ndeme, right on kidnapped Kaduna train passengers. But the most is quite a damning piece, but the worst was saved, or the best from my point of view, was saved till the last paragraph. So let me give you her last paragraph. It is truly a shame that there is nothing to do but pray. But regardless, prayer was going to be at the forefront. But seemingly, being the only option is what breaks my heart. So that is a very complex statement. So you have to unpick what she's saying. So she said it is truly a shame, but there is nothing to do but to pray. So it's when the disaster happens, then you surrender to prayer. So that one is okay, but then she goes on. But regardless, prayer was going to be at the forefront. So yes, you do lead with prayers, especially people of that fervent faith that they claim to follow. So you can understand all that. But the last closing bit is what really damns. She then says, but that seemingly being the only solution is what breaks the heart. So what she's saying essentially is that there is nothing that the government are or can do about this, and prayer just seems to be the helplessness of the situation. The whole of our piece narrates the helplessness, but the last little snippet that she inserts, it damns it completely. So what are you then making then? Or is she going to get the treatment of Imam Khalib is the question, Ajan Lekoko.
Well, she's a lady. I don't think they can do anything to him. They will just they will just leave her alone. There's nothing they can do. But it's good that the lady spoke out, and she registered her dissatisfaction at the way that Buhari has run Nigeria, has ruled Nigeria, because they don't govern, so they rule. Even though that they rule very badly. So it is good that you mentioned it. She came out, openly, and register her dissatisfaction. And I hope, I believe that a lot of people we're going to be coming out one after the other from the northern space, and that is where we're going to get the revolution. We start from there, from the north, and we extend to the south here. We have been hearing from different contacts from the north. Several imams have spoken, strongly against this administration. Among them is the one we were talking about yesterday. So a lot of people of that occupy some leadership position in the north, I believe that they'll be coming up strongly, and that call for Nigerians to kick out this criminal administration out of power will start from there. So because the northern part of Nigeria have got worsened than the way Buhari met it. The condition of living, everything, condition of life there has got worsened under this administration. For both that are educated and for both that are not educated up there. Their businesses, everything. People in the villages that does not get nothing from government. They are all over that country. People in villages are forgotten people. Nobody cares about them. And what they do, they just go to their farm, do whatever they can farm, whatever they can make. That is the way they live their life in a peaceful way. But can they live peacefully again? A lot of Nigerians have been ravaged out of their villages. So many millions have been killed. Some children have been taken away. Ladies, young girls been raped. It's a very, very bad situation we are in that country. So I am suspecting that revolution will start from the north against this administration.
You were doing so well. The revolution from the north, eh?
Oh, it's going to look, it's going to look like, yes, they don't stand up, they don't speak, they don't do anything. But we'll be surprised, we'll be shocked when it's sacro, and that's going to make us down south look stupid, that you cannot stand up. We are the one telling them that, they are oppressed people, they just follow whatever their leader says. But we'll be surprised when you will see them standing up against their leaders and tell them that enough is enough. It's going to be short, and that revolution from there will extend southward. They will teach us how to fight against our leadership, bad leadership down south. The time is coming. It's a matter of time. We shall see it. Yeah.
You see, like one man said, he said you are doing very well before you enter into revolution. You see, if you are expecting revolution from the north, you are wasting your time, sir.
It's a lie.
I'm telling you,
possible.
If you are expecting
Do you think these
revolution,
people are not tired of dying?
hold on.
Are they not tired of dying in the north?
Hold on.
I'm surprised.
I agree with your dad. The revolution will start from the north.
Hold on, bro. You see, I took permission from my John before I start talking. If you are expecting, look at what happened during the NSAS. They said, bring them to their place. If you are expecting revolution to start from the north, it will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Because what is happening in Nigeria benefits some of them from there. That is what I'm going to tell you.
It doesn't benefit the poor people in the north, man. Come on, huh?
It does.
What do you mean? That kind of condition benefit the northerners?
Mike,
what benefit
hold
them?
on. Can you just hold on?
Let him finish. Yeah, then I'll tell
you. Can you just hold on? Can you be like a gentleman?
How can it be what is not? How can it be what is not?
No, see me, I be fellas. I don't listen to fellas.
Gentleman, that's all, Mike.
One man, don't brag.
We have tried to make him a gentleman, and we gave up.
Mike, no be gentleman at all.
Have we not tried very hard to make him a gentleman? We had to surrender. Now just accept him as he is.
I do.
Oh, sorry, Wade. Yeah, carry on.
Mike Jassy don't work on Vin
microphone. Can I chip in to Vin?
One man, I agree with Jaligoko, man. If there's a place in Nigeria where they have the heart to do revolution, it's in Northerners.
No,
we Southerners, man. We don't have that. If you are expecting revolution for the South, forget it.
There will be no revolution that is going to come from the north. As we speak right now, the Boko Haram and the bandits that bombed the train station are together.
They're everywhere.
Where will you? Who are the people that are going to do the revolution in the north for you? If not for religious and individual or ethnic, benefit. What are you talking about?
All right. I also agree with Vin, but for different reasons. But I'll yield the floor to Engineer, and then I'll state my reasons. So, Engineer, to you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to you and greetings to everyone. Well, I completely agree with Vin, because something we need to realize: these bandits, they are all everywhere in the north, and they spread themselves. So anyone that is coming out to say there will be revolution or this and that, I don't think that person will last within 48 hours, because they are kind of like agents that they don't want to hear anything about their names. They have people working for them. And this is some of the reason that I keep saying it. The Northerners, they are hoping on the South, the South Side and the Southwest, because if they can champion that, that will give them that morality, that a little bit power to start pinpointing the bandits that the land don't belongs to them. You understand? And if you look at it very well, these people, they come into Nigeria, where they relocate, where they were so happy to settle down is the north. And due to the fact that the South is a bit kind of a heat period for them, they can't penetrate the South. And those are the things that you see that the Northerners, they are hoping on the South, the South Side or the Southwest. That's all I can say for now.
All right, thank you, Jane. I disagree with Ajale Koko, but for Ajale Koko, if you mute yourself, there's a heavy feedback from you. For a different reason. The life of the northern Nigeria, of the northern Nigerian, is the best it can ever be. You know, the life, even of the worst of their lives, is the best it can ever be for them.
Really? All this killing?
Yeah, hold on. The reason why I'm saying, with all of the amenities, with all of the comfort and all of the luxury they enjoy,
Wow.
I am drawing parallels with their immediate most brothers, who are the Chadians, the Nigerians, and all of those type of people. So if they were not Nigerian and had all of the insulation that the wealth of Nigeria provides for them, their lives would be like those of Nigerians and those of Chadians, because that is their life. So by virtue of being Nigerian is what gives them the opportunity that they all enjoy. They will not have roads. They will all be riding donkeys like they do in Chad and Niger. They will be tying silly cloths around their neck and riding camels. That will be their life, because that is the life of the Nigerians and the Chadians. Only by virtue of being Nigerian, that is what affords them this high life that they live. So why would they rebel against that?
Perfect.
Why? Let me tell you why. Do you know that they've discovered a lot of minerals in the north, a lot of wealth, right? And do you know that a lot of northern Nigerians have become very educated as well? And if you guys are saying
off the back of what?
Well, I know that's a different argument. Well, off the back of the south, of course, you can say
that is the point I just made.
But they've caught up. They've caught up with us.
They caught up with who?
They've caught up with the South, man. Education
How many of them are in the State House in America? How many of them are in the British Parliament?
We are talking about the Southern diaspora. We are talking about Southerners in Nigeria, not the one in the diaspora, man. Come on.
No, you are talking about the Southern experience now. We've transcended to international spaces. They're still trying to get schools out.
Most Southern brains are gone. Listen, the only brain left in Nigeria now is the Northerners. All these Southern brains that don't juggle in London, America, Europe.
Don't worry about
what do you mean? Now, let me tell you. Let me tell you. If you say the North cannot do revolution, then you don't know your Nigerian history. If you know your history, you know say they carry revolution against the Russian government. That's a revolution overnight. Revolution. So Northerners,
who did the revolution? Hold on.
I don't want to open this.
I don't want us to go to. I don't want us to go into that. If you really know the history like you claimed, who did the revolution? See, look, what I would like to tell you here is, listen. What I would like to tell you here, then you see, most of this thing that is happening in the north is not just something that we can overlook or brush with a stroke of brush. You have to be careful what you are doing. I just gave you instances right now. The Boko Haram and the bandit that you said they were separate before are now together fighting. The ISWAP are also fighting the same objective. The people that are left now on their own is the southern part of Nigeria. If you don't get yourself together and we continue to do this thing that we're doing here,
so the northern people that are getting killed are not left on their own.
Listen, bro. You will become like the indigenous people in the north. Who are the indigenous people in the north? What can you boast of in the north right now? Apart from the Hausa language, what are you going to boast from there? You never lived there before. You do not know you don't know the modus operandi of these people that are coming to they have an intention, and that is what they want to establish in Nigeria, including you. You will be crying. Your village will be crying if these people come. I'm telling you the truth.
Forget my village like you're the East, man. We get jazz where I come from. Forget that one where they talk.
What kind of jazz?
Come there, go invade now.
Listen, Mike, you've been practicing. Hold on, you've been practicing jazz since independence. What has it led you to?
Well, people will fuck with us. All of them die now. Abacha die. Everybody will fuck with us, man. People will jail all of them die.
Mike,
Don't mess with us. Don't come mess with us. But anyway,
Ajale Coco, please carry on. I
see,
interjected you.
listen,
You
you
gave me
said
permission. Please carry on.
the Northerners are only Southern are left alone. The Northern people that are getting killed don't think they are left alone. You don't think they feel abandoned. Those people can do revolution any day, trust me. And Northerners
Who
when
are
they do
they?
revolution, they do one. Like I tell you, history don't
Listen
program
to me.
before. Those people,
Listen
when
to
it comes
me.
to revolution, they know they fear.
Who? Mike,
You see that
Mike, who
answers,
are
and
the
to say that Northerners do that answers. Oh boy.
Mike, listen. Do you know what they did to Aminu Kanu? Do you know what they did to Mama Vasa, Major General Mama Vasa? If you don't
We are
know,
talking
if
about
you are
Northern
not
people.
in,
We are talking of personalities here. What are you talking
who
about? We are saying we
are
are
the
talking about the
people?
people, the Northern people. We
These
are
are
not
the
talking
people
about
that
any
are saying
particular
the same thing that you are saying right now. These are the
Mike,
same people that are saying what you are saying right now.
the northern people.
the
Mike,
argument I'm
please.
making supporting Ajali Koko's point is that if the Northern people get fed up and they want revolution, they go do it. That's the way
When
they
is
are.
it
They are
going
not
to be
people who
fed up?
go
They're
they
supposed
think
to
they
fed.
hesitate, they fear.
This thing's
Like
supposed
we
to
in the South.
end. This is supposed to end when they started the NSAS. NSAS was the youth that said enough is
The
enough
Southern
of
youth, the
this.
cowards. Because
But
they are so
what did the
divided.
northern youth did? What did they do? What did they do?
They're not. When they want to do
See,
something.
And you
if
expect such
if
people,
the
you
North
expect
would
these
have gone,
characters again to begin to revolute, to begin to revolute. I don't see it there. It is not going to happen today, tomorrow, or never.
How do you? Well, it go happen if they won't do it.
Vin, can I say something?
Yes, boss. No, I took permission from my John Coco. You can take permission from my John Coco.
Okay, bros, can I say something? Go
ahead.
You see, Mike, revolution can happen anywhere, but the North we are looking at presently now, I'm not seeing anything that can make them lead any revolution. You see, the revolution you wanted to refer to the other time that you said it happened before. Don't compare military coup, which was just a counter coup, to revolution. Because if revolution will have happened in the North, what do you want after all this terrorism that they've chasing you away for how many years, they've terrorized you for how many years, and yet you are not doing anything? So waiting for the North to lead revolution, you are waiting for those people that they are capture people like their counterpart in the South. The only thing is that if we're working for the South is that we see how some people that escape from the country that now mounting pressure on those people at home to do something. That's the only difference. The Northern people, they are capture people like their Southern brethren. That is why you will see people dying for Tinubu. They will be this thing. Are we not captured? We are captured. So don't expect any miracle from the North. If you're expecting the North to lead the revolution, where maybe people will still be talking of the same thing 200 years to come. So that's just my opinion there.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. Yeah.
I sent a video to you. I don't know if you can play it. It's an interview with Patty Tomi. I believe that it will really educate us on what we have had here before. That man really,
Does anybody still listen to Patty Tomi? It's just a.
he spoke.
One man.
Yeah.
So sorry, what did he have to say? Because it looks like a good half an hour video, and that might well.
He himself said if he assumed the position of president today, he will pay workers 100,000 naira. He said all the unemployed youth, he will give them 100,000 youth, and he will mobilize them to work. And he expatiated on that, how that will work for the country. And he said a lot of things that can educate.
Did he say how he was going to come about the money?
That is why we have to play the video.
Yeah, it's half an hour now. We can't play half an hour.
Video. No, I mean just I mean if you can play like maybe like 15 minutes, that bundles of information that we are enlightening a lot of us.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it yesterday.
It's
I mean, corroborating what you said that 100,000 naira is possible.
He didn't corroborate it. He gave his version of it.
Okay, did you watch it? Did you watch it?
No, because Ajale Koko said he gave details.
No, watch it. Let us watch it so you can. We can.
When I say corroborate it, doesn't mean I'm not saying exactly the same economic plan or whatever. But what I'm saying is that he's saying that it's possible.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, the same argument, the same Shore argument.
We know what he told me.
Do you know who told me?
I know who he told me. It was some minister of XYZ once upon a time. Okay. But the same argument subsists as we had for Shore. It is very easy to say these things when you know that you don't have a realistic chance of actually actioning them. It's very easy. I can stand here and say that I will pay the Nigerian workers $1 million each.
Do you know it's an
because
economic...
I know I'm not going. It can be whatever.
Hold on. Let him land.
So yes, so that is the point. That it's very easy for him to say all these words and even come up with all manners of economic models, but when knowing full well that he will never be president. So very easy to say those things. It's
rational man. But one man, if you can play it, it'll be very educative for a lot of
There's a point there. Not everything. You don't have to play everything. There's a part where he said it.
Yes.
Where he was talking about one as Tafawa Balewa and a certain professor of Yoruba extraction that was earning more than Tafawa Balewa being the prime minister. Back in the 50s, 60s, a Nigerian professor earning more than the prime minister of Nigeria. So let's just leave that. If you can find it, just figure it out.
You mean in salary?
In salary, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are people, a lot of people earning more than Buhari in salary. How much is Buhari's salary?
Let me land the point. The point he's saying is this, and I wish I've said it on your platform here. And Shiwore in one of his recent interviews said it, that all you need to do is just block that graft.
That's just simplistic. That's simple-minded.
Yeah,
stuff.
You can say it's simplistic, but where are you going to get the money from? You're not going to conjure the money out of thin air.
No, we've already discussed this now, and where they're going to get the money from is what Mogalu already told us.
He said the money is there. He said the money is there in the system.
How would he know what money? When has he been in the system to know what money is there?
This man knows this thing. This man has been in the system since the 80s.
In which system?
Since 80s.
Not even in the 80s. Even in the 70s, it's been.
So it was last in the system. Okay, let's even look him up.
People like that are not giving.
What are we talking about?
I mean, all these stuff we are talking now. If you are playing, you will have played 5 minutes.
That will not be the first time that Pat told me we say that thing. I just want you to know. What we are talking about. That's not the first time you will be saying that on K2. But what you are not getting from Palitomin is this.
Okay.
In a business school language, when they ask you a question, a business school person will tell you it depends. That's the first language. That it depends, you have to be very careful and listen attentively. Because if you ask a business person, okay, can you take this route A to a place? He will tell you it depends. That it depends.
He didn't say it depends, in his own language.
Now I told you that I've listened to Pat told me to.
Not on this one. He didn't say it depends. I'm just trying to correct you.
Before the thing you watched today,
what man? Can you play? Can you
forget about what he said before? This is specific one is what we are talking about. This specific one.
Let's not even make any case. Let's not even argue this.
You can attain. He said you can attain. He's not saying he's going to. He said we can attain it. Look at that verbiage. You see,
we can attain it.
Means that, waiting now. It simply means that if it increases that minimum wage to let's say from 30 to 40,000, next 2 years it can increase it to 50,000. Then again it can increase it to 60,000. So that is why you should separate. You should be very careful.
What are you saying, Ola? What are you saying? Did it tell you that it's going to increase it on the progressive approach? Did it say it's going to use a progressive approach?
Okay. Let's listen to a little bit of him. I'll just see how much we can take. But before we go listen to him, let's just understand who we were talking about. So they say he's been in the system, but what system has he been in? Within a few months of his return to Nigeria from Bloomington, Indiana, United States, Pat got enlisted by the former Vice President Alex Ekweme to provide consultancy services in some public policy papers. Soon after, he was appointed Special Assistant by former President Shehu Shagari, a position he lost following the coup of 1983. So I cannot see what other participation he had in governance outside of that space. So what
you know,
system?
he owned.
It was a bad boy.
You know, he owned Lagos Economic School.
Yeah, but you said he had been in the system.
He had been in the system. Yes.
He was a bad boy for Shehu Shagari. That what are you talking? Come on, man. Come on.
What are you talking about? What do I mean by he has been in the system?
That means he knows the inner workings of the
economics.
He knows
everything. He knows everything.
How would he know when he has not been within governance?
It doesn't have to. Do you know how many people he has trained?
All right.
In the Lagos Business School of Economics.
In the world of the man, he said he has economy program that will turn the economy around to the point that we can attain a minimum wage of 100,000 monthly. So it's a progressive thing.
Yes. That is not what he said.
Which makes more sense than
what he said.
He said, I have his speech with me, and this is not the first time he has been saying this.
Did you watch the one I'm talking about? Did you watch the one I'm talking about? The one for yesterday? Did you watch it?
That would make more sense than the ridiculous whatever that you said.
Did you watch it?
He has been saying the same thing.
Lado, we are talking about the current one. We are talking about the video of yesterday interview with Chenwo Kumbaloye. This is the one. He was so specific. He said, "I will pay them 100,000 and I will take them to job immediately." What are you talking about?
That's NYC.
And
that is going to pay NYC 100K.
Okay, let us watch it, one man. All these arguments
he said graduates. He said graduates. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, let's watch it. Let's watch it. We don't need to argue over what we have not watched. Let us watch it, and then we can analyze it.
He call it Green Wall Project. That is going to give them 100K for Green Wall Project. It's part of his economy productivity that he's talking about. That's what I'm saying, that when you listen to this man, you have to be very careful of what you are listening to. What he saying is totally different from what you're already saying.
Ola Babati agrees with you as well. I think he watched it. He says, he told me tight the 100,000 naira payment to increase in GDP. He wants to double the GDP. Try three times.
What is that one talking about?
Which is not
what is not quite
what Ure say was just going to be throwing money at everybody because he thinks hold on, rational mind. Yeah. So that's quite that different from what Ure said.
Let us watch it so we can then interpret it in our own way. If people
all right. Hopefully I don't get kicked off. Yeah, but here it is.
In hope across the country. We're speaking about how a nation, Nigeria, and its peoples can get us. I've said peoples because all different ethnicity and
this guy always trying to reinvent the English language.
Tribes in this nation. There's a lot of diversity, and it looks so much that there's some kind of division, but there is need for some kind of unity in this country ahead of the next election. We need to make some decisions together, isn't it? Now, he's been talking about how much he believes that better days are ahead of this nation. He's a co-convener of the National Consultative Front, NCF, a former Nigeria political economist, Professor Pat Utomi. He joins me here live in our Lagos studio. Thank you so much, Prof, for joining us tonight.
It was a great pleasure to be able to join you.
And happy Easter to you.
Happy Easter, indeed.
Hope you had a nice one.
His reason, I was in a fantabulous place this morning. I was in the prison in Onitsha.
Oh,
I accompanied, well, you know, there's plenty of reasons to jail me, but I haven't really been jailed. I went in the company of the prelate, the Catholic Archbishop of Onitsha, to visit the inmates. This is one of his big apostolates.
No, you can fast forward it.
Tremendous time. I was I was really, really excited.
That's good. You probably had gotten some inspiration from that visit, isn't it?
Absolutely. Set the captives free, you know.
So already is an
Jesus
ex-convict. Is
himself
this what
was,
we're hearing?
He's in Zamfara State. He's in Niger State. Might be looking at a hopeless situation in terms of security. If anybody has lost jobs based on economic situation and listening, I think it's hopeless. If anybody who is perhaps listening or watching and thinking about any other aspect of our lives, maybe think that things are hopeless. I like you to, because you have a lot of experience, you at the young age, you were in government. And over the years, you've studied the different sectors of this country and how things can be. I want to particularly like you to draw out 3 areas where Nigerians can see hope. What are these areas?
It's pretty easy. First of all, I want to show an example from history and other countries that is possible. Because it's when people say, oh, it's talk. I've seen it happen. When I was finishing my PhD, my favorite area of interest was Latin America. I was really fascinated by the work in Latin America, the modernization thesis and all of that. And Latin America began to flounder. Brazil, my model, at the point I just got fed up with Brazil. It seemed like the country of great potential that would never go anywhere. And then I switched to Southeast Asia. My interest became the so-called tiger economies as they were emerging in the 80s and 90s. I traveled there several times a year, so that became my arena. And then from nowhere, Brazil begins its return. It is what started to happen in Brazil, first under Henrique Fernando Cardoso.
So where are we meant to be with this thing? Because
that shows me
I told you, you need to fast forward a little bit.
Just has a few reasonable, serious-minded people driving it. Look, even the graft in Abuja.
Okay.
Presidential planes around the place as if they are taxi kabu-kabu, began theorizing. But I don't see the redemptive possibilities for the Brazilian people. That never left his mind. And what he did as finance minister when he became so, and then as president, was how do we redeem the people of Brazil? The challenge in Nigeria now is how do we redeem the Nigerian people? A number of things are important there. Intellect, so that you know clearly what you're trying to do. Compassion. You have to feel for the people, leave them.
Are leaders not
and
compassionate here in Nigeria?
No, come on, Shane, you can't say that. Can you say that people who are buying new SUVs, Abuja is the biggest display of brand new SUVs I know of anywhere I can see in the world. When the people are not eating, how can those be compassionate leaders? How can we be flying presidential planes around the place as if they are taxi kabu-kabu, and we're compassionate in a people hungry, starving? How can we be so relaxed when our neighbors are dying? That's not compassion. You see it in the action of the leader. And that's really where the starting point is. But to come back to where, let me say to you that we can bridge as a low-hanging fruit the state of unemployment very quickly. I have boasted to someone that within a week, as president of this country, we will put an order that will put every unemployed graduate polytechnic university to work. 100,000 naira assured. So the question is, where will the money come from?
100,000?
Absolutely.
That's a lot of money.
Plenty of money. Where will it come from?
I don't want to mention some profession now.
Professors are not being paid 400,000 a
I'm even saying that some lawyers in some chambers are being paid 40,000, 50,000.
Yes.
That's a reality. So some graduates earn 25,000 naira.
So
that's a lot of money when you say 100,000. How would that happen?
How will it happen? That's what I want you to ask me, and you've asked. One sure way of going is, look, this planet is in period, okay? Our planet is in trouble. This continent is being looked to help save the planet by greening its forests, stopping the Sahara and all of that. And we can get the world to pay for that. By just saying to all these graduates, you become part of a green army. And I mean, this program is too short for me to give an outline of how this will be deployed, but just to wall and prevent the advance of the Sahara and provide enough of those trees to deal with the carbon challenges of our world, we can get enough. But let me even keep that aside, because I know that can happen with people who know what they're doing, negotiating these deals. Even the graft in Abuja, if you cut it, if you stop wasting money on those people in Abuja, you will pay those people.
When you say
money.
those people, who are
the
those?
Politicians, your friends, my friends, they're my friends, you know. Look, in the 60s,
how have you been wasting money on them?
What are they doing? What are they doing? Why are they driving all those SUVs? Why does the National Assembly cost us more money than education, which is where we will catch up from? Why?
But those things, unfortunately, those things are statutory. They are cast.
We made them so. Look, when President Obasanjo was president, National Assembly didn't cost us as much as it's costing us today. And I was critical of him even then. But it's now much, much worse.
Do we need less lawmakers?
Legislators.
Do we need less lawmakers?
Besides the fact that we need law, we need to remunerate them much differently than they be. Look, politics is service. Okay? It is not a profession. I have said several times, anybody who is in public life is in government is paying him for 12 straight years, 3 terms, without them breaking and going somewhere. It's a social parasite. Politics is something for people to take off some of their time to go and give service and come back to what they do for a living. It is not a living, okay? In the 60s, when we had the parliament, and these were parliaments that, you know, ministers came from there.
So where does it justify this 100,000? Because I'm listening attentively.
These fellows came from
Hold on now.
Law
You want us
firms,
to
came from
stop
their
it so that we can
farms,
discuss it?
came into Lagos, stayed in Legigo flats for some days, made laws, got pittance allowance, got into the bus. Many of them couldn't fly, got in the bus and went back to Port Harcourt or wherever. I keep referring to Onyeka Onwenu, who presents a fantastic model with her father. He was a federal legislator and was principal of Enitonian High School in Port Harcourt. His lifestyle did not change.
Can you say that again? So, I mean, so a lot of people might be looking at or thinking that you are describing another country. This is Nigeria.
I'm talking Nigeria.
Where Onyeka Onwenu, that we all know.
That we all know.
The singer, the former, I mean,
yes.
TV host.
Yes.
And our father was a lawmaker, federal lawmaker. And was a principal of a secondary
school in Port Harcourt.
In Port Harcourt.
And rode around on his bicycle.
Can we have that kind of Nigeria?
That's what I'm saying. Why do we have this and not that Nigeria?
Do you see one of their presidents?
So where does it justify? Sorry, guys, I'm waiting. But where does it justify this? Because this what is glorifying days gone by, pastime paradise. So anybody can do pastime paradise.
If you are listening to him,
planting forest trees, is that what he's saying?
What did you hear how it's going to be paid for? Didn't you hear how it's going to be paid for?
I didn't hear anything that made sense.
Hold on.
Was that the part you were wanting us to?
Did you hear how that 100,000 is going to be paid for?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay, he mentioned it.
He said he was going to tap into international financing from green ecology something to pay all graduates 100K. What is the nonsense?
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
So
is this what you made us listen to? Just glorifying days gone by that Onyeka Onwenu's father used to ride a bicycle.
Let's get on point. The point was Ola was saying that he says he was going to attain to it gradually.
Yeah.
No, that's not what he said.
That's not what he said.
So,
he said that we put them there and we pay 100,000 to them.
But he said even worse. He said even worse. He said within a week. But
A professor of economics, you know better than him.
I know what makes sense.
Do you know how many economists that he has trained for that
Please,
okay.
In fact, several professors of economics can come here now and they will give you different fiscal policies that will even counter themselves. Some will be counter-cyclic, some will pro-cyclic and all those stuff. So it doesn't matter. Who told you that?
What do you mean by it doesn't matter? So this man, are you against him, or what are you trying to? We don't want to hear. We don't want to hear about other economies.
One man. What part of Tommy is presenting is a common thing they practice in Europe and all these advanced.
Which is what?
Those basic thing where they put the productivity, take the people, invest in them, and they produce. Those are basic common things. The Nigerian government system, they don't invest on the people at all. That's basically what he's saying.
No,
he said that you invest in the brain of your country.
Are you trying to
people that graduated, people that went to school, they acquire brain, you invest in their brain, and they will produce something.
But that's not what he said.
Did you hear what he said? He said, how can we have a National Assembly which budget is more than education?
More than education. Isn't that ridiculous?
No, but that's an Aluta comment now. That's not an economic. That's an Aluta comment.
Oh, you see, one man said that's an Aluta.
I can't go rational mind. See, you listen to this man, but pardon me if this is too harsh. But you do not really get his point just because you've already made up your mind towards an agenda.
You are listening with prejudice. You are listening with prejudice.
You are an economist.
One man went to more economy.
Hold on. What Allah is saying is what I agree with. You were hearing what you wanted to hear rather than what the man was saying.
No, you are being selective. You are being selective. You have your mind made on what you want to hear. That is why you're not making that part. You're asking us. No. This room. Let me address one man. Let me address one man first. You said, how is he going to pay for it?
And that question still subsists. How is he going to pay for it?
Ajalekoko just mentioned one of it to you.
Which is what?
Listen to him. He said, why do we have? He said he's going to block grafts. There's a lot of graft in Abuja.
That's a ludicrous. That's a Luta.
One man, how are we able to pay for oil subsidy? We pay for some ridiculous things in our country. You guys don't ask how we are able to pay for those things.
When we have
to pay for something actually makes
sense. You know what you just said, Mike. That would have made more sense from an economics professor. He could have said, and it would have made sense, that they would have cut the oil subsidy and moved that money immediately into the youth space and incentivize them financially to stimulate the economy. We heard him that half an hour he had to speak.
Did you hear what he said? He said
he was going to tell them to go and be planting trees.
He said, yeah, he talked about his green plan.
And the world will pay for it. My
God. He said this program is not enough for me to outline everything. You guys have to be
he gave us the headlines. The headline of his plan. I can scroll it back because it's on the screen now. He said he said he was going to get the youth into employment immediately. Shehu said, how come? He said within a week he will get them jobs. And then he said there's a global pot of money, which is a green space to counter global emission. I'm even explaining it better than he did. To counter global emission, he will tap into that space to reforest the Sahara spaces, and he will get the young graduates to go around planting trees. This is his economic plan. He said, these are his words. This is what you made us listen to.
No.
Yam.
You have your own mind, and you have the way of explaining things.
I only repeated what I heard, what we all heard.
You are very good at spinning things. I know you very well.
Is that not what we heard?
No. That's not actually what we heard. Okay, it's just half of what you said was half of. You just said half truth, half whatever. Now, what I'm trying to say to you, one man, is this: that yes, he talked about economic plan. It's green economy. He said time will not. The time for that program will not allow him to be able to outline everything. in details as to what he wants to, how he wants
He
to.
gave us the headlines. He gave us the headlines.
But he gave us the headline. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
He gave us the headline. But
yes.
do you know how he's going to achieve that?
And the headline
but
was
Yam.
He already told us.
You know it. No, you are speaking like you know his economic plan.
No, he told us now. Did he not tell us?
Listen. Did you hear what Ola said now? He said you can bring professors here on this panel here. Yeah. They will give you different routes to achieving industrialization in their country.
Yes.
Now we had Obi talk about his own. We had Mogalu, which almost seems similar. We hear Showore. And now what I'm trying to make you understand is that everybody will give you different way of achieving industrialization.
Okay. Let me say something, rational mind, and then tell me if I'm wrong in what I said or not. So the totality, and we can scroll back to confirm if I am wrong or not. The totality of what he said was that because he said he was going to, he said within a week he will get the youth all employed, the graduates, not the youth. So let's be clear in what he said. And he was asked how, and he said there's a pot of ecological funds globally that the world is wanting to use to counter. I'm explaining it better than him, but this is what he said, that the world is using to counter global emissions, and he would tap into that that fund to help to plant trees in the arid areas to counter global emission, and through that pot of money he would pay the graduates. So essentially he will get the graduates to plant trees. So a lot falls short there already. He said he was going to get them employed immediately, but it takes a body of work to access those funds. So that already, but you can put that in the realms of
one man. What I'm saying to you is this. You are the one. You are the one outlining what he intends to do. He has not given you that plan yet. You are only saying what you.
Let me scroll back. Let me scroll back. Do you want me to scroll back?
No, he said no. There's no need of scrolling back. We're going to waste time on that. He said he talked about green energy or green whatever. And now that green, it could mean many things. It could mean that he's trying to.
He said specifically what he meant. He didn't say green.
It talks about Sahara Desert. I heard about that. We heard about that. There are many ways of achieving that green sustenance or green energy or whatever he talks about, or renewable energy or whatever. It could mean many things. There's a different route.
Renewable energy. It said global emission. You didn't even listen to him, man.
Can you take it back? Because that was how we argued.
All right, hold on.
My favorite area of interest was Latin America. I was really fascinated by the work in Latin America, the modernization thesis and all of that. And Latin America began to flounder. Brazil, by model, at the point I just got fed up with Brazil. It seemed like the country of great potential that would never go anywhere. And then I switched to Southeast Asia. My interest became the so-called tiger economies as they were emerging in the 80s and 90s. I traveled there several times a year, so that became my arena. And then from nowhere, Brazil begins its return. It is what started to happen in Brazil, first under Henrique Fernando Cardoso, and then Inácio Lula da Silva, that assures me that this country can turn around fast. It just has a few reasonable, serious-minded people driving it. Look, I got a chance to exchange views with President Cardoso here in Lagos some years ago, yes, because I had challenged him as an academic when he was at the Economic Commission for Latin America. And I said, look, this dependency theory, the dependistas as they were called, it's very elegant theorizing, but I don't see the redemptive possibilities for the Brazilian people. That never left his mind. And what he did as finance minister when he became so, and then as president, was how do we redeem the people of Brazil? The challenge in Nigeria now is how do we redeem the Nigerian people? A number of things are important there. Intellect, so that you know clearly what you're trying to do. Compassion. You have to feel for the people, leave them.
Are leaders not
and
compassionate here in Nigeria?
No, come on, Shane, you can't say that. Can you say that people who are buying new SUVs, Abuja is the biggest display of brand new SUVs I know of anywhere I can see in the world. When the people are not eating, how can those be compassionate leaders? How can we be flying presidential planes around the place as if they are taxi kabu-kabu? And we're compassionate in a people hungry, starving. How can we be so relaxed when our neighbors are dying? That's not compassion. You see it in the action of the leader. And that's really where the starting point is. But to come back to where and where and where, let me say to you that we can bridge as a low-hanging fruit the state of unemployment very quickly. I have boasted to someone that within a week as president of this country, we will put an order that will put every unemployed graduate polytechnic university to work.
Okay, I'm pausing it there just to mark. I want to be marking what he's saying.
Okay.
So there he said, I put it to somebody that within a week I will be putting all the graduates in Nigeria, whatever tertiary institution, to work. So we mark that and we carry on.
100,000 naira assured.
100,000 naira.
Where will the money come from?
Like 100,000.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of money.
Plenty of money. Where will it come from?
I don't want to mention some profession now.
Professors are not being paid 400,000
I'm even saying that some lawyers in some chambers are being paid 40,000, 50,000.
Yes.
That's a reality. So some graduates earn 25,000 naira.
So
that's a lot of money when you say 100,000. How would that happen?
How will it happen? That's what I want you to ask me, and you've asked. One sure way of going is, look, this planet is in period, okay? Our planet is in trouble. This continent is being looked to help save the planet by greening its forests, stopping the Sahara and all of that. And we can get the world to pay for that. By just saying to all these graduates, you become part of a green army.
So I marked that second bit as well. So the first bit he said it could get all the graduates employment, whichever tertiary institution, within 1 week. So he said that, and to pay them 100,000 naira. So we marked that. So he's not telling us how. So he's not talking about ecology funds, global ecology funds. So I'll just take it a snippet back so he runs through.
How can we be so relaxed when our neighbors are dying? That's not compassion. You see it in the action of the leader. And that's really where the starting point is. But to come back to where and where and where, let me say to you that we can bridge as a low-hanging fruit the state of unemployment very quickly. I have boasted to someone that within a week as president of this country, we will put an order that will put every unemployed graduate polytechnic university to work. 100,000 naira assured. So the question is, where will the money come from?
100,000.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of money.
Plenty of money. Where will it come from?
I don't want to mention some profession now.
Professors are not being paid 400,000
I'm even saying that some lawyers in some chambers are being paid 40,000, 50,000.
Yes.
That's a reality. So some graduates earn 25,000 naira.
So
that's a lot of money when you say 100,000. How would that happen?
How will it happen? That's what I want you to ask me, and you've asked. One sure way of going is, look, this planet is in period, okay? Our planet is in trouble. This continent is being looked to help save the planet by greening its forests, stopping the Sahara and all of that. And we can get the world to pay for that. By just saying to all these graduates, you become part of a green army. And this program is too short for me to give an outline of how this will be deployed. But just to wall and prevent the advance of the Sahara and provide enough of those trees to deal with the carbon challenges of our world, we can get enough. But let me even keep that aside, because I know that can happen with people who know what they're doing negotiating these deals. Even the graft in Abuja, if you cut it if you stop wasting money on those people in Abuja, you will pay those people.
When you say
money.
those people, who are
the
those?
Politicians. Your friends, my friends. They are my friends, you know. Look, in the 60s.
How have you been wasting money on them?
What are they doing? What are they doing? Why are they driving all those SUVs? Why does the National Assembly cost us more money than education? Which is where we will catch up from. Why?
But those things, unfortunately, those things are statutory. They are cast.
We made them so. Look, when President Obasanjo was president, National Assembly didn't cost us as much as it's costing us today. And I was critical of him even then. But it's now much, much worse.
Okay, so if I can just stop it there. So what I did say is exactly, so he said it twice now, so I don't think there's too much debate anymore on what he's saying.
He said one man. He didn't say anything
He said he was going to pay 100, he was going to get all of the tertiary educated unemployed into employment. And he said he's going to do that within a week of taking over his administration. And he said he was going to pay them, and please don't make me scroll back again because we all heard him, you know, and he said he was going to pay them 100,000 naira. He was asked how he was going to do that. And he said he was going to turn them into a forest tree planting brigade and then tap into international finance to pay for it.
Green soldiers.
Green soldiers. This
Can I say something?
It is nonsense.
One man.
Nonsense.
When you listen,
It's a farce.
Hold on.
God bless you, one man. This is nonsense.
We just wasted
Can I
time,
say
haven't we?
something, one man?
Nonsense. You
Can I say
know,
something?
and they say it's a professor. Pro waiting.
What professor is?
All these kumbaya people from nowhere.
It's using them to
Rational mind. Rational mind. Let me tell you what is there. Let me tell you the problem. The problem with one man. The problem with one man.
The 100,000 is big money to pay Nigerians.
One man, no, Ejo.
Okay, that's good.
One man, you only pay attention to what you want to pay attention to.
No, don't attack me. Hold on. Yeah.
There are three things. There are three things he said.
Don't attack one man.
I try to analyze things when people say. When people
go
speak.
on. Just go. Don't. Yeah. What? Yeah. Go to it. Yeah.
There are three things he said.
You're right.
He said he's going to block grants. He talked about green energy. And then there's one more thing he said. That was the first thing he said. I can't remember what it was, that first thing. There are three things he said that will help him to, because the question was, how are you going to achieve this? He said block grants.
He never said green energy.
I mean, whatever he calls it, anything you call it, green, whatever, anything you call it, or plant seed, I mean, whatever he has going in Sahara or whatever he said,
whatever I said, you've listened to it 4 or 5 times.
When
you're not even clear on what he said, then how can you, when you're not even clear on what he said?
Hold on. What I'm saying is this: I don't want to go into details as to what he intends to do with
it's a detailed space now. How can you not go into details? Something
How are you going to achieve that?
No, he doesn't understand what was said.
Rational mind. That guy is just
rational mind talk.
No,
after rational mind, someone else can talk now.
You're saying the guy never said anything green energy, and he's telling us green energy.
Fine. You're only picking. I want my.
But if you don't understand, hold on, Olana. If you don't understand what he said, then how can you argue in his favor?
No, I understood what he said. I was just not.
You've listened to it 3 or 4 times. We've listened to it 3 times here, and you are still not clear.
Okay, rational man, you to go to the point. Go to the point.
I'm going to the point. Why you keep interrupting me? How would I get to the point?
I'm not interrupting. I'm just.
I'll let him speak. I'll let rational man speak. Let's give him time.
He outlined 3 things that will help him to achieve that 1,000 naira monthly payment that he said he's going to pay to those graduates. He said he's going to block grafts, and then he will put them to work. Whatever he has going in Sahara, whatever he said, you call it green or whatever you call it.
That.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that is because he never really outlined what he intends doing with that.
He did.
No, he did not. He said, listen to me. He said this program will not be enough for me. The time for this will not be to outline what I want to do in that regard. So we don't know exactly what he wants to do. So you are the one throwing that word there. He wants to plant trees. You want to do this one. No, you are the one saying.
I'm the one throwing the words.
You are the one trying to explain what.
Okay. Then we'll listen to it again. Then let's listen to it again. He said he was going to hold on. He said he was going to employ the graduates. He said he was going to employ the graduates to reforest the Sahara. We heard him now. So why are you saying I'm the one saying it?
No.
You don't even understand what he said.
He said that, but the details as to what he's going to do with those
is that
graduates,
not the detail? What are you talking about?
Did you remember he said this program will
not the next topic, I beg.
He doesn't understand what the guy said and is arguing so passionately.
You know that these things are
Can I summarize it for you?
No, he won't accept what you have to say, Ola.
Rational mind.
Go on, Ola.
That's not necessary.
This man was not totally wrong, but you are interpreting him the other way around, and I will tell you why.
How am I interpreting it?
Wait, now let me talk now. This program, this guy 100K claim is not the same as that
in 1 week
claim. That's it.
In a week.
Now this guy
they should be flogged. It was saying that should be flogged.
Now, what this guy is telling you indirectly is what the Chinese did sometimes ago when they started planting trees, and they plant over 3 billion trees. There was this guy economist that came about 3 years ago on Channels TV that was explaining all this kind of thing. That's exactly what this guy is just bringing his idea from. Now, he wants to key into that international space whereby he will get some kind of foreign aid that will just push this guy to start planting trees. You understand? That's exactly what he's saying. Already this guy is saying, okay, I'm going to pay a graduate 100K, but I'll be getting the money
within a week
from foreign. So now, because this guy, you see, rational mind, where we have to be very careful is that when an economist is talking, you have to differentiate between a short and long term. What this guy is talking about is not realistic within the short term.
It's foolish.
It's
foolish. One man, listen, man. See, one man, all these ideas.
Let me land, Mike. Let me land, Mike.
No. I think we heard him, Ola. But let's say from Mike and move on. You made us spend a good 40 minutes on just what was nonsense. But thank you, Ajande Koko and Rational Mind.
You consider it as nonsense because
total nonsense.
Well, Rational Mind, let me say this, man. You see these ideas there, Patu Tommy, people like Shori are saying that you guys are calling yam. You guys realize that this is what Thomas Sankara did in Burkina Faso that turned our country around within a short time. What these guys are basically proposing is just socialism, and that's what Nigeria is supposed to really be doing, socialism. But unfortunately, these Western powers, they just don't want African
Russia
countries.
Gave up on that.
Yeah,
even Russia gave up on that. Even China gave up on that.
They didn't give up. They started socialism until they became super rich. You understand? They acquired so much capital before they got into capitalism.
They became super rich after they abandoned socialism.
No. You don't start off. Listen, you don't practice capitalism when you are not industrialized. You understand? The guy industrialized before they started practicing capitalism. Unfortunately, African countries, we are practicing capitalism when we are not industrialized. Unfortunately, what we should be practicing is socialism for now, which is something like, and any African leader that proposed socialism, the Western country go after him. Awolowo proposed it, they went after him. Thomas Sankara started doing it in Burkina Faso, started taking people out of poverty, they went after him, they killed him. Now, that's why I'm saying, like, people like Showore and Patu Tommy, first of all, once they get there, they say they want to abandon capitalism, just consuming these Western things, and the Western country will not allow them. They will start labeling them, they'll start calling them communists, they'll start going after them. So those guys have those ideas, but they don't know the enemy they're going to face once they get there, you know. Because this foreign country, European country, depend on us to be consuming their produce. So the system we're practicing in Nigeria, that's what's making Europe richer and richer and richer. And these guys that are saying, oh, this is the idea, this is the way out, they don't understand that. Once you get there, you're trying to practice it, you will have enemy. They will invade your country, man. You know.
All right, thank you, Mike. But the totality of what that guy was saying, it was just yam.
One man, let me say mine. What the totality is not yam, but you call it yam because you know his position rhyme with that of Shore, and you know if you agree with him. Hold on, if you agree with him, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot You don't want to give credit to Fiore on his 100,000 salary proposal, and this one who is a professor.
Do you agree with him?
I agree in totality. I agree
with Patu Tomi that he can start paying
in totality
all the graduates in Nigeria within a week.
Oh yes, it is doable. It is doable. All he said, simply what he's saying, hold on, people, is because you people have been, your country have been governed for so long by criminals that make it look as if some simple things are not possible.
What that guy said, it almost sounds illiterate. What he said
to you, because you don't want to, because you don't want to look at a way of solving problem in a very simple way. Solving the solution to our economic, the solution to our economic problem is
I didn't
not.
say he is an illiterate. I said the comment was illiterate.
This man simply telling us that I want to invest in the people and I want to invest in our environment, which the world power are interested in. They want us to, invest in this, forestation of our desert.
That's a medium to long term.
It's been done. This one, hold on. What you are saying that is a long time. It is done. It's been done in Dubai. It's been done in Saudi Arabia.
Over what period of time? Over what period of time? It was done in Libya too.
You have to let me tell you.
Hold on. It's not out loud now. You have to just calm it down now, Janle Koko. It was done in Libya. Gaddafi had something called the Green Book, which he used to greenify the desert. But my point is that where I said it sounds somewhat illiterate is that it's a good plan in the medium to long term, but not in the immediate term. And he described it as an immediate panacea, which makes it, and they are saying it's an economic, so it's just nonsense. Total.
How is it nonsense?
You don't want to believe. Let me speak now. Ola, you have spoken. Let me speak mine. What this guy is saying is investment now for the future that will.
That wasn't what he said.
That is what I'm saying.
We had him two times. Are you reinterpreting it for? Are you reinterpreting it for him?
I'm not interpreting him, but
we had him two times.
That is investment in the future, right there.
Yeah, but that wasn't what he described. He said within a week.
Within a week, he's going to hire them and put them to work. When he put them to work immediately, it's investment. That project is an investment in the future for that country.
But he said he was going to tap into an ecology fund, a global ecology fund. You cannot do that within a
let me explain this to one man. You want to build a house. Hold on. You want to build a house, maybe apartments of houses and whatever. And then you get the funding for it. You put guys, you brought them to the site. You bring the materials. Everybody's employed. You're paying them as they're working. These houses you are building, it's an investment for the future, because as soon as it gets completed, mind you, these people are getting paid as they are working. So at the end of the day, when they have this,
that's not where the contention is, though. So nobody's quibbling. No, it doesn't understand what.
Can I say something?
One man, please.
Hold on. Sorry. Let me make this mind, because we're not quibbling where you are going to. Nobody is quibbling the business model of a green economy or a green ecology, even both the environmental and then the financial advantage. If they plant the right trees, that in itself is even another almost near oil sort of revenue. So all of that we know, but it's built up to it to saying that it's an immediate panacea.
What is the build up to it?
No. The area that is said is an immediate panacea is where the conversation is, not the veracity or viability of or the sense even of the project itself. So that is what I mean, that you don't see where the argument is pointing.
We're just arguing blindlessly on this platform.
We are not arguing blindlessly. Maybe you don't understand what we...
I just give an example now of somebody who has a lot of projects going on building houses. These houses are not ready yet, but people are building them and they're getting paid as they're working. But at the end of the day, when it gets completed, these apartment houses will be paid for by people who are going to either buy them or rent them.
But that's medium to long term. What you're describing is medium to long term.
It's medium to long term in that sense.
Yeah, but we are not discussing. No, but this is where I'm saying you are not where the conversation is. We're not discussing medium to long term. He's describing it as an immediate panacea.
It's not saying it's an immediate panacea.
He said he will do it within a week.
Listen. He said he's going to get this guy
working. To the next topic now. Why would you be repeating the same thing?
And he said he was going to fund it with an ecology package globally.
However, get the money. Let him get the money if he can get the money.
No, he told us how he's going to get the money. Not however.
We will get. Hold on. When I use this
word, when he even referred.
Because Shehu pushed him that how can you say something?
What he's saying is
when I say you don't,
we need to put this guy to work. That is what he's saying. We need to
what is the position, one man? Are you saying that it is not doable, or are you saying that it's a bad economic plan, or what is your position?
What's your
position? His position is clear now. His position is clear from onset. What one man is saying is, and what me too I'm saying is, it's never possible in a week. Because even he said there are people that can negotiate with the foreign people. Even negotiation won't take a week. It will take more than 2 months. And that's what we are saying. It's impossible. That guy has just come.
Foolish idea.
That guy has just come. And just like what, to refer to what even Alexandra said in the comment section, that guy has just put like a career politician, like somebody that is looking for people to come on his side. He didn't speak like an economics in that sense when he was talking at all. It was just
let me give you a recent history. Let me give you a recent history. Not too far, maybe like 30 years ago, when Awolowo was doing the Second Republic, they said they are going to do free education. We were paying back then. There was 2 sections in the school, morning section, afternoon section. How are they going to do it? This is the same nonsense question that people are asking.
They say, how is he going to pay for it? I will all laugh at them.
How are you going to pay for it?
It's different.
Hold on.
How many graduates you have now that is not working? How many graduates they have there? Please, you can't
let somebody speak.
Can
you let us talk? Can you let us talk? Let us enlighten our people. It is not us to disagree and
let
then
us not
condemn
confuse
something.
them, though. Let us not.
I'm not confusing them.
I'm
not confusing them.
Out there, both polytechnic and university.
What did you say?
You know how many numbers of graduates that are there that are jobless? And he said both.
Forget about that. That guy has done his own work. This is the same. Okay, forget about whether 1 week. We want to tell you about free education.
It's different.
Hold on, no. This is the same. This is the problem with us. When Awolowo said he's going to do free education, education was not free back then. A lot of people was asking, how is he going to pay for it? All the Western region. On day 1, they started it on day 1 and shocked everybody. And they run that program, they run it successfully, even more than it was expected. Books were free. Nobody was paying.
Can you give us the response of Awolowo when they asked how he was going to fund it? I'm interested in the response.
He told them not to worry. They will figure it because he already knew. He didn't want to share secrets.
He said not to worry. Don't be silly.
No, he didn't tell them his secret. And let me tell you what he did. He figured a avenue to tax.
Don't worry.
Woman, let me tell you how much he told me I should already fund this thing. I tell you, I can give you how they can fund it. I can give you an example how they can fund it. I can give you example how they can fund it.
No, you are not running.
No. I'm telling you, the thing is, people can't tell you their secrets.
What secret?
Listen, if you have ideas, of course, you want to be the one to champion ideas, so that way
you already told us the ecology something now, so that's not a secret.
No. I'm just saying in general, like these guys, when they tell you that they want to do something, they can do something, and you're asking them how would they pay for it. They already know how they can pay for it, but they don't want to give that secret out to someone else to go and do it and take the credit. For example, let me give you one example. If I'm in this position, right, and I want to fund those things, you know what I can do? I can introduce property tax in Nigeria to all those commercial buildings. Property tax. If you're making money with your property, you have to pay tax.
They do already pay property tax.
They don't tax properties in Nigeria like that, like they do in the West. That one alone can raise so much money and to even take care of all these things we are talking about. Because they are buildings, commercial buildings, they don't pay tax. They rent it out to people. People pay their rent and they don't pay tax. Landlords don't pay property tax. They should be paying property tax. If you're making money with your property, you should be paying tax. That one alone, that one's revenue. That one we get.
They pay property. You see, this is just what we do here.
In Nigeria,
property tax. They call it tenement rate.
Let's go to the next
question. You can increase it a little bit, and now we cover the cost.
All right, but this is the thing, though. We spent a good 40-50 minutes on Patutomi, a supposed professor of economics, talking yam. He wants to tell them to go and be planting trees.
One man. You are not really helping this platform. I must let you know.
No.
When people you are not helping this platform.
No. Please don't say that because if I disagree, I disagree, and I express that disagreement. He was talking yam. And
what about luxury tax?
This you are talking about.
Yeah.
This guy is one of the best economists in the world.
It may well be, but he made in this instance.
If you have one of the best in the world among you and you don't celebrate him and you don't champion him, this is why you don't have a good running country. Because
I don't celebrate bad ideas. We can't celebrate bad ideas.
Because
it's not a bad idea.
Your nation
is a bad idea.
These guys know where to get the money.
In your nation are never put to use. That is why your nation is dying every day.
All right.
So, and you are one of those that are supporting. When you talk this way, you are not helping
I cannot say I agree with what I disagree.
Because you are not an economist. You don't know his plan.
I'm not a fool either.
There are many ways people can raise this. One man. What about if they introduce luxury tax?
Even the economist on one man went to more. That one is just
he doesn't know what he's talking about either. Look at that. Okay. All right.
I agree. I agree. But one thing I want you to know is this: when you come to the Committee of Economics too, they goof too, because you have to prove your theory, and some people we have to diagnose it and prove you wrong. It doesn't mean you are not an economist. However, what this guy is saying is still a secondary school economist. We are not even going on anything empirical.
I even saying a secondary school economy. It's kind of
what this guy said is going to start with productivity first. But is depending on foreign aids to even implement what he wants to do.
It's not.
Wait now, Mike, now. You are not controlling that foreign institution that you just come today, Buha, and the next thing you start paying NYSC, this thing. And this guy goofed too. Are you controlling the National Assembly? You forget the separation of power. Will you just tip on your finger and say, okay, you guys, National Assembly, you'll be earning 5,000 naira a month so that we want to reduce costs. There are some kind of things that
it's a whole legislative process to amending their salaries. It's not by fiat, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Power.
And you're telling me I don't know what I'm talking about.
There's an agency that determines what political office order owes, and they are backed by the law. You cannot just go there and give them order.
It's just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing to say. But
I think you're it in 1 week.
It's just, and you're telling me that's not yam. It's yam now. But let me acknowledge the super chats. Alexander Gomez, who also tells you that it is yam. He says, as an economist, I am underwhelmed by his oversimplistic assertions. SOLUDO will have him for breakfast. SOLUDO will have him from breakfast, but he will then vomit because it's so disgusting, what we just heard from a supposed economic professor. Alexander still with the super chat. He says, he spoke more like a career politician than an economist, unfortunately, and that's essentially what we have been discussing. So a new person now has discovered the super chat button. Coolidge, I choose to pronounce it like that. It says when you pay unemployed graduates 100,000, what happens to lawyers and doctors making 100,000? You have to raise their pay as well, which will be inflationary. So everybody thinks it's YAM, so it is YAM, and that is the.
So it's government and raise lawyers fee, Abi. So it's government and raise lawyer salary.
No, you probably don't. It's on your screen now. Read what you know. Read what you just.
So it's government that determines lawyer salary, Abi.
It's unbelievable.
When they raise minimum wage, how come?
Forget about these people.
When we raise minimum wage, how come transportation goes up? Are you saying government is the one that is raising transport costs when you raise minimum wage? See, the market forces will respond immediately to whatever government is doing. So you have to see economics is that's why I'm saying that what this guy is even saying we are talking is even secondary school economics. By the time we start talking the real economics, you will even be more confused than you are confused now.
Ola, when you are saying what that guy is saying is secondary school, you are. I mean, that is is a very embarrassing statement to say that to party.
No, it's saying it's a pedestrian narrative.
I mean, it's just unfortunate that we can talk like this. We can talk very bad about one of our best. This guy is one of our best, and we are just saying because you don't agree with him, it does mean that you have to chastise him.
Are you asking
because you don't agree with his position, and that means you have to chastise him?
Are you asking people to surrender without scrutiny?
Exactly. No, scrutiny. You don't know anything that this guy knows about economics.
Because he's an economic professor, we have to put our hands up and agree with everything he says.
As if you don't know what professorship means.
One man and Ola belongs to that class.
You say secondary school. That is ridiculous. This guy has school of economics. He teaches people.
Maybe you should attend that school. Maybe you should attend that school.
What are you talking about, Ola? For God's sake. Just stop this.
Okay, hold on, everyone. Let's hear from engineer who has not yet come in.
Please,
oh God, that was a bit hectic, wasn't it? Engineer, go on.
Please, can you move to the next topic, please?
Before we move, let me just say this. One thing. We'll move on, please. Ola and one man. You guys belong to that group of people.
Rational man, forget that thing. One man, move to the next topic.
Let me say this.
Play the ball, not the man, though. Play the ball, not the man.
Let him talk.
Let me just say this real quick. This guy is addressing the public. He's seeking for a political office, no doubt. And he's speaking. If he's speaking like with a high-sounding word, you people will say, Ibolos. Now he's bringing it down to people's level. That is, he's speaking to the audience. He's speaking to Nigerians. So he needs to explain it in a more simpler form. I don't know what Alexander is saying when he was saying, "Oh, you were underwhelming." Like,
isn't not underwhelming? It is underwhelming.
No, it's not. This guy spoke in a way
that anybody sound impressed? Nobody is impressed here. Apart from people who are just surrendering that is a professor.
People are not. I am impressed.
I am very, very impressed. Very, very impressed.
2019. Wait, Alfred Wadi is an economist too. Wait now. Alfred Wadi is an economist. He headed the minimum wage technical committee in 2019. All this 100K you are talking about, when they analyze it, because he has access to data, and he let us understand at that time that it was not practicable. So this is an economist too. Are we going to say now because Alfred Wadi now said, Bismarck right now said, you could not pay 100, and so he's not an economist. And all of a sudden, someone that say,
and a far more brilliant economist than Patutomi can never be.
This way. Mohalu also told you that it cannot be that reckless.
Former CBN governor.
So are we going to say he's no longer an economist just because he can't 100K? Because you have different metrics to come out with your own results. Like when you were trying to compare Awolowo and Edisi, do you know that there's nobody's mentioned Professor Stephen Awokoya, the person that came up with the idea of that free education that Awolowo did that time. He came up with his complete model. It's there on the research gate. It's there for you to read. It's not as if Awolowo just came out and promised this thing and he went there and said this thing. He analyzed everything the way he was going to achieve it.
Those are the kind of information in the public area that misleading people, all those false information that people will now go, oh, Awolowo just said it and this thing. Awolowo explain how he was going to achieve that. Is there online and on research.
There are a lot of people like you against Awolowo that time that were very
not when he presents a detailed argument.
Even when Awolowo presented a very clear
somebody like Ola would not disagree with somebody.
No, they disagree. A lot of people disagree with Awolowo
because Ola is a man of data.
At a point, even within the party, some disagree with Awolowo that this is not achievable. Awolowo said there is a non-negotiable program that they are going to do it, and what they did it perfectly well, better than.
Yeah, the way they had a structured plan, like Ola just said, they had a structured plan.
Just give people the chance to do something.
If they don't do,
you can't give them the chance in the place of what is
you don't want to give your best when the best idea comes, a big idea for to invest in the people. You people will say, oh, it's too big, it's too large, there's no money for it, but there's money to buy SUV and invest on National Assembly better than education in your country. They pay National Assembly, the amount they voted for National Assembly annually is bigger ×3 than education in your country. You are saying that
when she was become president, when he begin to impose tax on all those rich people,
you can go on the internet and search
raise the money.
See the detail the guy provide. You understand? He provide the detail of how they are going to do everything. So it's not as if Awolowo just came out and was playing to the gallery. They marked out the plan. When people challenged it, they presented everything to them in clear time.
No, it did not. It did not. No.
Ola just told you now.
He did not present the plan to them. He just did his job. People didn't even understand how he did it.
Not Mike. What you don't know, you don't know.
And a lot he doesn't know.
To where you can get data. So go and get the data and come back and call me a liar. You understand? Go to where you can get the data and come back and say, Ola, you're a liar.
What plan? What smart politician will present his secret, his plan to somebody else? Another politician.
You can use some military company to enter to register as ResearchGate as an institutional something and get access to many facts. I see. Don't see.
Which fact, man? I'm just being crazy and get facts. Well, go look now. Go send it.
I've already. Are you? Do you want to doubt? I told you ResearchGate, and I said
post it here. Then looking at
just post the link. Just post the link for him because
sorry guys, I want to chip in something quickly before we move on.
Yeah.
Please, as much as we come often to the platform, when we disagree, we don't have to start saying somebody is spoiling the platform because we have influence on the people, the viewers and all that, and people will start reasoning a lot of things, which is, I don't think is appropriate. We can disagree. We don't have to now go to, oh, you are spoiling your platform, you are doing this like Ajadiko stated earlier on. I don't think he is even helping the platform. One man can disagree with anything, like any other person comes to this platform to disagree. So some people will be for it, some people will not be for it. It doesn't mean people are stupid to not know what is right. But don't let us say things that will now start making people think even the person that is anchoring the program is spoiling his own platform. It has an effect on the viewers, and even if you look at the chat, you can tell. So
hold on right there. I know you're talking to me. Let me tell you, everybody in that chat session, they are mature people. Whatever they're chatting, I'm not driving them to chat it. So I want you to get that right. Then number two, one man is the anchor. Hold on. One man is the anchor. One man is the anchor. And we expect one man to play a moderate role. He can disagree, but not in totality the way he drive it. Disagreement in a strong term, and it's not good enough. And I'm just expressing my own position too.
No, that's fair enough. But it's an opinion. It's an opinion-led platform, though, as we know, and I equally with an opinion. But let's just move away from there and move to a better place and go to engineer. Let me actually go to. Yes, let me go to engineer. It says, this is I'll actually screen share this just so people are clear that this was actually said. This is Buhari's in-law, the one that the Zara married the son in the house. So this is Fatima Indemi, daughter of Maiduguri billionaire Alhaji Mohammed Indemi, has called on the government to secure the north and rescue kidnapped Kaduna train passengers. Taken to Instagram on Monday, April the 18th, the entrepreneur, so what makes an, anyway, let's leave that, whose brother is married to President Buhari's daughter Zara, described the train attack, which claimed more than 8 lives and left 26 other passengers injured, as heartbreaking, embarrassing, and barbaric. So these are her words. She says, let me screen share it so you can see that she did say this, and this comes off the back of the heels of what that Imam Khalib said. So it looks as though from within also they are starting to, you know, come up against it. So she says, I am scared of opening this app. That is Instagram. I am scared of opening this app. Terror after terror. The fact that I tried to stay away from Instagram for the purpose of cleansing and bettering myself this Ramadan, and found myself continuously engaging in mindless scrolling. Then to realize that what will keep me away is seeing cruel, inhuman, and barbaric behavior back to back is alarming, she wrote. It says, this is heartbreaking, disheartening, it is a shame, it is embarrassing, it is saddening. I am shaking. My heart cannot take it. If this is how I feel, I can't begin to fathom what the families that are deeply affected are going through. So this is the part that I really want you to pay attention to. This is Buhari's in-law speaking. So she says, it's truly a shame that there is nothing to do but pray. So that is the first one. It says, because regardless, prayer was going to be at the forefront, but that seemingly being the only solution is what breaks my heart. So she now essentially through that, and let me just scroll it so you see that it was actually, so that's her right there, and that's her Instagram post right there. So if you want to go and check her, lady, whatever it is she's calling herself, lady, son of Malam that is looting Niger Delta oil. So that's daughter. So that's her right there. So those are her words. But what really damns is that last bit, is that just that last bit, you know, that she's saying that because regardless, prayer was going to be at the forefront. So prayer you always go to first, but that seemingly being the only solution is what breaks my heart. So she's saying essentially by that, just that last parting shot, that the Nigerian state effectively cannot either by act or omission protect the Nigerian citizen, and the only thing that the Nigerian citizen has to go to is prayers. So what are you then making of Indemi's daughter's acerbic remarks at the Aboki from Daura?
Oh, well, wow. One man, there's calamity in the land. Something we need to realize here, when it comes to our president, we all know that this guy has just a limited time to vamoose. And something we need to clearly know, APC government, APC Senate House, APC, whatever they call them, they completely a disgrace to the nation, because this thing that happened, regardless, this incident didn't happen to any of our family member, but let's just turn it around or take it the other way around. What if this thing affected any of us in this platform, our family members? How are we going to be feeling? So those are the kind of questions we should be asking. We have leaders who don't care, who are meant to put things in order, who the citizens they voted them in. They shouted with their names in 2015, hoping that they'll change. But the APC government clarified themselves, they analyzed themselves, they make it clearly to Nigerian state and the citizen that they are a failure. So what can we do now? It's quite unfortunate to see some people coming, still pointing fingers on APC for 2023. Now, when it comes to 2023, imagine you're putting another 8 years. If you're 20 years, you're putting another 8 years of your age, which will be 28 in sufferness, because it's another sufferness that will come in. Imagine again, if you're 30 or 40 or 50, you add more 8 years to your age in the name of your appointing APC regime again. Then that means I don't think people will sit down and realize that their life and whatever they will invest in that 8 years, if there's something that maybe you go to a technical school and learn how to sew or learn how to do farming, within that 8 years you will achieve something tangible, rather than hoping in this kind of evil leaders that we have in the country. This lady, she's disappointed. She's not the only person, because we have.
This is the in-law, by the way, of Buhari.
Exactly. So she has a conscience. Somebody who have a deep conscience and see what is happening.
Just to interrupt you, engineer, I thought it was quite telling, because she provided an insight into the inner workings of those people. So she says that during this period of Ramadan, she was looking to escape bad news. But of course, when you are fasting, then you don't really have that much to do. These people, they don't go to work, as you know. They have the Central Bank of Nigeria as their personal piggy bank.
Exactly.
So she's just, she's trying to keep her mind clean. But because she doesn't have too much to do, you invariably pick up your phone, and as soon as you've checked your text messages, not many, you are instantly on Instagram and you're scrolling and scrolling. And she says that just the endless terror, she says terror after terror. So that tells us that these people, their children, their wives, their siblings, their family, they are all equally digesting what is going on. Because sometimes we try to, in our thoughts, imagine that they're somewhere in some exotic place drinking champagne and sniffing drugs. But she said her heart is, the heart must bleed, no matter who you are, from what she was saying. So, but that space that you went to, that the 30-year-old that was 30, at the average 30 years old that was 30 in 2015, is going to end up a bitter old person, because he would have suffered the Buhari 8 years, and is going to suffer a Tinubu 8 years, which will be 16. So by the time he has any chance of recovery, is 48, 50, and then another 8 years on top of it. It's just going to end up bitter.
Because you woman, this lady, she has a conscience. Something that baffles me. What is happening with the House of Rep, Senate House? This thing that happened, I expect these people to go on a strike. Now, these people, if they catch them, or if any bandit come out or Boko Haram, they always said they want to speak to the president. They have been given that notification long time ago. But what is happening? People keep quiet. All the government, they keep quiet. And that's why these people, they keep pinpointing. It's not as if the bandit, they themselves, they want to kill. No.
Yeah, I think they do.
They are pinpointing hand on the president's head to come out and make that speech. He should come and confess what he did to them, which none of the leaders, they are coming out to challenge him. And that's why these people, they're coming out to savage everybody.
So you want, engineer, you want the president to talk to them? Is that what you want?
How many times do you think these people are coming out? They said they want to speak to the president. He should come and talk to them.
You should go and negotiate with terrorists.
Mike, if that was what if that is what it takes,
you don't know anything about that country, man. Come on, Mike. These people, each time they called, if
you go and talk to them, they are give them power because they will start demanding what they want from you.
No. The question though, if that is what it takes, should he?
What it takes for what?
For things to start to abate and become manageable.
If that's what it takes, guarantee that everything will die, then it should. But it's not. But that's not what it takes.
No, we're not talking about guarantees. We're just saying if that was what it takes, should he? So I just wanted to know where your cutoff mark is.
Do you know how many times these people have been coming and giving this speech? They said this thing more than 16 times since 2015.
So they should hold the country for ransom. Talk to the president and must do this
more than 16 times. That's why if there's nothing like a positivity from the government, that's why they end up savaging everybody. It's sad. It's really sad. We can't sit down and be watching what is going on in that country. And we have people in the Senate House, people in the House of Rep. What are they doing? What job are they doing in that country? They are just waste of space. If today Buhari didn't pay them for 4 months, I bet you they will be the first people to go and attack the man. Sometimes let's call a spade one man. You understand? Because what is happening in this country is getting too much. It's out of hand. It's completely out of hand. We have Minister of Transportation. That one only God knows. Oh shit, man! That one, I don't know.
In the afternoon session that I did, Asari Dokubo was saying that Rotimi Amechi is the worst of the worst. Just on the 28th of March,
he's right.
6 people killed, tens are injured, hundreds disappeared. And just by way of solution, being the Minister of Transportation, he declares that he wants to be president. And that is his, he says, oh, give me surveillance something. I told them to give me surveillance. Now they did not give me. What can I do now? I want to be president. It's almost like he's, you know, it's.
But I mean, I still don't understand. Like, how is security the responsibility of Minister of Transportation? I thought that would be responsibility of Minister of Defense, wouldn't it?
No,
Defense Minister.
No. The ministry, the train comes under his purview. So from
no, his job is to build the train, provided that's it. His job is not to secure the train.
The train does, okay, go on. Okay, forget. Okay.
No, his job it's like a minister of road, right? Wait. You can also make an argument. Hold on now. Let me land. Let me make this point real quick. We can also argue that when the after road is built, right, the mandatory that happen on that road is the responsibility of the minister of road, the minister that built the road. His job was to build the road. His job is not to secure the road. You understand? The job of the people that are responsible for securing the road, security on the road, and security of
the road is completely different from the trains. But
no, who's supposed to provide security for train route or all those things?
I'm waiting to respond to that if you are happy to listen.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. What I was saying is that it is his responsibility to ensure as much as he can that a train leaves one point of call or of a departure to another point of arrival as safely as possible. That falls under his purview. So within that responsibility, he works in tandem with satellite agencies. So the police, the army, the DSS, whichever agency needs to come up with a map that secures a train roof, a train passage from one point to another, you know, he has access to all of that. But the person that superintends that whole process has to be him. You know, it has to be him. So he can, through working with those agencies, because when people are calling, they call first to him before they call to the security agencies, as we are doing now, and as a lot of people do. And as Bokubo did. So he has that, he's the lead in that space, and he works in tandem with the security agencies to guarantee as best they can the passage of the trains. So it is his responsibility ultimately.
Mike, can I say something to one man and everybody? You see, in a sinner society where things works, what is even the business of a minister of transportation with a train? For goodness sake, Don't we see it in other developed countries like where all of us live? They have directors, they have everybody. I mean, what is the concern of a government with it? Okay, fine. They make policies that will enable train service to be possible in the country. But
most rail tracks were built.
But what I'm saying is that it is not the job of the government to be running the train. It is not their job.
Well, in this country,
in the Nigerian context, I know in the Nigerian context, this is all for political whatever.
I think you're wrong.
Well, am I wrong?
Because here in the United Kingdom, until about 10-15 years ago, engineer is here, the trains were run by the national space. It was only until about a decade or so, a bit, that they privatized it. And those trains have been running for centuries even.
But I know most of the crap we have in Nigeria is modeled after the British system, which does not even really work in the federal system. That is what I'm trying to tell you. We are not running the kind of system that Britain is running. Agreed, in the time past we were doing that. But if we say we're a federal system, let us make sure we're doing it in the federal way. Now, what
does that mean? What does that mean?
Train system, government only make policies that will enable such. Here in some countries, cities run their train, they run their light rail by themselves, not the government. Not the federal government.
Most of those train tracks, both in whichever country you are,
we know,
almost certainly built by the government because it's too heavy a lift for industry.
Yeah, that is why they have transit police, which is run locally by the locality where that train passes by.
No, I'm not sure that.
That's what I'm saying. You only sit down there. I mean, you don't understand the system here.
I don't understand the system. I'm telling you what obtains internationally.
In Germany to also practice federal system like we practice.
Right.
Like they practice in America. That is how you give the federating units that leverage to be able to act. If they have within that axis where they are, if they have their own kind of transit police, or maybe the federal government gives autonomy to some kind of...
That's a different thing you're talking about now. You said the federal government should not be running the trains. And I'm telling you that here in the United Kingdom until recently, and probably in the United States, certainly in most of Europe, especially in the Eastern Bloc, they are still running the trains.
The Department of Transportation here in America, they make sure that the rail tracks are okay. Whoever is lifting anything through the rail, I mean, we have private companies that own rail company here. We have BNSF, we have Canadian Pacific, we have a lot of them here. They run this train service themselves. We have what's it called, Amtrak.
Are you in Canada?
Well, I don't want to give out my location. I'm just trying to.
When you say Canada already,
so why are you always doing this thing? You told us just the other day you're in Canada.
I will eat you immediately when you say Canada Pacific, because I will tell you something that you may be missing there. Government still run rail system because rail system is heavily subsidized.
Yeah, that's it now. So
is Canada a federal? Is it a federal state?
You don't understand.
Is Canada is federal state? That's what I'm asking you.
The politics
it doesn't matter. We're talking about the government. You're saying the
government
should not be running the trains.
When you don't get your government system right, that is where we get this kind of crap.
Are you moving the conversation now?
Federal in nation in Canada.
I'm not moving it. It's because you said Amechi should be responsible. Yes, as a minister.
No, you said the government should not be running the trains.
They should not be running the train. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But they do in Canada, as Ola told us. They used to do in the United Kingdom until recently.
If you want to run a parliamentary system like they run over there, like in your own country and in Canada, run it that way. Then we know that it's a parliamentary system.
But the system doesn't matter. Government is government, isn't it? You said, no. Hold on. Don't run away from where you are. You said government should not be running the train. Forget what I did in school. You said government should not be running the trains, but they do internationally. So why shouldn't they in Nigeria?
They should not, because the system we practice is different. We practice federal system.
Right.
That is the same.
Canada is federal system too, according to all.
That's federal system.
Canada is a federal system? No, they're not.
Canada
he
is
lives in
federal
Canada.
system.
You practice parliamentary.
You never understand most of this.
You have prime minister.
Wait
You have prime
now.
minister.
Don't
National mind just moved to Canada.
He just doesn't understand most of these things.
You don't practice federal system in Canada. Don't give me that.
He lives in Canada.
Are you arguing with me? I went through this. I said Canada practice federal system. Don't argue.
You know what they call federal system?
I said Canada is a federal system.
Ola, did you say once? Maybe it was in Nigeria, but is it in Canada that you said you acted as an agent during elections?
Yes.
In Canada.
Yes.
But he doesn't. He was an election agent in Canada, but he doesn't know
And
what
so
system.
And so because
He doesn't know what system obtains. But you in America, you know better than him.
A custodian of knowledge of Canada. What are we talking about?
You never understand what.
Don't give me that. Don't give me that. Canada practice parliamentary system. They have parliament.
I said Canada is
are you hearing this, engineer?
Why can't you guys just Google it? Google it.
Ola is there. He's a returning agent at elections.
It's going to be gradual. He says
because they hire you to come and secure election doesn't mean you know everything in that country.
At least they will know what system they are running. Better than somebody.
Are you telling me those INEC in Nigeria? Even
are you serious at all?
Even I'm not be joking. I think National Mind is trying to wind
prime minister. What kind of a federal system has prime minister?
Don't argue.
No, I'm arguing with you.
Engineer, I like this platform, man.
It's unbelievable.
You hear your people.
Someone can tell me that I'm wearing a white t-shirt now, and they will argue me to the ground. That I'm not telling you. Under the system of looking the other, if you look at it through a concave mirror, this guy, man.
Allah, where are you? Where do you live? Allah, where do you live?
Wikipedia is your friend. I said don't argue. Canada is a federal system.
One man, can I say something? One man.
Look, let me tell you something.
Rational mind, you are wrong. I just checked it up now.
But we are a federal system.
It's a federal system.
Don't live there now. So rational mind now.
Rational mind, you are wrong. You are actually wrong. I just checked it up now.
It's a federal system.
It's a federal system. Allah is right.
You have the prime minister.
You're
still arguing. Go and check it up. It's very easy. Check it up now. You see.
See, rational mind. This is where you are making it. This is where you are saying we have federal system, but we have parliamentary democracy. Can you differentiate between those two words?
No, Jafar backs you up. It says rational mind. Nigerian First Republic had a prime minister in a federal dispensation.
No. First Republic was not federal dispensation. It was confederation.
You see why people are getting it wrong.
All right.
I mean, you are getting this wrong.
All right.
Nigeria never became a federal republic until
they have a federal system in Canada, though. So that's just it. So
that is strange to me. It's strange to me.
It can't be. It doesn't have to be because they always have had one. So I don't know.
Maybe you guys can understand my point of view. Why I'm saying it's strange because I don't know. I've never seen a federal system that is practiced parliamentary. They have a prime minister instead of a president.
I understand why it's strange to you, but you should have listened to somebody that was sure. Once you are not sure.
No, I'm sure. That's what I'm saying. If you are
not sure, because
I didn't frame my citizenship now.
I'm not sure.
Maybe I did.
If I'm not sure, I will have to
you know this citizenship. Part of the citizenship is to know these things. It's just really what rational mind does. It doesn't know when to drop the dead donkey. When the donkey is dead, you have to stop flogging it. Drop the dead donkey.
Ejiro just said it now. I'm beginning to think about it.
You look at this guy.
Now, Ola, what do you have to say?
He's already told you now. What more do you want? Let's get back to engineer.
But he said you want to say something now. He said you want to say something.
He's told you. He said they have a federal system, so he's told you what.
No, he said he want to say something.
Even most people from Canada
we call ourselves we have federal system, but in our federal system we now call it parliamentary democracy. Do you know the term? So don't let this term confuse you.
All right, let's
the structure of Canada is federal.
Okay, accept.
And also another Canadian comes in. I live in Canada. Rational mind, it is a federal system here, bro.
Okay.
So
drop
the dead donkey. Drop the dead donkey.
Federal, okay, no problem. A federal system that practice parliamentary, right? Oh my goodness.
Whatever it is, they have a federal system.
What's wong tonight? Unbelievable.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Àwọn ẹsẹ̀ kan lé ẹsẹ̀ kan tà ní àwọn Canada. That is why.
I'm not for the first time. I'm always thought
Ọ̀ṣàkàṣoko ní Canada.
One man may be right a little bit. Because they may be practicing both, you know.
Both, they are practicing both. So federal system with
for example, America, what this America is practicing, is it capitalism or socialism?
Well, I will assume it's capitalism.
They do both. America practices both.
It's mixture.
German federal system is different from United States of American system. Just the way Canada is different. So we shouldn't see when they mention the grammar in this thing. Look at the structure of the system, because the first thing you normally do when you want to understand the country is that take the constitution. I understand the constitution. That is what I did when I got to this place. I picked the constitution of Canada. I pick the constitution of my city so that I don't want to be on the other side of the law.
For the question,
first thing for me, if I come to UK today, the first thing I will do is to grab the constitution and carry the bylaw of that city I am, so that I don't want to be. See,
they don't have constitution. They don't have constitution in UK. They don't have constitution.
Yeah, we have the Magna.
They are yam head people. They don't have constitution.
We have the Magna Carta.
We have Magna Carta here too. We have also Magna Carta here too.
That's why one man and engineer behaving yam here.
They don't have written constitution. No, they don't have. Am I wrong, one man?
No, they have the Magna Cartas, which is the system that they use. But but you are right. Yes, yeah. So yeah, back to your rational mind.
But then, Ola, Canadian Pacific. I mean, you have many of those.
Are you still arguing it?
Hold on. I'm not arguing the government system. I'm talking about the real system. We have a lot of real coming from Canada, bringing in stuff from Canada into the Pacific Northwest here, our own part of.
Can we move out of this topic?
Yes, because we are trying to, but rational mind doesn't know when to give it up.
When negotiating with
you are the one that is looking for trouble. You say back to rational mind.
No, I said back to engineer. I was going back to engineer who had the floor.
Okay, engineer. Oh, you have the floor, please. Let me let one man.
Thank you. What a nice morning here.
I'm sure rational mind they enjoyed a lot of flogging when he was a kid, because it's very stubborn. Me nigga, he has to listen me nigga, shangri, me nigga.
I argue based on what I understand, because how can you be practicing? I've never heard about that before. That you practice parliament system and then you are having a federal system. That is what I'm saying.
My brother.
All right. Back to your engineer.
So back to our homeland.
Yes, the Ndimi girl.
Yeah, she. I think she's one of the girls that have conscience for she to come out and start giving that speech from a presidential family members, which is a good thing. I think also we should remember. Most of the northern people now, I think is the heat is on them, and no one is hiding anymore, because some time ago they used to give that kind of fully respect to the elders, but I think with what is going on now, more they're gonna come out and give that speech. I think it's highly time that It's just one way around, because the president is just living not too long, and he don't care. And a week ago, you said on this platform, the Northern elders, they said to the man to resign, and which he came out and said to them to go and sit down. So things like this, it's a wake-up call, and let's see how everything will go on. But like I said, when it comes to APC, every human in Nigeria and abroad, we all know that APC is a failure. They failed, and the amount of people that passed away during this APC regime is unbearable and uncountable. It's something that one needs to be very, very careful. So the girl, she have done well. At least she has conscience for she to come out and give the speech. Every time in a week or in a month, people will be dying in that country. The country is no more secure. You have bandits are doing their own stuff. Hotel owners, they're doing their own killing. People, it's just sad. It's very sad. But may God help us.
Engineer.
Sir.
Engineer, who are these Northerners trying to scam? Is it the Southerners? Is it after 8 years that they know that Buhari will resign? Are they not in this country when Buhari has been failing us from his year to the last day? Why do they want the man should not resign? Buhari should stay in power till he finish his tenure. The North should not come and tell us that they want Buhari to resign after already finishing tenure.
But
the South can no longer be scammed. We understand what's going on. If APC will not come back to power by giving us Sibaju, we should focus on Wike from PDP, nothing more.
Okay, that's your own. Did
you say Wike now? And did you say?
Yeah, he said
I thought
Wike.
Igbo was always going for Eastern presidents.
No,
Igbo, how are you?
Yes, I'm a full supporter of Osibajo. Yes, he's a refugee. Come on, we are demanding that they give him the ticket. He don't need to come and be running up and down. Outside Osibajo, we should throw away the APC in the garbage and bring somebody like Wike from PDP. That's all. I'm giving Nigeria, I'm suggesting the best for Nigeria, man. And that's the truth. You might be telling me, Tinubu, that those are your own. But I'm giving Nigeria the best candidate to lead us in this trial time. And no one should come and be telling us that Buhari should not resign. Buhari should remain in power until his tenure over. That Buhari should resign just a scam in the South.
At any price, at any price.
I beg your pardon?
Should he remain in power at any price?
At any, if he wants to even amend the constitution and stay there for another 4 years, let him go ahead. If it's okay with the North, it's not that they will come and tell us they want him to resign. We are not fools in this country. They want him to resign. Now, why? Why will he resign? For what? Who did you want to resign that seat of office for? Who? Remain there and finish his tenure.
Okay, did you see the video clip that I played earlier on, Igor?
From who told me?
Oh, okay. Do you have a screen in front of you where you are? Do you have a screen? Igor, look at this guy.
Yeah, I do have a screen.
Okay, I want you to respond to this. It's only a short few minutes, but listen very carefully and respond to this.
The fact that the current Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, presides over the economic affairs of this country is based on some parameters. And then this is someone who has also positioned himself to run for president next year. So you will now be asking, how do you put your campaign forth to Nigerians? What would you use as the basis or the rationale behind the fact that I want to be president of this country? Is it to right the economy, the wrongs on the economy that we are facing at the moment? Or I don't know how you reason this.
Or to worsen it. It all depends on what he has in mind. If I had my way, I would tell him not to contest. Because the truth is, he has to admit that he's part of the success or successes of this administration, where the administration is deemed to have been successful. Now, if he can own up, I mean, if he can appropriate some of the successes of this administration in areas where the administration has been successful, then he should also be ready to admit to being part of the failure of this administration in areas where we can see clearly that the administration has failed. In the area of the economy, the administration has done badly. The administration is going to leave our currency a lot worse than it met it. The administration is going to leave Nigerians worse off in terms of their purchasing power, in terms of prosperity. The administration will leave Nigerians a lot worse. Questions will be asked of Vice President Shibaju by the time he decides that he wants to contest. They are going to ask him questions. People are not going to say, oh, as a VP, he didn't have so much power. So, no, nobody is going to say, oh, the president took all the decisions. No. If you are in charge of the economy and you are not allowed to do your job as somebody mandated to chair the meetings of the Economic Council, if you are encumbered in any way, if you are limited, if you are not allowed to do your work the way you would have loved to do it, the honorable thing is to resign. Now, if you do not resign, you remain there, that means you are happy to be there. That means that you do not see anything wrong in the way the country is being run, or you are also part of the decision makers. You join them in taking those decisions. I will not agree with anyone that the vice president does not have the influence, he doesn't have powers, this and that. Okay. The jobs that have been delegated to him, he has to show us how well he did those jobs.
Delivered. Yeah.
So if the president has failed in the area of the economy, then the president has also joined him in failing. He has joined him in failing. We can't heap all of that blame on the president alone. That will show us to be bloody hypocrites. To heap all the blame on the
right.
All right. So 2 things before I come to you, Ego. The first thing is that interview you just saw was on TVC, which is a Tinubu-owned platform, and that person that was speaking is a Tinubu employee. So you have that as a backdrop. So that as a backdrop, but to what he's actually saying. The question that Osinbajo has to tackle is, how can he exonerate himself from the atrocities and the failings of the Buhari administration, and how is he able to present himself as a solution to a problem that he himself created? So how does he tackle that, Ego?
If for instance, I'm Osinbajo, you put this kind of question before me, I will only take you back to when I was really privileged to make decisions in the country. And I will let you know that I made decisions that saw the economy rising and the dollar going down. And I will also make you understand that, yes, my powers are really limited to an extent. And that if I have gotten the Economic Council,
Who chairs
I
the
will do
Economic Council?
100% better than I have done. I beg your pardon?
I said, who chairs the
You said what?
Economic Council? Who is the chairman of the Economic Council?
It's Osibajo.
All right. Okay. For 7 years.
As the chairman of the Economic Council, if he's making decisions, he must seek an approval for his master.
He presents the economic model for the country, and this is what he's giving us.
And present it before his master. If his master didn't adhere to him, what would he do? Would he be fighting his master? We all know that his master is a school. He doesn't have school cert. Why he is a professor?
Well, let's hear from Igbo because it's in Nigeria and we need to. Yeah. Sorry, carry on, Igbo. Hold on, rational mind, because I always appreciate the fact that Igbo joins us from Nigeria, which is not an easy thing to do, and he does regularly. So let's hear a bit from him because the system can dip him out. So carry on, Igbo.
So I'll be able to make my case of my past when I was given real authority, and my powers are also limited. The issue of me being the head of Economic Council or whatever, if I present a better proposal before my leader and he refuses to fund it or decide to take away some clause or whatever, because I'm a professor and this same man, nobody knows where a certificate is. So his understanding might quite different from mine. If I present a better proposal for him and he turns it down, what do you want me to do as a vice? Should I resign?
Okay,
no,
so over the last 7 years, he has been providing a solution to Nigeria's economic woes, and Buhari has been turning it down.
What do you expect me to say? Do you think?
I'm asking you.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You're asking me. I'm not there when they make their decision. I'm telling you of what Nigeria saw.
That's the point, though, isn't it?
What Nigeria saw is what I'm making before you, is what I'm putting before you. I said this vice president will argue that when he was in charge of this country, nothing went up and nothing ever has any problem. Instead, things were moving. So if I was given that privilege just for only a year, Nigerians will feel my leadership. I will make such argument.
Hold on, Igbo. If they counter that argument by saying that you are the chairman of the Economic Council that presents an economic model to the FEC, and you have been in that position for 7 years, and the country under that stewardship are famously the poverty capital of the world, the Naira completely bastardized, everything ruined. So if you have been the chairperson of the Economic Council for 7 years, presenting business models, economic models that should work, and Buhari has been rejecting
let me correct you. He's not the one that presented the model, the economic model. He only chaired the
allow one man talk. Allow one man speak, Mike.
Why do you always do that now? He presents the economic as a chair. He superintends it, but please let it go.
He manages it, but he doesn't present.
Please, nobody is a fool here. They understand what's being said, so don't. You are not correcting anything that is not already known.
Correcting.
You are not correcting anything. Okay, let's go to you. What are you correcting? Because you like to do this thing and you fall apart.
The president is one that presents the economic model.
The president presents the economic model. Who models
and then
the
the vice president just chairs it. He just manages. He chairs it.
Who models the economic policy of the country?
Whoever's in charge of the country is one that decides which economic model he wants. Whoever is the president, if I'm running for president, I will say, okay, this is the economic model I want, and I'll design it, and then I'll have the vice president chair it. That's what.
Mike, don't say what you don't know.
He doesn't know anything, and he just.
So it's the vice president that designed the economic model.
Mike, thank you. I don't want to. About 4 times now you've done that, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Look it up.
Can make his
I don't have to look anything up.
That his powers are limited. I think he has a good case.
Sorry, Igbo, start that again. I don't know what Mike just did, but start that again.
What I said was that the president, vice president, if they are holding him responsible for the failure of the economy as being the head of the economy or whatever, he can also make his case by making the country understand that his powers are limited. and also cite the instance when he was sitting and the commander-in-chief was seated. And how was the country then? It's a good argument to make before these Nigerian people. So I don't see anything wrong in that. To me, I don't see anything wrong in it. And I know many Nigerians will agree with me. Yes.
All right, thank
Buhari
you.
himself that is seated, we all know that Buhari, I don't know what class to put him.
Can I put forward another counter argument on that?
All right, and then we go back to
Come forward.
Yeah.
Okay, so for me, you see, this guy, that journalist guy, I know he's just a paid journalist. Although I respect him in some ways.
He's a Tinubu's boy now.
Yeah, but then, well, some of the things he spoke to, I share his view. But one thing about Osinbajo is that, of course, he chaired the Economic Council. But then we all say here, what is the use of your economic policies when you don't have the absolute direction? I mean, you don't have the absolute control over that policy. I'll give you an example. We talk about cryptocurrency here. He's pro crypto. The CBN governor that he appointed. No, that's just one example. I can give you many other examples of the economic plan that Osinbajo is trying to champion. That Emefiele do not see eye to eye with the vice president.
They were blocking it because they are short-sighted.
Now,
he said no. The price everywhere.
Now, what is the use of your economic plan when there is insecurity? When your boss fails to take action in convincing investors that will come into your country to invest that yes, we have control over our insecurity. Our security is intact. You can travel the length and breadth of Nigeria without being attacked or being kidnapped. What is the use of economic plan when you can't even protect your own citizens?
Your boss that you are serving, your boss cannot protect the citizens.
He won't even take action on that in that regard. Always we're hearing forward.
That's a different space, though. And by the way, the economic policy itself,
economy work in tandem with security. If there is no security, what is the economy? What is the use of economy you have? What is really wrong with
the economy can drive?
It
cannot thrive. Where have you ever had that economy is thriving when there is insecurity?
The economy can drive security.
Rational man, you see what one man doesn't understand there. One man, what you don't understand is this. You see, government is listen. Government is a bunch of wheels spinning at the same time.
Premise because to get people's back up.
Let me
okay, let me land, woman. Wait, I'm sorry. Rational mind, let me say this. See, government is a bunch of wheels spinning at the same time. Bunch of wheels spinning at the same time. If one wheel stops spinning, it will affect the rest of the wheels. You understand? So when you become a president, you have to make sure you appoint the competent people in every facet of government. Because if one area is lacking, it will affect other areas. So that's what you guys don't understand. So if Buhari's administration is not working well,
did you have to say people don't understand, or just make the statement that this is okay?
Commander-in-Chief, the what?
Everybody say it like that. Why is it that when I say this, what is the problem? Everybody says it. Just that's how we know. That's our figure of speech.
Mike, it's okay. Now, when we use the word Commander-in-Chief, one man, Commander-in-Chief. Osinbajo is not the Commander-in-Chief. He doesn't command the army. Buhari commands the army. We know, like Igor was saying, when the guy was there, when he was commander-in-chief acting, we saw the sanity he brought. He sacked a DSS.
It was a distinction now, in a couple of weeks or months.
Because that is a platform to the democracy of Nigeria, that a federal police or some kind of security outfit by the government will go and strong arm another arm of the government, invade them, prevent them from entering, or whatever they want to do that very day. He had to remove him. And we saw a little bit of sanity that came into the system when the guy was acting. Don't get me wrong, I'm not championing this guy, but what I'm trying to say is, like this guy said, that journalist guy, the only thing I see eye on eye with him is that if he feels that it doesn't sit well with him, being a constitutional lawyer who believes in the rule of law, and he sees his boss flagrantly, disobeying the law, and ruling people, ruling the country like with a iron fist, the best thing for him is to resign if he has any honor. That's the only thing I see. I agree with him on that. But he will not do that. We know what is on stake. What is at stake in this matter. So for me, if I were to be Oshibajo's campaign manager or whatever, one of his campaign, I will use that. I will use that line that I'm not the commander in chief. And when I was there, at least see what I did.
Just exactly what I'm saying. That little time alone is for
there's no way my economic policy can work.
What did he in his campaign speech? What did he say? Rational mind. In his campaign speech, what did he say? He said he will continue where Buhari stopped. That is, he will continue with killing Nigerians. That's what he said in his campaign speech.
I agree with you, my brother. Yeah, that one too. I don't agree with him on that. That is, you see, listen to me, my brother. I'm not championing Oshibajo here. I'm only saying one thing about me is I try to be objective when I analyze people or when I argue. I'm saying that for that reason, for me, for the fact that he was part of the government, it makes him not a good candidate to rule that country. And also, he has said that he's going to continue from, and like what man will always say here on his platform, what do you expect him to say when Tinubu said the same thing? What do you expect him to say? Just like when you bad people say, you know. So that is just it. So you have to make it look like, okay, we know this man has 11 million voters from the north. So by appealing like, oh, we're going to continue on what he has done, maybe some of his 11 million voters of Buhari would also join his own voters. Then he will be able to swell his rank at the election. Maybe that's what he's trying to do, or maybe he's trying to talk sweet of his boss, so that his boss will give him tickets. So it could be anything. So, but for me, I'm not saying that makes him a good candidate for that to rule that to become the next commander in chief of that country. Let us not vote this guy in. Vote for a neutral person.
He's the best candidate. He's the best candidate. There is no other.
He is not the best candidate. We should stop.
Please, point one Nigeria. You know better than that man. What is
making him the best candidate? What is making him the best candidate? Yes. Is he not part of this present government? Is he not part of this present government? If Buhari succeeded, was he not going to claim his own victories? If Buhari was a good leader, will he not claim the victories?
Ego, just mention Amechi the best candidate. Ete will leave you alone. Ete will leave you alone. If you mention Amechi is the best candidate, Ete will leave you alone.
Wike is better than Amechi by far. Who is Amechi? Amechi who stays with Jonathan from power, want to come and sit in the power. How? Is it possible? Amechi to come and tell us he want to run up is an insult to Nigeria. So forget about Amechi. Nobody is seeing him.
PDP should not, APC should not contest. They should sit down. They don't have anybody to
that would be better. So let's concentrate on Wike, Peter Obi, these people. These are the people we should concentrate on. But if we go into APC, there is no other body in APC than Oshibajo.
Nothing good can come out from APC. Nothing good can come out from APC.
Okay, let's dump everybody and let's go for Wike. We have to adopt the candidate that we know is good for Nigerians. Now we just begin to talk about the money bags. Those who want to collect money.
I think Ete really wants to hear Peter Obi. That's what he wants to hear. So
we have had it now. I said Wike and Peter Obi now. He's happy now.
Is Peter Obi not better than everybody in APC? Is it
I would say Peter Obi better pass
Oshibanjo. How can you say Peter Obi is better than Oshibanjo?
He's better than all of them in APC.
Based on what?
It's a lie.
Don't start to.
So this is my position, one man. I think Oshibanjo team are very well prepared, and they are very prepared to defend his record and his position in this administration. Outside him, we should look somebody like Wike or Peter Obi. This is
all right, we're losing you somewhat, but thank you.
If you give anybody that ticket, APC will.
All right, thank you, Ego. So let me acknowledge some of. Thank you, Ego. So let me acknowledge some of the super chats that have come in, and then I'll get back to engineer with another talking point. So this is Plenty Water that joins Alexander Gomez in the super chat, and it says, if Buhari resigns or yields to Oshibajo to complete the tenure, if Oshibajo performs a Sakamanji country, what does that mean?
Sakama J.
Sakama J. God. Oh God. I've been out of the loop for too long. It says if Osinbajo performs a Sakama J country turnaround in a short period, will Bola Tinubu stand a chance at the primary against a president? So that is the thing. Then will the so that's thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. So will Osinbajo use the power of incumbency to favor himself? Is the question. So yeah, it'd be curious,
Is Abiola's son running too?
No, it's coming under PRP. So Kola Abiola is the best candidate, he adds. So that is Plenty Water.
The guy's as corrupt as his father. The guy's as corrupt as his father.
Why do you say that? Thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. Yeah, back to you.
The guy is corrupt, man. As soon as they paid him money, he started talking rubbish. He say they should, the guy, so they paid him money, man. The guy is like money like his papa, man. Like, you followed him now. He said they should kill Igbo. They should, this guy's serious.
Kola Abiola said they should kill Igbo.
Yeah, he said when the government was, as soon as Buhari started paying him money, the guy just started kissing ass, man. And he said, the government should just kill Igbo, kill him out and take him out,
But he did not join the PDP or the APC, he joined PRP.
No, the moment Buhari paid him, started giving his families money and things like that, he just started talking rubbish, started kissing Buhari's ass. And not because he's even a part of the APC, but it's just because they paid him money. They started giving them something now, he starts smiling like in Papa. The guys never Abiola too much.
You are not sure now. You are not sure if they paid him money now.
What else will make you start laughing and be shining your 32 teeth? Maybe money. Guys, let me Papa, man. Papa said, that's what Papa said. They collect money. They bash Awolowo. When they don't show them money, get. These people, man.
A lot of people that talk about that Abiola, they forget how much he betrayed Awolowo in there.
Yeah, that's why Yoruba people didn't really fight for him now when they, because people would have fought other when they killed him, but people just remember the Yoruba traditional rulers didn't really stand up for him now because they knew what he did. That's why that 90s was just regular people like students who were fighting for him. But the Yoruba,
that was why he just went and shared money in Aso Rock.
They didn't care about Yoruba. That's why I keep telling some people that say Abiola Yoruba. The Yoruba people didn't care about the guy like that, man. The only reason he stood up was because injustice. People were fighting against injustice, not really Abiola that they were fighting for. Yoruba people didn't like him like that.
It was injustice that they were fighting for.
Yeah.
So thank you. Let me take you to a different space, engineer.
Okay.
So this one, I'm only bringing this story really. I'll tell you why in a moment. 2023, US-based Professor Yehu Nanji joins ENUGU governorship race. So I'm really only bringing you this narrative because essentially the guy is a professor. So all these academicians now, they are seeming to go. I think there's a recalibration going on in the East, where they are now whittling out all these traditional bags of dollars and guns sort of politicians to put in now people really that are professional and proven into their state houses. So we saw that with Anambra State, of course, Charles Soludo, who hit the ground running. So this guy now seeing that example, he's coming into the Enugu space and is coming properly because he's gone in for the PDP ticket, and if he gets that, then a good chance to become the governor. So if he becomes the governor of Enugu State, and Senator Abaribe indicating to Abia State, so are we now seeing an evolution of a more fit-for-purpose type of politics taking place in the East? Are they setting aside that traditional guns and dollars politics to now interrogate their candidate more and get people that are fit for purpose? Another professor, but this time Enugu State in the East. What are you making of that, engineer?
Well, one man. We all know what is going on in that country, Nigeria. Everyone can come out and start making claim. I think this is it's a special time that these people are given opportunity are giving Nigerians time to think, because
do you not think there's somewhat of a rebalancing going on in the East? Because if you look at all of the other spaces, we're still going after the godfathers, the actually politicians, and the bags of rice. But they are going for, people of proven achievement, senior academicians, and people of integrity. SOLUDO, this Professor Abaribe, are they redefining the political landscape in the East?
Well, something you need to understand, woman, in that East, what is killing them is just lack of communication, lack of understanding each other. Because in terms of things like this, what are these people needs to do to put things in place? Those are the questions that someone needs to start asking. Because when it comes to those kind of political play, they know how to do it, but they don't want to like share it in between themselves for them to see that yes, they are progressing. So they are lacking of that kind of connectivity in between themselves, all of them. That's all I can see for me.
Oh, all right, thank you, engineer. So, engineer, let me go to Ete, because I want to expand on that space a little bit. But Ete, the conversation that I was just having with the engineer, because I can identify somewhat of a shift, in politicking in the East, where they are interrogating even more their candidates and picking people that will be of service to them. We see that with SOLUDO, and Abia State wants to follow in that direction, Enugu State as well. Are you seeing evolution in politics in the East with this sort of candidates and people in state houses?
Yes. You see, they've realized that they can't survive with money back politics, because you see, over the years, there's no real development in the Southeast. There's no real projects there. There's no real anything there. So it's the citizens, they realize that, look, we need to choose people that will do what we want, and that is what they are doing. That is why we're seeing candidates like that coming out, because of the people have made that decision. And that is what we need in other parts of Nigeria. We need the people to choose who they want, not who shared money more. You understand? Because they are really suffering in the East. They are really suffering in the East, because there's nothing is in the East. When you look at the map of Nigeria, you can't say any tangible thing that is in the East. There's nothing there. So they've realized that their governors had a major role to play in nothing being there. You understand? So they are putting people that they can hold accountable. And this issue of IPOP and unknown government thing. So they really need somebody that has their back to be there. If not, what is happening in Imo State is what is going to be happening in their state. So they are trying to avoid Imo State in their state, because you can see the killings and everything, and the hatred the people have for the sitting governor Uzodinma there. So they don't want that to happen in their state. That's why you see them. They are picking they are picking people that they feel they can talk to and can do what they want him to do.
Okay. Do you think that SOLUDO winning, because I think the SOLUDO win is a real coup for the East. So do you think somebody like SOLUDO being in that state house, do you think it has opened up that politician? Because a lot of even on this platform we say a lot that people of quality, they shy away from politics because they consider it to be some sort of like a dirty business for people like Uzodinma and Tinubu, just smelly people. But with Charles SOLUDO now in the state house in Anambra State, do you think he has now opened up that space to quality achievers of global proportions to come into politics? And do you think, because I am terminate SOLUDO bounce You know, I'm timing it a SOLUDO bounce.
Somebody needs to mute, man.
Yeah, I think that will probably.
You see what SOLUDO election did for the Southeast is very, very important because
yes,
a lot
I
of
think
things.
it's created a bounce somewhat. Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of things happened before that election. A lot of things were going on. We saw how APC was manufacturing numbers when they were doing primaries. We saw the manufacturers members that were plentier than even the votes he got in the real election. So people were scared that what happened in Imo will happen there, where people were scared that Andy Uba will be the one on the seat. And even if SOLUDO won, federal government was going to do what federal government does and order Supreme Court to put their preferred candidates there. So there was a lot of things going on underground that when the election happened and SOLUDO won, and they saw that nothing happened to SOLUDO, so they felt like if he can do it, we can do it.
And do you think this is the redefining of politics in Nigeria that we're seeing being perfected in the East?
Yes, I feel so, and I think sooner or later it will rub off on other regions. I think sooner or later other regions will start picking up the ideology because
if SOLUDO can redefine performance, because which a lot of people are hoping it can, it will no longer do for just you just contrast what is happening in the East. So they have SOLUDO in Anambra State House. They have this chap coming into Enugu, Abaribe, going for Abia. Guess who they have in Osun State that wants to be governor? Adeleke. And these two will sit together in some fake meeting saying they are discussing.
That Mumu, I like to dance like.
Yes.
I like dancing.
You know, you got the PDP ticket.
Man, that guy has no business anywhere. Man. He's too foolish. No. Is he not Davido's uncle?
He is
the guy just go around embarrassing Davido everywhere, man. And he goes around dancing like this guy. He's dancing like a grown man like you, dancing around like that. Agbaya. No.
But that doesn't affect anything. That doesn't affect anything now.
That kind of person is normal. You want Agbaya to be your governor, yeah? So, because it's not for because it's not only for your state.
So you people are having professors. We are having
that don't do that. What have they done for the state?
Palongo dancer.
The one that don't dance, they don't do anything for the state. They've not done anything.
So now it's a dancer.
Allow the dancer enter power.
It's not about him being a dancer or anything.
I don't think you see the kind of dance he dances. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about. You think I'm just saying his dance, he dances normal dance. Go and watch his dance. You know that guy is not normal.
No, there's nothing normal about it.
Mike has started. What is not normal in his dance? He is dancing break dance and galala now. What do you want him to dance?
No way,
they need
man.
a dancing governor now so that the people of the state can be happy.
They can dance too, so that they can dance.
So it's dance that people want to dance.
Yes, they need a dancing governor that will make the people happy. That's what they need now.
True.
So it's dance that will make people happy. People that are hungry, dance they want. They want you to come there and be dancing.
We need relatable governors. People that
who's related to that kind of dance? I the test who won't relate to that kind of dance? One grandfather really dance like small bikini.
I did dance for us. I did dance like small bikini.
You bring the dance for us.
They will make him the governor of your state.
They dance normal dance. You say they dance like small bikini. What do you want? May not be checking body. May they dance host work in sick the dance.
May dance like Buhari.
I bet leave that guy. May that guy dance. I beg.
All right, but I think it's just the ridiculousness. This for your benefit. So you have SOLUDO in the State House in Anambra. and this is what they are going to have in the state house. Which state is it again? Is it Osun State or which state is this Joker? So this is what they are going to have.
Osun's becoming a real joke, man.
Yeah, this is Davido's uncle that is going to be the governor of his home state.
But it was rigged the last time. I heard it was rigged the last time.
Yes, it's the most ridiculous of people. Let's just see him.
He won the last election now.
Yeah, look at it. Look at that. That's going to be the governor.
He's just happy now.
Look at that.
He's just happy. He didn't do anything wrong.
This is someone who teaches the people how to dance now. You don't know?
Oh my God. Oh, look at that. Michael Jackson. Where's Michael Jackson?
Dance like Bobrisky.
Oh my God.
What are you talking?
Look at that.
This is what you need now in your suit.
This is the man that will be sitting in the Federal Executive Council with SOLUDO discussing economic policy. Look at this. Oh my God.
I think it was, is it not the daughter? Is it not the daughter that was wedding? I think the daughter was
embarrassed those girls look. They say that the NS was
don't look embarrassed, man. They are enjoying the fun of the man.
Look at this. They are mortified.
The man is enjoying himself now. He's having fun.
He's happy.
He's having a time.
Can you imagine SOLUDO doing this? Can you imagine SOLUDO doing this?
I don't care if SOLUDO is a break dancer. What I care is he should deliver. He should deliver. That is the main aim. If he delivers, I'm sure you will start seeing.
If they are talking about one chance, that is one chance right there. They don't enter one chance for that state.
No, it's not the one chance. It's the best governor. They need dancers.
That's the one that we're building hospitals and bridges.
Supposing Buhari can dance as good as this, we won't have problem in this country.
And that's it.
A dancing shigidi.
It's true. Because if
Buhari can dance as this guy, there will not be problem in this country. I'm telling you.
Ego. What did you say about Amechi and Otiobo? I mean, Tinubu that were running. They were doing running. Both of them were running.
Tinubu was not able to take the Tinubu ran. It's on Amechi that was running.
I think
Tinubu cannot run now. Do you want him to faint?
Tinubu did not run. It was Amechi that was running. Tinubu can run about his presidential ambition. Amechi was the #1 man who shakes good luck out of power. So he should not just think of coming to sit in Nigeria.
Amechi can't get votes in South South.
What?
Amechi can't get votes in South South.
He can't win in Port Harcourt. He will not win in Port Harcourt.
Have you seen the infrastructure work, transfer work that Amechi did in the South South?
Like what?
What work?
The guy is building real from the South from Port Harcourt to which they call
you just down US they talk with you not see.
So you tell me say Amechi no
Mike, you say what?
You dey build road from between now.
South.
Port Harcourt to where? Port Harcourt to where? Where you do the train for Port Harcourt to where?
No be. I think whether they go somewhere, they go Lagos or not or something. I think yeah, it's building
to Maiduguri.
Something like that. I think. And he's building one going to Lagos, another one to the north. You know, the guy is doing some work in the South now. The guy, I don't think that guy is as foolish as Jonathan. We no go do anything.
Are you talking about the Eastern Rail network to Maiduguri?
Something like that, and even more.
It has not even started. It has not started.
Anything rail you have seen in this country, all project was done by good luck. All was
on paper. Yes. Same way Calabar to Lagos is on paper.
Okay, so not to be outdone, Tinubu he shows even more moves than Senator Adeleke. So this is Tinubu now trying to outdo Senator Adeleke.
Okay.
You see?
He can't dance like Senator Adeleke. He break his leg.
Look at that.
He can't.
Look, it's doing break dancing now. Can you look at that break dancing?
They don't wear shirt.
See Belle.
They don't package him. He don't wear capo.
What is that thing? It's going to take his booster shot. Booster shot. Another booster shot president.
No, this Tinubu of a guy.
Engineer, your people don't start to. They don't package
the guy will make a good president.
Go carry and go eat.
But my problem I have with
him now.
I'm telling you,
he will make a good president. Now the corruption problem, now just get with him. That's all. He will make a good president. That's Tinubu. He's a visionary guy.
It's funny how all these stories about his health is starting has gone off the headlines. You know, when they are telling us he's about to die.
If he gets that, giving him booster shots, don't worry. Very soon, when it wears off, now they'll kind of go back to London.
And they'll give him another one now.
Again with more, right?
That's fair enough. We had it for 8 years. But
no, we don't need a sick leader now.
Let me acknowledge.
Spend half of his turn on UK now.
Well, he's not been spending time in the UK now, so why would he do that suddenly?
He will do that once he get power. You will see.
But he's not
once
doing that now.
Power,
what will change? What will change? He's not doing that now, is he?
Is he going to UK now?
I'm asking you. He's not doing that now. Is he doing that now?
Yes, he's having appointments with his doctors in UK.
His doctors were in Maryland, in the United States, and he went there for a knee surgery, which is what they told us. And then he did his recovery in the United Kingdom, you know, but I'm not sure that he comes frequently.
Tinubu will take it a good jet. Don't worry. The guy will survive. You know,
why didn't he take the Abuja since? Forget that packaging. That man is sick. He should go to retirement home and relax.
All right. You are just clearing all the road for Peter Obisha. Don't worry, Peter Obi is not the only way Peter is going is to Uma here. Nowhere else. Don't worry about it.
Peter Obi they fight for when he enter.
Peter Obi is the people's choice. Is the people's choice right now in Nigeria?
Which people?
Everybody. Even
it's not Eagle's choice. It's not Eagle's choice.
They are talking about him in the north. They are talking about him in the west. They are talking about him in the south. Everywhere you go.
Who's talking about him in the west?
Go on the streets.
You don't see that rally. You don't see the rally we just watch. It isn't they talk about Peter Obi for that place. They didn't talk about Peter Obi for Southwest. Forget that one.
I'm not sure that they even know that he's running in the Southwest.
All Peter Obi needs is the PDP ticket. Finish. He's the next president. Once PDP gives him, he's the next president.
Actually,
because the North will not vote for APC. You see the North right now. They are not going to vote for APC. They are not. You will see it.
They vote for Peter Obi.
How come your daughter is up so late? How come your daughter is up so late? How come your daughter is up so late?
She has a mind of her own. No, this one, she's always.
It's you that is your noise making, isn't it?
She's the kind of person that if you're not sleeping, she doesn't sleep.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I understand that. But sometimes you have to put on your chest that way she'll sleep. But let me ask Igor this, just off the back of what you said, Ete. So, Igor, does the average person in Lagos know that there's somebody called Peter Obi running to be president? Do they know?
Yeah, in Lagos, to be frank, I won't say they don't know, but there is no. They know, but not like that. The only names you are hearing across this country here is Osinbajo and Tinubu. Finish. Even the PDP, we are not hearing anybody apart from the Atiko and the Saraki that are fighting each other. White is blasting them. The only people you are hearing their name here in this place, Tinubu.
And where are you right now, Igor?
I'm in Lagos right now. I'm in Lagos.
So there you heard it, Ete. You heard it.
Well, what part of Lagos are you that you're not hearing about Peter Obi? He's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
People are talking about him in the marketplace. You're not hearing about when last did you go to the market?
Hey, look at this guy. He's not in Lagos, so he's
Let's go to the market next to hear
in Lagos.
He's not believable.
I was in the market today, my brother.
Even in Calabar, even in Akwa Ibom and Crossing, how many people know Peter will be there?
Nobody knows him. It's only people like us that know him.
No people knows Peter Obi. A lot of people. He has organic.
It's only diaspora people that know him.
Yeah, or political.
Not that they don't know him, but at the moment,
like
it's not really flying in the country like that. Not that they don't know him.
The only Yoruba people that know Peter Obi are
one thing you guys must understand: among all aspirants that has been declaring for the presidency, it is only one declaration that stunned the entire country, which is the one of Osinbajo. When he declared the streets of Kano, the streets of Nasarawa, Yobe, there, everywhere, people were clamoring to come on.
Don't fall into that propaganda. Those are Oshibajo support group. Those are the ones that you see chanting up. What do you mean by everybody?
I think Solly brought evidence of what Igo said. He brought some data. Yeah.
He's trending because of controversy. It's because of
the controversy. Kano, he's trending for Kano.
Nobody expected
controversy in Kano. Head to head with
they didn't even expect it in Kano. Nobody expected him to go head to head with Tinubu, knowing their history. That is what they are talking about.
No,
they're talking about betrayal. They're not talking about how Osinbajo will be a good president or how he will be the next president. They are talking about betrayal. They are talking about how Tinubu brought him up and this and that, and his followers are defending. They are fighting themselves. Tinubu followers and Osinbajo followers are exchanging words. That's what is happening. Doesn't mean that
Osinbajo is the preferred choice of the North.
The North is not voting for APC. That is the truth.
But even APC is the northern party now. APC is the northern party.
What the northern elders said in Arise TV News, they said it clear, and the guy was from Castina. He said it clear that the northerners are not voting APC this time. They've experienced the failure. He even made reference to Osinbajo saying he's going to continue where Buhari stops, that they will never allow that. Because
we all keep talking about this election. Is this election going to hold?
Why will they not?
Why will they not hold?
With this insecurity everywhere in this country, I mean,
forget insecurity to hold. Has anything stopped election in Nigeria?
He won't hold in some places. So I think that election will only hold in the southwest and south.
It's only military coup that can stop the election now. Only military coup. Apart from that, nothing will stop it. Even if it's 5 states that vote, that we vote and they'll bring a leader. You know really? Nigeria.
No, that will never happen. It will never happen. It's constitutionally wrong.
They will cook up votes. In 2019, do you know how many people that voted against Buhari and we heard he still won? They will cook up votes in various states. We all know how Nigeria is when it comes to politics. Election will hold for sure.
If you guys listen, if you people read what Afia Babalola said to, I just read the op-ed a few minutes ago. What he was advising about, Buhari to start preparing right now in the event that that election does not hold. You should start constituting an interim government, like we last saw with Abuja. So I mean, the way that thing is going on in that country, and INEC said, there's
what happens? Is that what? Sorry, go on, Nigo.
One man for a PDP shifting to come to the public space and said to the Nigerian people that Tinubu is supposed to be held as a betrayer to Osinbajo. This is a PDP shifting, Yoruba man.
All right, we'll come to that betrayal space at the moment because I think Plenty Water is speaking to it via Super Chat, and I'm going to read it out in a moment. But something that Rational's mind just said just piqued my interest. So, if the election does not hold, and it's not a military coup, as it is said that that's the only thing that can't stop it, then what happens? So does Buhari continue, or is there then an interim person that superintends another election? And if there is an interim arrangement to ease Buhari out of his tenure, what is the composition of that? How is that made up? Who decides what?
According to the Nigerian Constitution I have in front of me, chapter 6 here, subsection 132 here, it says in the case, it says a timeline that it gave to INEC to have an election done, not earlier than 60 days and not more than 30 days before the handover date. And so if they cannot have that election done by, they have to shift it by that, is it February? I think they move it from February something to February something. So they can't have it by February, 60 days before, not less than 30 days, then that will create a constitutional crisis. So that's why Afe Babalola is telling him to start preparing an interim government if that happens. And the interim government should be constituted by former president and living president and former vice president and some older legislators in the country. So,
they make the decision on who takes temporary charge.
They're going to make a decision on themselves. He will have to constitute that body himself. So, but he has to get out. Buhari has to get out. So,
just to be clear, the interim, if the election does not hold, but Buhari his constitutional tenure expires, he cannot elongate. So what you are saying then is that a council of, I think they call it the Council of State, isn't it? The living former heads of state, they would then gather to determine who takes temporary charge of the country. Is that what you're saying?
They will constitute that interim government. Maybe among them.
They will be the government.
They will constitute the interim government.
Are you sure?
That's what Afe Babalola said. But I'm still reading on that constitution right now. I have it in front of me.
All right.
Chapter 6 here. A lot was said here, but I think there's a place there where the INEC, the empowerment of INEC by the Constitution or whatever body that will oversee the election. So in the event of that to happen, that will, according to what it says, it's going to constitute a constitutional crisis. Then in that event, I think it says here, let me see, I'm going to look for it again. I think I saw it a while ago before I jumped into this discussion. But I'm going to have to look for it. Let me not speculate.
It cannot constitute a constitutional crisis if the Constitution already provides for it.
Well, that should not be a constitutional crisis. If there's another way to go around it.
If the Constitution provides for it, then it's not a crisis.
If you listen to what this INEC spokesperson on channel said some days ago when he was asked by Sheikh Okinbaloye, he said, that was even what piqued my interest to want to go and read that a while ago. He said that the Constitution empowers INEC to conduct election not more than 60 days before or 30 days before the handover date, less than 30 days before the handover date. So if that happens, this is his word. It says that will create a constitutional crisis. So he didn't say beyond that, after that, what was going to happen if the president can now elongate, or the parliament, the Nigerian National Assembly can now elongate his tenure beyond that. That he didn't say anything about that. That's what really made me to go and start looking at that constitution to see what it says. I think I saw a paragraph there. I was about reading it when I had to jump into the discussion with you. Yeah. So, but I don't know if anybody in this platform knows what happens after that.
All right. It'll just be interesting to know what that says. But thank you for that. Let me acknowledge Plenty Water's super chat, which speaks to something that I think we had in an earlier session. Maybe not today, maybe the day before. It says, is it true that Oshibanjo declined Obasanjo's offer of appointment to be Attorney General of the Federation in 2005 out of loyalty to Lagos State, and then requested the release of Lagos Council funds? So thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. I'm not quite sure how true it is or not, but certainly it was, you remember when, of course you remember when they put out the posters in Abuja calling Oshibanjo a Judas. Then just the day after, there was a newspaper article that's making this exact same point that you are making, that you cannot accuse Oshibajo a betrayer, because I think it was actually in 2006 that Obasanjo offered Oshibajo the opportunity to be the Attorney General of the Federation. He then was the Attorney General for Lagos State. That he offered it to him privately, but Oshibajo then went and informed Tinubu that this is what the president would then, Obasanjo, offered him. And Tinubu then gave him a free hand to make a free decision to say that I'm not going to stand in the way of your career, so it is your decision to make. But then what the article then told us was that Oshibajo rejected the offer, but he insisted, as you added, that the fund that was being held by Tinubu to punish the Lagos State be released. But what Tinubu then told him on that request was that you become the Attorney General of the Federation and then advise me in your position as the Attorney General of the Federation to release the funds. And then they said Oshibajo then went into hiding, which is to say he avoided Tinubu, not that he ran away to Dubai or to Ghana or something. So that was that narrative. But that narrative came out to counter that betrayal narrative that poster put out against Oshibajo. So that's the story that is being told, but how true it is, I couldn't say. But thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. If anybody else knows about that space.
The same man who brought out that story was one Akande, Baba Akande or whatever. It is the man who swear to his life that if Tinubu ever support Obasanjo, if Buhari ever support Tinubu, he will go back to village and live.
Okay,
because
so that was Oshibajo ban. Okay.
Yes, he's the one who personally appointed this guy, selected this man, Oshibajo Naso, to Buhari, not even Tinubu. According to that particular guy, Baba Akande or whatever was his name, because he was working with Buhari wherever. That when he was the one who carried this particular man straight to, what was the name of this man? Oyilola, what was his name? Baba Akande was the one who appointed, who suggested this guy that is a competent man to this very leader, this position he had. That is not about Tinubu. That yes, he has worked with Tinubu, but it's the measures as whatever has nothing really to do with Tinubu. But people just begin to, cast as people just begin to do what they feel they know how to do best in this country by destroying people's name, tearing their careers down, giving them all kind of whatever. To me, I feel that the best should lead us. We need a competent Nigeria to take us to the promised land. We don't have to continue like this in this country. If we continue like this in Nigeria, for sure there will be breakup in this country. So we must try to look for a unifier. And today, if a Muslim has sat in that place for 8 years, I think they should give the opportunity to a Christian to lead this country. That's why we are calling for Oshibajo, we are calling for Wiki, and also Peter Obi to come and take the mantle of leadership, so that they don't say.
So, Igbo, so I got a question. You say only Muslim and Christian. So those of us that are not Christian or Muslim, are we allowed to rule too?
Of course, no. I'm not really.
What would you swear on?
I'm not narrowing into that area alone.
Ogun worshiper.
Yeah, what would you swear on your inauguration?
We use Ogun to swear now.
Will you spill blood? Because you have to spill blood to swear by Ogun now.
No,
you will kill fowl, or you kill goat.
Everybody in the cabinet will swear.
Ogun might go swear.
Everybody, all the ministers, all of them will swear. Another time Nigeria are going to fix. Everything is going to work. You go see everything will begin to fix. All of a sudden, road on the fix. Economy they grow, everything will be fixed.
But if you have to kill a dog in your swearing-in ceremony, what will the animal rights people say in your Ogun swearing-in? What will the animal rights people say?
We got animal rights people for Nigeria there.
We have.
No. There's no. I mean, see that you are denying people their
the West will impose economic sanction on your government
immediately from inauguration day.
Let's go favorite food now, dog.
You will see demonstration. in America, in Britain.
Now they are wala now their country. Why do we have to live by their standard? I don't even understand why. See, why do we Africans have to live by European standard? You know, our ways, man.
Do we have to live by a globalized standard?
There is no such thing as globalized standard, one man. So you don't let that United Nations thing fool you, man. They are not united. There's no unity in that United Nations. There's no globalized standard. There's only America.
The global standard is a Western standard.
Western. So is the Eastern Bloc following the Western standard? Are they following the Western standard in China?
They do.
In China, they are following Western standard.
Yes, they do.
In China.
To participate in the international community, maybe not locally, but internationally, they do.
And what is that Western standard?
What is the standard of the Western world? What is the standard of the Western world that China follows?
It's a British-American model. It's an European-American model that rules the world. Is it not?
For like what? Like what? Give us examples.
Well, in banking, in language, in how commerce is done, in communications, in everything.
What? You mean that has nothing to do with standard, man. Communication has nothing to do with standard.
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking about how the world runs. The world runs under an Euro-American template, does it not?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
like you can say
maybe you don't understand.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Fundamental about the specifics of communication.
Standard life here.
Huh?
Mike.
All right.
What are you doing in the US? Come and live your African standard.
Let Mike just make his point, and then I want after you've made your point, Ete rounds off his space, and then I want to go to Ola after that as we get to the business end of the session.
The thing is this: like in every society, right? You study the dynamic of that society, right? And you create a model that work for that society, that work for the advancement of that society. So every society is unique, it's different. But unfortunately, some countries, we just copy and paste. You understand? In the case of Nigeria, for example, we just look at England, what are they doing there? And we just copy and paste. We don't investigate whether whatever they do in England, whether it matches our own environments. But people like China, they do their thing. And if they have to borrow from here and there, they do that. And one thing people don't understand is this. Even this America and England, they went around the world to borrow things from everybody. You understand? They pick and choose things around the world that will help their own society and brought it to themselves. And now we look to them and see them as, oh, these people are just, you know, they are the model of the whole world, you know, they invent everything. And that's like they invent things. So we Nigerians, that's the mistake we are making. We need to look within ourselves and try to understand our own society, the nature of our society, and build systems that work with our environments. And that's the only way we can advance. But we are living somebody else's life. We'll keep on finding ourselves in this mess, just confused. No know where we are going, no direction. We are just follow. Nigeria, Africa, we don't want to refer to other countries as world leaders. World leaders. What do you mean world leaders? Are you not the one supposed to be leading yourself? So you're letting somebody else to be leading you. So we just following the leadership of other people rather than we leading ourselves. And we're supposed to be the one even aspiring to be leading the rest of the world, self. You know? So I think we need to change our mentality, you know. Believing
why do you think people are referred to as world leaders?
Well, you want to say because they have a superior military and things like that.
That wasn't what I asked you what you think now. Not to. I can say what I think. Don't tell me. I can tell you what I think if you want to hear it.
I think they do that because they have colonial mentality. That's what it is. They still they haven't emancipated themselves from colonial mentality. That's what it is. They still see them as colonial masters. That's why they still refer to them as their leaders and their masters. I think that's what it is. You know?
All right, brilliant. So it's let me round off your thoughts on. I think you were speaking on the professor that wants to run in Enugu State, and you were celebrating the change in tonality of the Eastern political landscape.
One man, before you continue, let me just say this to you quickly. When you're done, let me know. I'll read the part to you. What says what can be done after that, according to the Constitution.
Oh, all right, go on. All right. So it's to you.
Yes. What is happening politically in the Southeast is a welcome development. And speaking on if election is going to hold in Nigeria, the Southeast is under severe insecurity. Election did hold there. Nothing stopped it. Remember in 2019, even in Borno was so peaceful that people came out to vote with all the Boko Haram threats and everything. Borno was so peaceful that even Port Harcourt was even less, Rivers State was even less peaceful than Borno during election. So we should forget about all these politics. Election is going to hold in Nigeria. Nothing will stop election in Nigeria because all these insecurities happening to us is politically motivated. Nothing is from outside. There's nothing that is happening to Nigeria security architecture that is a foreigner that is doing it. No, it is Nigerians that are doing it, whether it's in the north, whether it's in the south. So when times for election reach, you will see them, they will calm down, they will vote. After they vote, they continue their madness. That's what they've been doing since we started this Fourth Republic. So the thing is, we should just continue to push the people that we feel that can make Nigeria better. Which to me, I will still say it. APC is no option. They failed woefully. We should not support failure. When people were saying PDP failed, quite all right, good. We gave another person a chance, and these people now have failed. We either give another party a chance that is not PDP, or we give PDP the chance, because right now there's no any other party that is there that can win this presidential race. There's no any other party. So which is PDP that is the next option apart from APC. So we should when politicians mess up, we should make sure that they feel that they've messed up in the polls. Because if we keep on all these supporting, now we are sugarcoating a lot of things. You hear people say that hands are tied, like he's in chains or what. I don't even understand. Be somebody that is there, that is actively involved in the government. People are saying his hands are tied. He's even coming out to tell you directly that he wants to continue where his master stopped. People are still saying hands are tied. People are still looking for excuse for failure, which is not right. APC right now, they should rest. There should be the opposition. They should chase. And if PDP mess up, we will look for another person to give the leadership. It might be APC, maybe it might be SDP or whatsoever party emerges that is strong enough. So that is it right now in Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Ete. So Ete, just to for reasons of time, let me go on to Rational Mind. Ola is away from his computer, according to him, in the comment section. So let me go to Rational Mind then, who wants to present us additional facts to what we were discussing just a moment ago. Rational Mind.
Yeah. So according to the chapter 6, subsection 135, paragraph 3, here it says, if the federation is at war in which the territory of Nigeria is physically involved, and the president considers that it is not practicable to hold elections, the National Assembly may by resolution extend the period of 4 years mentioned in section 2, which is above, I have to read that please, of this section from time to time, but no such extension shall exceed a period of 6 months at any one time. So I think, which means if Nigeria is election could not be held, then the National Assembly can extend that period of 4 years of that of the current president, which is Buhari, can be given an extension.
Does it stipulate a time cap?
I think it says here. It says
6 months.
But not such extension shall exceed a period of 6 months at any one time.
All right. Can you imagine that? Another 6 months of Buhari, more slaughtering. So thank you. So let me stay with you, Rational Mind, since Ola is not available for the moment. So I'm sure you've heard of Robert Greene's 48 laws of power, Rational Mind. And one of the laws, it says, never outshine the master. Always make those above you feel comfortably superior. So this is the thing. You know, we have this habit going around saying, oh, that you have a master's and the guy that is ordering around, he only has A levels. Don't worry about that. He's your boss. So don't try and outshine the boss. Otherwise, you will stagnate on the spot. So this seems to be a lesson that Sanwo-Olu has learned exceedingly well, as it looks as though the Governor Advisory Council of Lagos State have now assented to him having a second term. So that Oraisa that Ambode refused to do, Sanwo-Olu, we saw him all over the country carrying bags for Tinubu. His reward comes in now, as it looks as though that he aspires to is now about to get. So the headline, Rational Mind, Lagos APC Advisory Council backs Sanwo-Olu for second term. So what are you then making then? The carries on.
What man? Yeah, I mean, like they say, although people are very unlagidi, you know, Ambode is like that. I mean, he's an larger guy. Even though he's from Ekpe, he's an larger guy anyway. So maybe that was what cost him that one of the reasons why he lost the favor. He lost out with his former boss, Tinubu, which is, like you said, and which for us, from what we can see in the public layer, we can see how this guy has been acting like Mumu, you know, acting like a lapdog for Tinubu. You see him, the way he follows Tinubu everywhere. You can't even say this is a governor of a state, for goodness sake. And have some self-respect, man. Like, just see him the way he does and follow him like Mumu, like, he's like, what is wrong with this guy? But we all know what he's doing. He's all for just for the second time, because he knows if he doesn't do that, he won't get a second time. And which good enough for him, or lucky enough for him, he's been able to get it now. They said they support his second time bid. Well, let's see how far that goes. But then it tells you the kind of hold that guy has, that is Tinubu has over Lagos State. One man calling the shots since 1999. We're in 2022. My goodness. This one man, not you one man. I mean, that man called Tinubu. It's just, he has that state by its neck. He won't just let it go. And people have made there's been several attempts by some old Lagosians to rescue that Lagos out of the guy's hand. It's just that guy just had that hold on that Lagos. And it's seeming to many people that they cannot ever rescue that Lagos out of that man's hand, except that guy dies, or they see somebody, an opposition party, like that of Obasanjo, who brought in some kind of federal might and kind of like they had to like do that election in Lagos State and bring in police and the army and fill everywhere up and make sure that they prevent these guys from bringing in their thugs to rig the election. That's the only way I think they can rescue that place from. I know it's going to be with bloodbath too. There's going to be lots of life, because Tinubu and his minions and his Omotaza and everything, they will come too. They will fight. So just to talk about this guy.
The Rational Man, do you think that they've been doing a good job in Lagos? And also, do you think we should you prefer someone else to just take over that Lagos from them?
You see, that's a good question you're asking. I think Tinubu has been doing a good job with the people that he has been bringing. But you see, he did a good job, but he's milking that state dry. I mean, he's using that state as his own personal, what do you call it, cow.
Cash cow. Which one do you think outweighs Rational Mind? Just off the back of what Mike just asked, which one do you think outweighs the good job that he's doing or the milking that he's milking? Which one outweighs?
Well, in recent years, ever since Fashola has left there, Lagos has been a mess in some ways. I think
even under Ambode.
Ambode tried kind of it. I won't score Ambode as much as I was supposed to score Fashola. Fashola is the only best governor so far that I've seen.
But would you score Ambode positive or negative?
Yeah, I was still scoring because I was there when before he left. Yeah, he did a little bit. Yeah, he did.
So then you score Fashola high, you score Ambode solid. So this is just the third now. So that's well over 2/3. Yeah.
I won't be able to say much of Sanwo-Olu because I've not been to Lagos lately. I won't be able to say much on that. I was in Nigeria, but not in Lagos. So anyway, so let me just leave that aspect. So, but I've heard stories that himself is trying, but people just, I think it's just, I mean, we've been seeing what he's doing. Look at the Lekki concession company trying to take over the that toll gate and everything, trying to like, because they need money to, I mean, to finance this election. Let's forget that this guy has money already stored for himself. All these their rallies, everything they're doing, going here, giving money to every state that's having their market bond and everything. I mean, it costs money. It's money. Not just that rally they did yesterday. If that rally they did in Lagos is not over 500 million naira, to be at least close to 1 billion naira. So you can imagine. So they need money. Where are they getting this money from? So they always need Lagos State as the means by which they finance that their gas campaign. So well, it's a good thing if he's getting second term. I mean, but then the opposition parties now have to do a better job in wrestling that place, which I doubt if they can able to do that. I don't know. We just have to see how that plays out. But Sanwo-Olu, no, he has not really proved himself to be a man of himself. He has always proved that he's just a lapdog. You can see it, the way he follows that guy, the way he stares at.
But would you say that was the mistake that, in hindsight, Osinbajo made, not to be subservient in the way that Robert Green said you had to be?
Osinbajo or Ambode?
No, Ambode.
Ambode, okay. So if it's Ambode, I see Ambode. It was in a way, some ways subservient to Tinubu. But the thing is, there are some powerful people around Tinubu that doesn't like his style of governance. He's not giving them, like, one of them is this idiot that is the interior minister now. What's his name? Rauf Aregbesola. He's one of those people that really brought that guy down because they were not getting the contract that because this guy was just not awarding contract anyhow. He wants to know what you're doing and he wants you to be accountable. They just want him to just sign a contract. Either they do, they don't do it. It's the party members now, so it's the party money. Well, how did we finance you? How did we finance your election? Do you think we will just conjure the money out of thin air? Just open this thing for us and let us get money out of this treasury of Lagos State. The guy wasn't. No, Amode is a manager. He's an accountant. I mean, some people say that guy is stingy. Well, he might be stingy, but he's an accountant. What do you expect him to do? He worked with Tinubu. I think he said he worked with Tinubu when he was even when he had his alpha beta. I think he worked in one of his as part of his accountants or whatever. So what do you expect? He wants to be accountable to everything he does, and he wants to prove himself better than the previous man that was there. That is Fashola. But they knew that the direction that guy was going, he won't allow them to milk that state the way they wanted to milk that state. Not as if but Bola does not have personal beef with Ambode, but the problem was the party members, like he said, and which is the truth, because he said he cannot go against the party members. Since he said the offset, which is the right likes of Aregbesola and some other powerful people within Lagos. I mean, a lot of them are now regretting what they did. They regretted that they betrayed Ambode, but well, this is politics. Some of them will tell you. So Tinubu said it is not him, it is the party, the people. These are the people that they use as his machineries, like the likes of this Musiliu, this guy, this tall guy in Lagos. That is so all of them. So he was not really giving them that upper hand in making money anyhow and just siphoning money without giving account, you know. And then he was like that when he opened that transport thing that Buhari came to commission, you know, he made sure that every penny was accounted for. And that's something. So they weren't really making money. That was why some of his projects were slow, because he wants to be sure that every money is accounted for. But some people don't just like it. They just like it. They keep reporting him to Tinubu that this guy is not. Tinubu does, like I said, Tinubu doesn't have any personal beef with him. It's just that those party people who were the errand boys for Tinubu that Tinubu uses. Because one thing about Tinubu is he's this kind of man that chop and chop. He doesn't like only him chopping.
That's not the main issue. That guy don't pick Tinubu's call at a time. Tinubu will call him. Two people will pick the call before he will get to him.
That I don't know of that. I don't know of that one you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm telling you now.
I've heard about that too.
From sources.
You see, people were.
Aregbesola is not the Lagosian.
It's not in
How
Lagos.
can he be coming to decide the
You
fate
don't
of
know the politics
Lagos?
of Lagos as such. I mean, I understand you are in Lagos. I understand. I have people who are strong, staunch members of APC. I'm in one of their group here in my WhatsApp here. I'm one of their group. I get their daily whatever they discuss in that forum. I'm not a member of APC, but I just like a mole among them.
So you're a spy.
I get whatever going on in their party and everything. They discuss every crap that's going on in their party. So anyway,
we are just sorry to lose that governor Ambode. He's the best.
Well, he's a good guy. He's just as he's kind of a person who is stingy too. I won't say stingy, but I would
he's not stingy. He's not stingy. He's repairing the state. He's building the Lagos.
No. That was why he
don't want the money to scatter. He wants his government to be given credit, and he was spending the whole money in Lagos State. He don't want them to be sharing the money up and down, and that was his downfall. What are we talking about? We know
everything. Fashola that recommended Ambode. It wasn't Tinubu.
No. Fashola never wanted Ambode to become governor. It was
why?
Tinubu's. No. Yeah. Fashola has his own person that he wants to succeed in. That was why when he was leaving, they had problem. Him and Tinubu had problem too before he left that place. So Fashola, because I was in Lagos that time when they were doing the election, Fashola had his own person. But then because Tinubu has always, Ambode has always worked with Tinubu, and Tinubu sees him as a loyal person to him, and he likes him, and he's a good accountant, and he has helped him in any of his auditing and everything. So I just said, okay, let this guy succeed you. So some people know, a lot of people know, even that you'll be hearing people be saying like, this is Ilaje boy, you're trying to bring Ilaje boy and come and impose it on us. This is Ilaje boy from Ilaje. But he said it's from Ekpe. But then we know Ekpe area then down to that Ondo State, across Ogun State, waterside there. You will understand that area is mostly Ilaje, Ijos, then they're all there. So anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that some people were kicking against him, but Tinubu being the kind of person he is, whenever he says this, if he's determined, he overrules everybody. Not as if he cannot overrule them, but he saw that it was critical for him to listen to the party members at that point. And maybe like you said, maybe it's true, there's another veracity to that, what you just said, that he calls him, he doesn't pick his call. Maybe that too, because some people said his arrogance is one of what led to his downfall. That when they announced that the party member says they were kicking against his re-election, he should have gone quickly and pacified them and maybe even talk to Aregbesola and the rest of them. But they said it was like showing that no, Baba is behind me, Tinubu is behind me. And then when Tinubu finally spoke that, look, the party people have said, they've spoken, like, there's nothing I can do. So maybe this guy has learned from it. He knew that he doesn't have to go down that route. You have to be like, you have to act like a lapdog, not just to Tinubu alone, also to the party members. Let money roll. Let money flow like water. They're spending money. Spending money
and the state roads are deteriorating. The entire country, the entire state, buildings are collapsing, no roads. And the man is trying to build the state, and then you say you should be sharing the money because he refused to do that. He should be ousted from power. And we are clapping for that kind of actions. Look at this man since he came into power. He's not doing any new road, though. It's the old road that was run by our body. Now they see they renovate now. Name 10 roads when this sitting governor in Lagos don't consider and start these 10 roads and complete them for this Lagos. 10.
So we understand why he's acting like a lapdog. That's just in one man. At least we understand why he's doing that.
And he's getting the reward. So there it is. There it is. Let me take you to a different space. Rational mind, and this $500 million dollars nearly don't tamper with our allocation over $418 million Paris Club loan. So all the state governors, they are up in arms against Buhari and Abubakar Malami. So you know the backdrop to this narrative. So what are you there making of the stance that has been taken by the state governors?
But I think they said this guy that was trying to imprison jail recently.
Ned
Nwoko, yeah. Well, we had Ned Nwoko was I think he obtained a court ruling that said that yes, they should go ahead and let them get the money, and they should be paid in 4 tranches or something like that. I think something like that. And then I think they've received one part of the tranches of the money. So I don't know what the governors are fighting for again. Maybe they're trying to still block the rest from going to them. I don't know. So you see, that's
what they are saying is they have appealed the whatever order there is, and they have which is with the Court of Appeal, and they have also gotten an injunction ordering a stay of execution until the Court of Appeal determines. Okay. But it looks as though the Buhari administration, especially Abubakar Malami, he wants to push it through during this administration for all the reasons that you do know. So the states are now saying that, you know, if you do this, you do it at your own peril. Because what they are doing is they are actually deducting that money from the federal allocations of all of the states. So they're creaming it off their own budget in order to loot that money with Regina Daniels' husband.
You see that area is just too shady. It's too gray. It's a gray area that one cannot really understand what's going on. For me, I just know the last time I know that they already Malami and his people who were pro-Ned and his people. Then I think they said they already obtained a court injunction. That was the last I heard about that case, which means that case was dead. So I'm surprised when I saw the headline this morning. I've not read that news until you mentioned it. That the governors are now trying to stop it, or maybe they've already obtained a court ruling again that is restraining them from moving on with that. But we know Malami, you know, this guy is a liar. This is a guy who was caught on video speaking in Hausa, saying that he wants to be your next governor. Consider me as for the next, inshallah, whatever. I will never forget you. When I get there, blah, blah, blah. And then he came out and says he was denying it. Man, we saw you on TV, and we saw you on a video, you saying that you want to be a governor, and then you're saying you don't want to be so how can we have an attorney general of a federation who is not consistent? You know, you don't fight, you seems like you're fighting, you're always against the states. Anything that is
or the people, really. Is always for yes, it's against the people anyway. We all know that.
It's against the that's the word we use. I mean, the entirety of the people. That was why I said the state. When I mean the states, I mean the people, not just the state Buhari and his minions. I mean, I'm talking about the people. He doesn't fight for the people. He fight for his own cronies and Buhari, just to protect Buhari and protect Buhari's government. He's not fighting for the federal. That's the word that people use. Federation. It should be an attorney general of the federation, not the federal government. He's an attorney general for the presidency, not the attorney general for the federation. Because by this federation, we're talking about the 3 tiers of the government, which is the state and the local government. But it seems like he's fighting for only just to protect Buhari and his presidency. I mean, that's to tell you that guy is not qualified. I don't know where he did his own kind of law. You know,
Danfodio University.
You know, so I mean, when you have people like that leading the country's judicial system or being the number one enforcement of law, a law enforcer in that country that is compromised or in some ways that is not being consistent, is always fine to always say one thing here and do another thing, and he has this shady past, and even there's a report of corruption, and you wonder how did he get that money, and because he has some kind of, I'm not saying he has immunity, but by virtue because he works for the president, not really for the federation, which he should be working for the federation, he has some sort of immunity. I don't know why they can't even prosecute that guy. I mean, he doesn't have any immunity. I don't think the Constitution, as far as I know, the Constitution does not grant him any immunity. But we know how the politics plays in that country. So why can't they just sue this guy? Why can't they be sued? Why can't they be, I mean, I just don't understand it. So just in conclusion on that, I just see that they will drag this case. If really they obtain out another injunction, I see this still dragging on. But I know Malami will not be happy about it, and I know that guy will always go back to the drawing table.
Because you see, I think they are playing a game of brinksmanship. They want to push it past this tenure.
Yeah,
because if they push it past this tenure, then they can overturn it. But because it's a scam that they are running, the Buhari administration, they want to sign it off under this administration, so that they can just walk away with the money.
Yeah.
So it's a game of who holds first. So the law is now saying stay position. The thing is in the Court of Appeal, and the Attorney General of the Federation, knowing full well, because they put it in a public notice to say that this thing is being appealed, an injunction is being sought and gotten, about the Attorney General of the Federation, who's meant to be the first custodian of law, goes outside of the legal process to strong arm the docile, somewhat president, to have him sign off on something that the court is still deliberating on. So it's just it's a scam.
It's just
a fraud.
They call it a fraud, a travesty of whatever they call it. So it's just, I mean, when you look at the guy, you understand that guy has, even from the way it carries himself, his body language, you can tell that guy is not clean. He's not a clean guy. I mean, you can tell from his body language and the way he talks, and he was this high sounding. I don't know where he learned his English from. He'll be sending.
I'm surprised you can understand him with his thick.
I do understand him, but the way he just use English sometimes, you see when they want to cover up their shadiness, they just start using high sounding grammar in the context of this, in this, and I was like, "My goodness, hey, I know you're a lawyer, but you don't have to be doing this your grammar just to cover up your shenanigans." So for me, I think, like you said, I see it. If they could drag it beyond this tenure of this presidency, I think maybe they can have it resolved. Because one thing about Nigeria is, let's just hope that we have the next leader of that country will be one who respects the rule of law, who is ready to do things right. Then maybe that's that thing. They have to go back to the drawing table and rework this thing with these people that helped Nigeria got that Paris Club money, and see if they can really settle it out of court and give them a little money and let them forget this case.
Apparently, these people did nothing more than just write an A4 paper, and they want $500 million for an A4 paper.
They want $500 million. My goodness, for what? How much is really the money they're even fighting for them? And they wanted, is it about 25% of it? Is it 25% they said they wanted from that money? Like, what did you people do that you want to get this? So, for me, if they can drag it beyond this tenure of this, which I doubt, because one thing I noticed about this guy is Malami. I mean,
especially with elections coming and he running for Kebbi State,
he needs money.
He's going to of course. Yeah.
He needs money. So that is why he's so. I mean, what do you think it was? He went and asked a court in Abia State to grant him that that stay of execution, whatever it was, that they should
take Article 8412.
Oh yeah, they should take it off. You know, so that guy is not fighting for the people. He's just fighting for his own selfish interest and his cronies. That's all I have to say, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let's go on to Mike as we continue to progress the conversation. Mike, are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. So Mike, to you then, and to this pace, because I want to make sure we cover all the stories that we. This one now, nobody has spoken on yet. I'm not sure if you heard me read it out, and if you didn't, then I could just give it to you briefly. It's 2023. Keep praying to become president. Yoruba monarch Oni advises Amechi. So Amechi takes his train to the Afin in I don't know, maybe a palace, because Afin is only in Yoruba, is only in Oyo. But he takes his campaign train to the. Actually, let me read it to you because it's quite pertinent to note what has been said there. So 2023, keep praying to become president. Yoruba monarch Oni advises Amechi. The Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, has prayed for the Minister of Transportation, Chibuike Amechi's presidential ambition to come to fruition in 2023. Amechi, in his ongoing tour for royal blessings, visited the Oni's palace on Monday. According to Ogunwusi, the minister should keep praying because power belongs to God. The monarch also asked the APC presidential aspirant to be selfless and to give his best, even if it is going to cost him everything he is. Power belongs to God. It is not by your might. It is not by your power, nor by your doing. In terms of leadership, it is God that gives power, the monarch said. I know you are a fervent and hard believer of God Almighty. Anything you do, you pray. Don't relent. Do not relent. Keep praying to God. Leadership is stewardship. You have been to different leadership positions from different strata. In terms of governance, you have seen it all. But the one that you are trying to aspire to now, by the very special grace of God, it is God that will take you there. We are praying for you from the throne of Odudua. On this throne of our ancestors, God will continue to guide you. God will continue to see you through. God will continue to favor you, honor you, and put you through in everything you do. So that was the words that the Oni of Ife gave to Rotimi Amechi when he went visiting, seeking blessing. So what are you making first of Amechi visiting the Oni's palace and what the Oni had to say to him, Mike?
You see, one thing I've learned, one thing I've learned is that when you want to endeavor something, and then you present it to people, and they're telling you that, hey, God will do it for you. We just pray for you. Hey, only God will do it too. See, what they are trying to tell you is, guy, you don't stand a chance, man.
He was telling him to get lost, wasn't he? Really?
they are trying to tell you, say, only miracle will help you. That's what they are telling you. Because I mean, if somebody if someone has nothing else to tell you, or to tell you, saying that God, you just pray, then only prayer. They have no advice to give you. They have no. That means they're telling you, guy, you don't just pray. You don't stand a chance. Well, I mean, hey, at the same time, though, maybe only just trying not to get involved in politics and just saying we just pray for you. But I mean, to me, I don't know why he even went to the UNICEF, man. If you really need support, you got to go to your Lagos, above Lagos.
I don't know why. Sorry, go on.
If you want Southwestern votes, you got to go to where the votes are. Like place like above Lagos, you go there, or you go to that one. I don't think that one even supposed to, because that was a Tinubu guy anyway.
If there is any foolish and stupid presidential candidate, is Amechi. In this to the current dispensation, Amechi acted very funny in this country during the leadership of Goodluck. He was the number one critics of Goodluck and the man who chased Goodluck from power. And now he wants to come and sit in that same power. That he is unable to, even the minister of train is unable to build the train for us.
Well, I don't know why you guys talk like this. If the guy is an opposition, what is he supposed to do? He's supposed to support his he's
not an opposition.
No, he was in opposition. He was an opposition party. And you guys, politics is not
an opposition. It was during the fight he jumped to opposition. And Meji was in the same party with that man. It was never an opposition. It was when he wanted to go out. It was when he was already money. He now ran to the opposition to steal the money and give to APC to make Buhari president of the country. Now he's coming out to run for president. You are telling me it's an opposition. How many people has opposed Buhari since he sat down in that office? If not after 8 years, they are not coming to tell him to resign. All the thousands and thousands that they killed in North, in the whole of the Northeast and North South, North West or wherever. Why didn't they call for extradition since all this time? Why is it after 8 years they are calling for? What opposition is it? Amechi will not win his local government in this presidential bid that is good. In short, the money is stolen in Port Harcourt. We should bring them down so that we can scatter it for him.
I think what work against Amechi in the South Side is the fact that Wike came in and performed. If Wike didn't perform, trust me, Amechi would have had a strong foot in our South in Rivers. I would say. Well, it's because Wike came and performed, so that kind of weakens his his political strength. So I agree with you on that. Well, so I think Amechi doesn't. The guy doesn't have that much. I mean, I won't say he's a weak politician, but compared to the heavyweight, man, the guy, I don't see him really challenging all this guy. Even Wike will defeat him in any election right now. So I think the guy is a to me, I don't think he's a bad guy. I like Amechi, to be honest. I think he's quite presidential. I think if he becomes president, he can perform.
You think he's presidential?
Yeah, he is.
Really?
But
It's not presidential at all. Or where? With that his voice that looks like a talk voice. Oh, is that his voice of the president?
again, I wasn't anything presidential. I don't know what's
Even
gonna
his
how they
attitude.
define
I'm
presidential.
not even talking about voice alone. Even his attitude. Don't you see the way he talks, the way he acts?
He doesn't really talk better than Buhari at least. I don't know which one I want. Now, until people wear agbada and we do waving flag, waving broom and things like that, before you guys know
What
they're
you don't understand
presidential.
about Wike is a despot of its own. It's a mini despot of its own.
Yeah, Wike is more presidential. I won't lie. Yeah, Wike perform. Wike is more. I'm not saying compared to others.
You know what it means to be presidential?
Amechi is not
Mike,
compared to
Mike, you know
others, like many others. Like
Mikey, you know what it means to be presidential? What was if somebody's presidential? Do you know what it means?
yeah, to have sense, to be able to talk, basically.
Well,
to be able to articulate yourself.
like a statesman. It's statesman to talk like a statesman.
Mm-hmm. So how's he been talking?
He's
like a non-state man.
He talks like a thug. He acts like, I don't even know how to describe him. Like
He doesn't know how to speak English or what?
No, I'm not just speaking English.
He studied English.
It's about
the
decorum.
guy from Facebook is just writing an article there about me. Just tell him that I'm only playing to the politics of Nigeria. That is what we got.
I think
they say it's time for the North, and it's time for the North. Now, if they say it's time for the South, what is my problem with that guy, man? That Facebook guy. How am I a tribal fanatics or a tribal or religious bigot or what is he calling it?
He says they are a troublemaker.
Some people just come here and just say what they don't know because they don't want to put the truth forward. The truth is always very bitter. They just want us to be here and trying to tell ourselves lies and lies.
No, Abdul Mumuni.
Yeah, Abdul Mumuni. Yes, Abdul Mumuni.
The guy's always angry, man. The guy has temper.
Especially after the
You can feel the guy's temper in his comments.
Okay, from Sokoto, Abuja. Okay.
No, it's in Saudi.
The guy has a Saudi Arabian temper,
man. Mike, let me ask you a question, Mike. I want to ask you a question, Mike. Now, look at Saraki that could not even win a state. And you were talking about Amechi right now. What do you think about both of them? Do you think these people can even win an election?
Saraki has a reputation, bad reputation. I mean, he has done some terrible things that people vote against him. He has faced corruption cases. But you can't tell me Amechi has some corruption cases or anything that can, cloud anything,
He can't win a state, or he could not win a state. He could not even win it.
Was he not a governor? What do you mean he cannot win? Didn't he win an election in the state to become governor?
Hold on. The last
He
election.
was appointed governor in the first term. It was the second term he ran and what do you call it, rig himself in there. He was appointed governor in the first time. You don't know? They didn't win any election. Rotimi will not win election in the local government in this election. Just watch.
He could not win River State. He could not even win River State. All the election they did in River State, he could not win it for APC.
And then he wanted to come and be president.
No, it means he could not deliver a state for APC. That Wike being the PDP man.
Oh, you mean as APC?
Well, no, I mean, he did not deliver his local government. His doorstep. He didn't deliver his doorstep. I mean, he wanted to come and be president of Nigeria. How?
If you can't win your state, how can you even win a national?
Let me put it this way, man. If Amechi, let's say he wins presidential ticket for APC, the guy would defeat most of those PDP guys, man.
That is the fall of APC.
The guy would defeat most of those PDP guys. Are you serious? First of all, the guy don't win nothing. He go win nothing. He go win the North. He go win the votes in the North.
That's for sure.
He has more chance of winning votes in the North versus any other guy. Besides,
win whose vote? Mike, win whose vote? What not in Daura only?
Mike, if it is contesting against Atiku, so he will win in the North.
In the North, yes, right now.
He will still defeat.
He will take Buhari's voters. Buhari's voters will vote for
really?
him. Yeah.
Oh, really? When you see all imams speaking against Buhari rule now, you think they will vote? You think Northerners are stupid people? You think they will vote APC this time around? You think they will still vote for them?
They will vote APC this time around, just like they did the last election.
Oh, okay.
Because they don't trust. See, let me tell you something, man. APC build more infrastructure than not. They build a lot of infrastructure in the north.
Infrastructure without security, right?
Well, the insecurity didn't start with the during their tenure. It started before they came now. So it's not like the northerners I will say, okay,
was it at the scale as
you think the northern the only let me tell you,
Mikey, was it at the scale as like what we have now? Were they bandits?
It was the same. Boko Haram were bombing shit, bombing everything.
No. Don't say that. You see, that is the narrative of this APC machines.
Yeah.
You see, of course, there was bombing in Abuja. We agreed that Suleja in Niger State was a hotbed for this Boko Haram infiltration, but not at the scale at which we're seeing now, whereby in Southwest, in the Middle Belt, in Taraba, in everywhere, and even up to Kwara State, Niger State, even in core interior of Niger State, border of the Benin Republic, and in Kebbi State.
Wait, before you go, exaggerate your point. Listen.
We have it
listen. If Northerners are going to vote against APC based on insecurity, it's not going to be for PDP. It's going to be for maybe a third party or something like that. That will be the only reason. They will not. You think there are stupid people that will say, "Oh, this guy didn't solve the insecurity, so we'll bring back the old people that didn't solve it in the first place." They won't do that now.
If you are a northerner, and all this banditry under Buhari wipe up your village, and you will still vote for APC.
But they won't vote for PDP. They won't say PDP will be the savior. I don't think they will say, okay, now PDP will be our savior.
No, that is not the question. That is not the question. My question is that will you still vote for APC if you are a northerner and your village wiped out by banditry under this administration? Will you still vote for?
What I will do is I won't vote for neither APC or PDP. I will vote for a third guy. That's what I will do. Because I know that when PDP was there, it was the same issue. I had the same insecurity. They didn't solve it. Neither of them could solve it.
You vote for APC. Give us straight question. Yes,
I just gave you the answer now. What else do you want me to give you? I just say I won't vote for neither APC or PDP. If I'm one of them, I'm them.
Okay.
I mean, do you want me to just pick one of them and ignore the other one, Abi?
Who will they vote for, Mike? Who will they vote for?
They will vote for a third party if me, but I don't know what I'm trying to tell you is this.
Are they going to vote for Showore? Is there?
What I'm saying is they won't right now they will
Malam Mukhtaru from Borno voting for Showore. What are you talking
That's
about?
what I'm saying. So right now they won't vote for it. Obviously we know we are convinced that they will not vote for a third party, but guarantee they will not vote for PDP because they will not. APC voters will not go and vote for PDP. That's what I'm sure about that one. So if they're not going to vote for a third party, they will still vote for their APC guy. That's what they will do.
They will vote for PDP.
Massively. They will vote for no PDP.
Do you know that time that they voted for APC? Then they were voting for Buhari. Do you know it was Buhari being a northerner that they were voting for that time? So you are telling if they see another northerner coming up now, they are not going to vote for another northerner if Atiku against Amechi.
No, it wasn't just because Buhari is a northerner. It's because
it was Buhari they are voting for.
It's simply because the northerner.
Go and look at the election results. You will see that the presidential result, APC had more votes than they did on the governorship election. It was Buhari. And many states flipped. There are some states they voted for Buhari in presidential, and in governorship they voted for PDP. So it was largely Buhari that they were voting for. So Buhari is no more on the ticket this time. The way they are going to vote, we don't know.
No, whoever Buhari
to me, I think if they have option between a northerner like them and a southerner, take it to the bank. They will vote for that northerner.
Well, minus Atiku, I'll give you Atiku, but minus Atiku, I don't think any other southerner in that PDP would defeat.
The only hope APC has is the faction in Southwest. You see, the North are tired. The North are tired. They don't want to hear any. If you see what they did to one
that's
APC
the same thing I heard, dude. The
honorable
2019 election.
That APC honorable out of their constituency. They chased them.
There's one honorable they wanted to kill you. I think it was in Niger State.
Yes,
Only God save him.
We had
you are not hearing about them.
Listen, we had wars in 2019. We had wars in 2019. We even saw one guy on there. They went up and say, "Oh, you want article? Yeah, we don't want Buhari." This. When election finish, now Buhari win in 2019. So we not forget that one.
All right, Mike. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was going to invite you to round off your thoughts on the Oni space, so I can start to round off because we're now deep into hours. Yeah.
Yeah. If Amechi wants to win election in Southwest, he won't vote in the Southwest. He needs to go to Oyo and Lagos. You know, you're going to Oni is not really catch Yoruba vote. I don't think so. You know, he has to go to Oyo or he go to an Oba of Lagos. Those ones can give you some praise.
This move will tell you that Amechi is not prepared.
But I don't
for
see
him
Amechi
to make this move.
Sorry, carry on, Mike. Here.
But I don't see Amechi winning that APC ticket. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Well, I mean, I would like it. After I don't mind, but I don't see him winning it. You know, I think I don't see him winning the APC ticket. But the guy's not a bad guy, man. Someone if he runs, I can likely vote for him. You know, so you know.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Mike. So thank you, Mike, and thank you, gentlemen. So I want to start to round off. And if possible, within about 15 minutes or so. So if you could, just a brief summary from everyone. So we kick it off with, I was going to kick it off with a Giro, but we've lost a Giro. So let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off with Engineer, who I'm pretty certain we've lost as well. So Engineer, are you there? So that's Engineer. He's gone off to the land of Nod. So that's Engineer snoring away somewhere, no doubt. So let's go then to Rational Mind. Just a short summary, Rational Mind. Your words.
Well, thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all, friends.
We powered your freedom.
In the comment section, we appreciate you all. We've been seeing a lot of corrections and a lot of chatting going on there with regard to what we're saying here in the room, in the studio room. Anyway, thank you all, and just want to say it's been a good discussion today. We touched on so many topics. I never knew Canada started practice federal parliamentary system until today. I am just learning that for the first time, even though I was there recently and I was like, okay, I've always thought that it was a parliamentary system. Anyway, for me, I just see that the corruption, the level of corruption in that country is just beyond our comprehension. It's until when these people live there before we can know. Malami spearheading $500 million scam. This is an administration that came in and they said they were going to do a lot of things. We see them pardoning ex-convicts like Darie and Nyame. I remember, the good enough, Obasanjo, may God bless that man in some ways, setting up EFCC. How they ridicule EFCC now, it's just a shadow of itself. I remember Obasanjo removed his own IG, Tafa Balogun, for almost the same amount of money that this idiot is trying to scheme with his Nedumoko. That is, was it about 500 million? That was Naira, actually. I think that was Naira. 500 million Naira then that Tafa Balogun was trying to steal from the police. And he
sorry, Rashman, I must push a bit.
All right, that's it, guys. I want all of you to think about that in the coming election, and that will be all for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So, gentlemen, if you can just help me out by being a bit brief with the closing remarks. So let's go to Igor as we start to sweep up. Igor, to you.
It's all right. I just want to make it clear to Mumuni that I am not a Christian fanatic as he used to, as you understood. And I want to make him understand also that the issue of Muslim Christian is not part of my agenda. What I'm after is a better country and a better leadership for the entire people. And I find that only in the person in the person of Osibajo. That's why I'm pushing. I'm not an APC member. In the first place, I'm also a PDP member. I'm just a patriot. I'm in Nigeria who want the best for every one of us. So it doesn't matter to me who really runs the country, but I don't really need any corrupt leader to sit in that office again. So you like, share, and subscribe. More time, you guys. Nice to be with you guys.
All right, brilliant. Igor, I'm surprised you can stay up this late. You know, we've kept you up about that. Thank you for staying with us.
Yeah, I had to do so because today, you know, there was no much, come on, you know, at home. I'm just alone, so I just have to
chill with us, chill with the boys.
Yeah,
All right, thank you, Igor. So we see you hopefully tomorrow. So that was Igor. From Igor, we go on to Ola. Ola, are you still there? Because I think Ola was.
Yeah,
I'm
back. I'm back. All right. Yeah, it has been a very nice session. I enjoy every bit of it, and hopefully we've learned one thing or the other. Like I keep saying, I encourage us to let's just thumb up and like, because in our own way we are contributing to the growth of the country. So at least to enlighten our people so they know what to do. Please, let's keep our mind open. Let's just perform our civic responsibility. Don't let us leave the ruthless politicians. Don't let us just hand over our destiny to them. Let us participate. Yeah, whether there be election in 2003 or not, whatever, let us just prepare our mind and do the right thing. So I won't talk too much. I can just say we'll see you later. Thank you very much, and thumb up and share. Thank you. See you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Ola. So from Ola, we go to Ete. Ete, you know the routine.
Today has been a wonderful session. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. And I want to end today by saying, don't allow anybody package any politicians for you. You should choose the right politician that serve your ideas and vote for them. That is it for me today. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ete. So I wonder how you guys put up with it. It's just a long, but I think the fun is just we don't know how the hours go. So that was Ete. From Ete, we go to Mike. Mike, to you.
All right, thank you. I'll just end the session by quoting the word of John F. Kennedy, a former president of the United States. He said, "Don't ask what your country, ask what you can do for your country. Don't ask what your country can do for you." I believe until all Nigerians begin to ask themselves what they can do for their country, and not constantly asking what their politicians can do for them or what the country can do for them, that's when Nigeria will begin to advance and problem will begin to solve. To me, I think that's the solution of Nigerians' problem. No matter who you're voting, whether you're voting Mumu or intellectual or whoever, it still will come down to that point where the people will be the ones to advance their country. A politician cannot advance country for you. America was not advanced by their politicians. Europe was not advanced by their politicians. Their countries were advanced by the brilliant people among them, the brilliant citizens, brilliant individuals. They came with their creativity and help advance their country. So that's my advice to Nigerians. That's what I have to say. Thank you, one man. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mike. Think not what your country can do for you, think what you can do for your country, JFK. So that's Mike quoting the American president. So thank you, Mike. We're seeing more of Mike these days, so we're all the better for it. So the one voice, of course, that only ever rounds off the session, the mighty Ajande Koko, the final.
Thank you, one man. And I thank everybody that came on the platform this evening. This session is very interesting. It was pleasurable. Everybody, I believe, we all had fun. So to our brothers and sisters out there listening to us, please thumbs up or click on the like button if you have not done that since the beginning of the show to this time. Please do that right now. You can as well share, and those that have not subscribed, please subscribe as well, so that you can get notified anytime One Man Went to More is coming on live. And I want to use this opportunity to thank our brothers and sisters in the commentary section, that you are the strength of the platform. Keep on doing the best thing you know to do best.
and just keep coming back and doing, and let us do it together. You are doing it at the back there. We are doing it on the on the platform as well. So let us keep doing it together so that we can keep on pushing, our messages to our brothers and sisters, Nigerians across the world. And we thank especially our brother Alessandra Gomez, the chairman of board of trustee. One man went to more, and I thank other members of trustee like Akashi, Jaja, Flash Mankind, my sister Buxma, Oladiti, Adewale, Ayo, and Ask Google, and the rest of you that cannot mention your name. So I thank all of you for the big job you are doing back there. And let me thank Plenty Water as well. I think his way of coming and going fit into that fella song that goes like this: plenty water, anchor. They go, they come. They gone, they go. No day, day. So plenty water. They go, they come. What of you coming every day? Maybe that would be nice. But we understand your schedule. So, but you can come back tomorrow. Come back at your convenience. So, but that song goes to you. They go, they come. They come, they go. Where you day. So that's for you. Just to appreciate you. So, other than that, let me thank the real driver, the man, one man, the eagle. I believe he will land again tomorrow, and we continue the struggle from there. One man, I thank you so much. The eagle, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko, a real delight. So that's Ajanle Koko rounding it off as only he can. So that's been the session. So in the tradition of Ajanle Koko, we just sweep through some of the names that have been coming, that have been commenting in the comment section. That is only really to marry everything together, and then we all depart as one. So Ajanle Koko's favorite, of course, Bonksma, he takes delight in singling her out for a special mention. So that's our Bonksma. We see you keeping it honest, keeping it 100, as they say in America, in the comment section. So she's keeping it 100 in the comment section. The person that sometimes he tries to keep it 100, but he only ever succeeds in keeping it 50. Not the coin he calls himself, Rational Mind, we call him Oga, but he's in a master. So this is now Oga now. This is somebody that must have been in a senior position for so long. They call him Oga so much, he actually thinks that is his name. British victim, but quite what was done to you to make you feel victimized. Simon Kershaw. So Simon Kershaw, we see you. Otahana, we see you. J. Nken, we see you. So Elenyi Erin Abdul Mumuni. So that's Ajanle Koko's nemesis right there, who is always throwing pellets at Ajanle Koko in the comment section. Rahim Ibrahim. So that's a rhythmic name right there, Rahim Ibrahim. Michael Lawale, of course, who you just heard from a moment ago, Mikey. So that's Mikey right there. Ayokunle Agbola, so we see you, my man. Adeshino John. That's a name that actually, I'm not quite sure that name goes together and in that sequence as well. Maybe John Additional I can see, but not Additional John. Is that somebody trying to be a bit too cute with the name? Rafiu Tungi or Tunge, or however, I'll get the pronunciation right one of these days, or perhaps you'll correct me. So Ministable we see Jafar to us, his friends and family. So that's Jafar right there, keeping it 150 in the comment section. with the northern embellishment on everything. Everything, just like in CBD. Jafar is the northern version of in CBD. Everything always lands in the north with Jafar, and everything always lands in the east within CBD. John Dayolu, so Johnson rather Dayolu, I do beg your pardon. So that's Johnson Dayolu. So that's plenty water there that Ajan Lekoko was given a special mention just barely a moment ago. So there he is. He flicked in and out of the sessions, as Ajan Lekoko said. No doubt a very busy man who just in his downtime spends time with us. Jaja, we are asking, is it of Opobo? So Jay and Ken, I'm not sure if I've mentioned you already, but as I said, some of these names repeat because they are often in conversation with each other and they're in and out of that conversation. So you see it rolling and rolling. Sam Boy. So Quiet Water, that's so I can almost bet $1, but no more, that Sam Boy is somebody from the South, because that sounds like one of those F. Young's type of mindset in play there. Some F. Young sort of a person I'm imagining this character would be. Ought shade. So ought shade or ought not shade? That is the question. That's almost Shakespearean in a tonality somewhat. Obi Ruben, but not Obi Kubana. Even though rather he wishes, I suspect, he had Obi Kubana's money, but certainly not the route Obi Kubana took to money though. We know that Obi Kubana is somewhat like voodoo money, as people have often suggested on this space. Chris Unwako, so that's a regular name that occurs within the space. I'm scrolling as I'm talking, but a lot of the names repeat, as I often say, that because they're always in conversations with each other. Ask Google what? So you provide the question and we will type it into the portal. No doubt it will generate an answer. Ask Google, who is always encouraging, by the way, people to thumbs up and like, which and I'll show you an example. He does it in bold enough letters that you wonder if people see when they're saying it. So that's what he often does. So he eulogizes about the platform and then invites people to thumbs up. So this is Adezi Chris. I think this chap only ever comes here only really to delight in hurling insults at me in the comment section. But there he is. We love you all the same, in spite of all the insults, or maybe even because of all the insults. DOG, you heard him on the screen. Is it the original gangster though? We keep on asking. Truth hurts. Maybe don't tell it then, unless you're some sort of a masochist. Brownberry, I'm not quite sure what is going on there. That's somewhat of a psychedelic name. And almost borderline Bobrisky-like in tonality. So let's move swiftly on from there to a steadied and conservative gold standard Yoruba name, Adebisi Adedoyin. So you don't need to be told where that person, just Adebisi Adedoyin. You see the solidity of it. So that's a typical Yoruba name right there. But as I said, there's some of the names repeat and repeat. Chidi Ume. So Chidi Ume. So Chi. I don't think they actually call males Chi. Because, Chinyere, you call her Chi. But do you call Chidi Chi? Because I think that's Chi usually an inflection that is so it's like a gender inflection somewhat. Adeolu Tokes. So, or Toksi. So Adeolu Toksi. So when you hear Toksi already, those of us in the know, we already know that is Tokumbo right there. So, and Tokumbo, of course, essentially means he was born outside the shores of Nigeria. Tokumbo literally means returned from the high seas. So if you've been on the high seas, then you've been out of the shores, and then you've returned to Yoruba land, or you were birthed in outside of Yoruba land, oftentimes in Europe. That would have been, so that probably some Brits right there. Ayo Oreke. So Ayo Oreke, but does that Oreke, does it lewa is the question, because that is an incomplete name. Oreke that doesn't lewa is not quite rekeing as it should. Ola, of course, I mean, you all know Ola. Also, this is Cool Age is the name that This is a new name that I'm conjuring with, Kool-Aid. Is that Kool-Aid, as they say in America? Is that somebody that's trying to be American funky, but not quite America or having the funk? But somebody that is American via being Lagosian and definitely having the funk, the might, Alexander Gomez. So Alexander keeping it 100 in the comment section. Baba T, of course, our medical person who comes to, spend time with us, the hoi pollois. So from the lofty towers to the bottom of the barrel with us, the hoi pollois. Kana Niger, but what does that mean? What underpins a lot of these names? I often speculate. Osita, Aruma, you got it half right, but the Osita that we know and prefer, of course, Osadebe, but then we'll accept you, of course, because now you are a member of the space. Chibuzo, another Chi, but I want to understand if that shortened version only applies to the female gender when you call them Chi. Gandu is the person. This, whenever I say this name, it always puts me in mind of somebody that's somewhat Indian. That's only from the way the name comes across. Ishmael Bolajido, it doesn't put me anything than some Ilekeu sort of Yoruba person, that Omar Alfa sort of character. Theophilus Ejiabo. So Ejiabo, you're halfway there. It's usually Ejiafo, but you are now Ejiabo. So I'm not quite sure if that. I want to understand more of that culture to see how some of those inflections work. Matthew Akambi, so there it is right there. A Christian Yoruba boy or man, or yes, certainly male boy or man, so a Christian Yoruba. Hizon from the creeks, Sapele water right there, but with a lot of grammar. Leru. So I nearly missed it there. I want as a Yoruba man. Leru, so enslave them, essentially what that person is saying. So we just take maybe a couple more and then we round off there. This is the village trader, but what is the wares that you're trading? There it is right there. And crown is a good place to stop it. So we round it off there, but I will remember to say a happy birthday to Celibis, who celebrates another yet year added onto her life. So more of those to be celebrated by yourself, Celibis. Like, share, subscribe. I'll leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.